The Silver Wolf. Chapter 1. The One with the Breakfast. Werewolves are not supposed to exist. Well, technically, they don't. At least that's what we made humans believe. The cold, bitter truth is that they do exist, along with vampires, witches, and other supernatural creatures that many people haven't even thought of. They just get represented wrong in the media. They don't all stand around and howl at the moon or have all of this excessive body hair. Let's just say that if a werewolf stood in front of you, you probably won't even find out. Werewolves shift at the age of 14, once your body is physically able to handle the pain. The first shift is the most painful one. Your bones break, you grow fur, your nails turn into claws, fingers into paws, and your mouth into a snout. After that first horrible shift, it doesn't hurt anymore. At least that's what I was told, because contrary to everyone I ever know or knew, I didn't shift on my 14th birthday or any other birthday after that. That's why I didn't use the word we when describing werewolves. I was raised by them, born by two of them, but I am not one of them. Let's just say that when the pack found out, they weren't that supporting. I became a slave overnight, forced to cook, clean, and serve as a punching bag for when the alpha got angry. My family and friends turned their backs on me. They weren't too happy that the once-loved beta family was now the family to an omega. Packs hate having a weak link. A weak link is something that can ruin an organization. I was their weak link. They didn't kill me because of my bloodline, but I know that if my family was another, I wouldn't be breathing right now. They kicked me out of my house and made me live in the pack house's basement along with rats. They couldn't even let me live in the attic. Anywhere was better than in the dump I call a home. Sometimes when everyone else is asleep, I sneak into the lake that is close and take a quick bath. I don't understand, but it always feels like water takes my worries away. Water is my escape from this cold and bitter world. Swimming makes me feel like I am free and running away. I wish I could swim away and never come back, but where would I go? Everything I learned is here. Everyone I know lives here, unfortunately. I wish the water I bathed in healed my hidden scars. I like to imagine as I float in the lake how I am given a clean slate or even had a wolf just so I could heal these scars that has haunted me since that night when I was prepared for the pain, but not for this kind. The alpha and his friends like to take their anger out on me, whether it's with a knife or with a punch. They usually target my stomach or back, somewhere that can't be seen if anyone takes a look at me. The only person in this pack that is nice to me and helps me is my twin brother. When he goes out to shop, he always brings me back new clothes, so I don't have to wear the same one, or if I outgrow the ones I already have. If it wasn't for him, I would probably be running around naked and dirty, and no one would even bat an eye. Since I'm the one that cooks, I always make extra so that I can eat after everyone else has finished. I guess that's the only advantage of being a slave, fending for myself. That is the situation I am in right now. I'm currently making breakfast for the whole pack. I make the usual eggs, bacon, pancakes, and toast, and place them in the separate plates. Lily, I heard William's voice rip through the air. His cold alpha tone told me this wasn't going to be a pleasant talk, something I'm already used to. I told you that Megan wants a fruit salad for breakfast. He growled at me, and my body immediately backed away in fear. If this were 4 years ago, I would have told him off and had a laugh with him, but it wasn't. He wasn't my friend anymore. He never was. "I'm sorry, Alpha, I forgot," I said, bowing my head in surrender. He likes knowing I live under his will. "You incompetent waste of air. You can't even do that right," he said, scoffing. "Hello, sweetie," he whispered lovingly, and I lifted my head, seeing him and his mate locking lips. Mates. Mates is a person who is made for you. He or she is your perfect match, the one you're destined to be with. The only true love you will ever have. I have always wanted one, but I know that is impossible. I'm a human, and humans don't get mates. And if by the moon goddess decides to play a mean trick and actually give me one, I would be the laugh of the town once again. The stupid human who got a mate and got rejected just for being her, an omega, an imbecile, a waste of air. Alpha William's mate was my sister. I was once jealous of her looks, but when she turned into a cold-hearted bitch, all envy I had for her vanished. She still had her long, wavy blonde hair, hazel eyes, and model-like body, but her personality ruins it. I don't know how the alpha stands her. Baby, food can wait. I want something else for breakfast, Megan said seductively, trailing a finger down his chest. Now I know how. They were really made for each other. William growled and took her by her feet, earning a squeal on her part, and carried her up the stairs. I caught a glimpse of her mark and smiled. It was a brown-colored wolf baring its teeth. It was quite weird, but it was still gorgeous. Another thing to add to her beautiful exterior, if she just wasn't so rotten on the inside. Claiming your partner is one of the steps of the mating process. Step 1 is eye contact. This usually makes your world stop. This is when the wolves connect with the other, whether you notice or not. You start regularly thinking of the other and can't get them out of your mind. Step 2 is kissing. The moment your lips touch the others, the sparks start getting stronger. Your need for them intensifies, and you can't sleep from the passion you feel. You need them close, you seek them. Step 3 is claiming. This consists on sinking your canines into your partner's neck. For alphas and betas, it is only required for them to mark their mate, but it can be both ways. The mark appears just hours after the bite. When you have no sort of power, it just looks like a giant hickey. But when you're of rank, it will usually be an image of your wolves or something related. I don't know how that biologically works, but since it is magic, I'm guessing I'm not supposed to. The last step completes the mating process, which is of course sex. Once you're done doing the nasty, you are automatically linked together by soul. You can actually have sex before claiming your partner. It would just feel like sex though, no soul bonding out of world experience. Just plain old sex and pleasure. If your mate dies, you do not die, you just lose half of yourself. Regularly, wolves take their own lives after the loss of their mate because they can't handle the pain. Losing the love of their lives can take a toll on anyone, but they are those who can manage it. Those are the true strong ones. I was left alone until the rest of the pack came downstairs and started eating. I was just placing the bacon on the different plates when I heard my brother, the beta, talking to his friends. "What time is he coming?" His friend Dexter asked him. "Around noon." My brother, Ryan, answered shortly. "Is it really him?" His other friend asked him and Ryan glared at him. "Would you stop with the fucking questions?" "Yes, Alpha Logan is coming around noon. Any more questions?" He asked, and his friends stayed quiet. "Good," he muttered under his breath before taking a big bite of toast. "Lily," someone called, interrupting my eavesdropping. I turned to look at my twin brother, Austin. I walked towards him and set the plate on the table, giving myself a self-earned little break. "What's wrong?" I asked, confused. "Did the food had hair on it? Was it bad?" "It can't be bad. It will earn me another beating." I still haven't recovered from the bruises in my stomach. If they hit in the same spot, I'm probably going to have real damage in my organs. "Nothing, but I gotta get you dressed up for Alpha Logan," he said, wiggling his eyebrows. Austin is openly gay and doesn't give a fuck what anyone else thinks, which is why he doesn't care about what they say when he hangs out with me. He has already discriminated between the members of his community, but if you ask him how many fucks he gives, he'll tell you exactly how many. None. Why? I groaned and tightened the apron around me. "This may be your shot to get out of here. We are doing everything we can so we can get you away from this pack and what they do to you. Plus, I heard he's sexy, handsome, big, and extremely single, so you are not seeing him wearing that," he said, looking at my worn-out clothes. Oh God, this isn't going to end well. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 2, The One with Change. "Would you just stay still? You are ruining my work," Austin hissed while he positioned my head back to its original space. To be fair, the position he wanted me to stay in was incredibly uncomfortable, and him burning me with the flat iron every couple of seconds wasn't making the job easier. "I would if you just stopped burning me," I hissed back, glaring at the bunch of accessories Austin had placed in front of me. After everyone ate breakfast, Austin pulled me to his room and started giving me a slight makeover for when Alpha Logan arrives. Apparently, I wasn't dressed or styled properly to meet the Alpha with the biggest pack and resources in the world, so he took it upon himself to change that. I felt like in those TV shows I used to watch all the time, where they did a complete makeover of the house in 24 hours, and they all stood outside screaming something about moving the bus they could see. Except this time, the makeover was me, and the bus was Austin's body blocking me from the mirror. He made changes to my hair, makeup, and clothes. He also told the alpha about making me clean the beta's house so I wouldn't get in trouble for all that wasted time. "Where did you even learn to do all this?" I asked him, pointing to the bags filled with stuff I didn't even know the names to. Stuff I haven't seen before today. "Lily, trust me, you really don't want to know?" He whispered in my ear before going back to my hair. "Done," he exclaimed 10 minutes later, giving me a slight push forward. "Now put those on." He pointed to a pack of clothes that were on the table. He should do this for a living. He is next level good with all that is physical. I got up and went to the bathroom, taking the clothes with me. He gave me a casual yellow dress, which is one of my favorite colors, which was kind of mid-thigh and absolutely gorgeous. What I loved most about it was the fact that it didn't seem like it was found in the trash used by many people before, like all of my other clothes. I looked fresh, I looked clean, I actually looked decent for the first time in years. "Why are you doing this?" I asked him while I finished adjusting the dress. I shouldn't be surprised that it was my size since Austin knew everything about me. "I don't know. I just have a good feeling about this alpha." As soon as I heard he was coming, my twin senses started tingling. So either something good is going to happen with the two of you, or this bitch right here is getting himself an alpha daddy, he said, and I knew my laughter could be heard through the door, especially with his wolf hearing. "I hope you're right and you get yourself someone to love." "I've already given up hope," I answered, stepping out of the bathroom once I was done. "Don't be like that, boo. Just because these people don't know how to treat people who are different doesn't mean everyone is like that," he said with his pity smile. I know he feels bad for me even when I tell him all the time not to. But I stopped asking for the end of the pity gaze because I know that if the roles were reversed, I would probably feel the same. "Now let's look at this hot mama. Girl, if you weren't my twin and looked exactly like me, and if I wasn't gay, I would have flirted with you. And that's possibly all I can imagine because you know incest and vaginas aren't really my thing," was his comment once he focused on what he gave me to wear. I giggled at his behavior and turned back to look at the mirror. The look was pretty casual, but compared to what I usually wear, it looked formal. Plus, my hair was straightened, which was different from my usual curvy styled hair. "Thank you, Austin, for everything," I said to him, and he smiled. "Of course, family means that no one gets left behind or forgotten," he said in his stitch voice. "Somebody should tell the rest of my family that," I muttered, but he obviously heard it. "Again? Don't worry about them," he said, pulling me into a hug. "You have me." "I love you, Austin," I muttered in his chest. "I love you more, Lily. You deserve so much better," he answered, planting a small kiss on my head. I don't know what I'll ever do without him. I would even take a bullet for my dear brother, but I know he would probably scold at me in my own funeral and tell me I shouldn't have done that. "Okay, let's stop hugging before I start crying. I look beautiful today, and no puffy eyes are ruining that," Austin said, pushing me away and taking a step back. "Better." He nodded to himself and wiped his imaginary tears. I giggled once again before my eyes landed on the clock behind my lovely brother. The bold red lights signaled 11:34 a.m., which meant I'm late to cook lunch. "Oh my God, I have to go cook before the alpha arrives. I know you excused me for the morning, but if they see an empty plate, I am going to die," I said, leaving the room. "Lily," Austin called, and I stopped to look at him. "Just remember, chest and butt out, and always make eye contact." I ignored his last comment and went almost running to the kitchen. I placed the chicken on the oven and started making the rice. I leaned against the counter and immediately got off. The scars felt so uncomfortable and foreign against the fabric I was wearing. Every whip, knife, and burn that was inflicted on my skin left a scar. I wish I could accept them like I did with every other issue in my life, but somewhere deep inside of me, I knew that they didn't belong in my body and never will. I was pulled out of my train of thoughts when I heard the chatter of my pack. I looked around to see people rushing down the halls and out the front door. I walked around the counter and looked out the window. My whole pack was in a formation of 5 lines that were organized by age, and the ones with a tittle were on the front. 3 black cars were parked a few feet away from my alpha, which I am guessing are the Blood Moon Pack's alpha and beta, the ones who always make the pack visits. I quickly returned to the kitchen, remembering the last time the alpha caught me snooping through the window. Almost 5 minutes passed when I heard the front door being slammed open and closed. I straightened up, expecting to see the alpha, but in return saw the most handsome man in the world. His eyes were the most beautiful shade of blue I had ever seen. His jaw was hard set and framed his perfect cheeks and nose. To make matters better, he had the most beautiful plump pink lips. His brown hair was styled upwards in a somewhat quiff that didn't touch his eyes. His muscular arms defined his wide chest, if that was even possible. You could see his abs through his white shirt. He was freaking perfect. My mind had to be playing tricks on me. I looked at his eyes once again to make sure he was real. And that's when, as cliché as it sounds, the world around us stopped. It was just me and him, someone I had never seen before, and I have served food to anyone in this entire pack. And believe me, that if I had met this man before, I would have totally remembered him. Maybe he was from the Blood Moon Pack. And while I was in this little mind trip, looking at the beautiful piece of art before me, it opened his mouth and growled the words I never thought I'd hear in my entire life. Mate. Well, shit, the Silver Wolf. Chapter 3, The One with Mates. He growled again, while his eyes skimmed down my body slowly. He took no time in walking towards me, and only stopped when he was right in front of me. My whole body was tingling because of his presence. I don't think I've ever used that word to describe how someone made me feel, except for this situation. He raised his hand, and I did everything in my power not to flinch, while his fingers trailed down my cheek, leaving sparks everywhere he touched. "What's your name, love?" his husky voice said. Even his voice was perfect, and it was perfectly understandable for the physical perfection he displayed. Even though I'm human, I could still feel the effects he did to my body, but his were much stronger than mine. I've heard multiple stories of how mates feel around each other, and I can only feel a grasp of that. Still, it is absolutely surprising. "Lily," I said softly, and he threw me a smile that made my heart beat faster. "Lily," he repeated after me, like he was tasting how it sounded in his mouth. "I like it," he said, and I felt my cheeks turning red. Why am I blushing? He just said he liked my name. That's it. This is so not good. "I am Alpha Logan from the Blood Moon Pack, but you can just call me Logan," he said, and I swear my heart stopped beating and my face turned into a horrified expression. He is an alpha, the freaking alpha, and he's stuck with a human like me. Nobody messes with Logan because he is feared. Everyone knows how he defeated almost an entire group of Rouges by himself. He has an amazing reputation, which not many alphas have even come close to achieving. He deserves a strong she-wolf that can defend herself without his help. He deserves someone beautiful and stunning to match his beauty. He deserved someone who wasn't me. No matter how much these thoughts hurt me, I knew they were true. And I'm sure he knows this too. I'm not good enough for him, and this is going to hurt me more than what I go through daily. I stared at his face once again, preparing myself for the rejection that is bound to come. Logan was about to say something, but he suddenly went stiff and took my hand. He dragged me through the hallway since he took way too big a step and I couldn't keep up with him. Damn, he was fast. We stopped in front of a random room and stepped inside. He locked the door behind us, pressing me against its hard surface. "Mine," he growled, pressing his face against my neck, breathing in my scent. "Stop that," I yelled, tears streaming down my face. I tried to push him away from me, but he didn't budge. "Just reject me already. I don't want to be even more hurt if we keep on talking, or we're even in the same presence." "I won't reject you." His voice was low and dangerous. Was he worse than I thought? He will actually make me think he wanted me and then break my heart into a tiny million pieces. Well, then I will. I, Lily Crawford, reject you, Logan Wah. Before I could finish, he slammed me harder against the wall and covered my mouth with his hand. "Don't you fucking dare," he yelled, punching the door beside my face. I flinched back, but that didn't stop him. "I am your mate, and whether you like or not, you are now mine. And mine means no one touches you, no one talks to you, and no one fucking looks at you," he yelled again. His eyes locked with mine as he took deep, long breaths. When he was finally calm, he took a step back and uncovered my mouth. "Why do you want me?" "I can't shift. I'm just human," I whispered as the tears kept on falling. I hated crying. That just shows the fact that I'm weak. "I'm so sorry I yelled at you. It's just that I have waited for you for so long. I don't fucking care what you are," he said while he played with a piece of my hair. "You could have been a goblin, and I would still accept you as my mate." As I stared into his eyes, I could tell he was being honest. I don't know how, but I could. "Are you sure?" I asked him with hope dripping in my every word. The tears had stopped now, and I was thankful for that. Maybe I could leave this place. Maybe he will reject me later, but I could still be gone from here. "I'll fend for myself if anything else happens. I just know I won't be here, reminded of everything I would never be." "I'm 100% sure," he said with a big grin. He looked gorgeous, smiling. "We got to tell your pack about your departure," he said, moving to open the door, but I immediately stopped him. "My pack doesn't deserve to know that I'm going to be happy that I have a mate, after all except Austin, of course. I don't know if it makes sense, but I just don't think they should. I don't want them to try and stop me. The less they know, the better." "No," I said, and Logan stopped to look at me. I felt like hitting myself when I saw his face. His lips were turned into a frown, and his eyes were filled with pain. I hurt him with that word, I just know it. "Tell them you need a new cook, and you hired me. They will probably let me go as soon as Logan asks it. They have been trying to get rid of the disappointment for a while now, especially my family. I'm surprised about how they still haven't kicked me to the curb. I'm guessing that they need someone to do dirty work, and they have me to do it for them." "But I'm your mate," Logan whispered for the first time, and I gave him a small smile. "Logan, trust me, it's not because of you. Just please do it for me," I practically begged him. His face changed completely into a smile once again. "I would do anything for you," he said, pressing me once again against the door. He gave me a small kiss on my cheek, and then slowly trailed them down my face and down my neck until he found where he was supposed to claim me. "Very soon," he whispered before pulling away. "Come on, let's get you packed up," Logan said, clearing his throat, and took my hand before unlocking the door. I wanted to push him away and tell him to go without me, that I have to stay here with Austin, but I didn't. I needed this. I have what I always wanted. I have a mate that doesn't care that I'm human and will give us a chance. Maybe I'll fit in the other pack, or I'll be even more of an outcast, but I won't know until I give it a try. And I'm pretty sure that Logan wouldn't let anyone touch me, so I don't have to worry about being abused. Man, my life is going to get better from now on. "Get your stuff. I'll talk to your alpha," he said, giving me a slight kiss on my cheek before leaving my side hesitantly. Austin is not going to believe this. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 4. The One with Permission. Photo on the side, Michael. Logan's POV. "Paul, are you ready?" I asked my Gamma, who bowed his head. "Yes, Alpha," he responded and placed forward his small blue suitcase, backing up his statement. "It's usually the Alpha and Beta who are supposed to make the pack visits, but I don't see the point in having the two strongest bloodlines in jeopardy while on the trip when I can just take my third in command. It just seems more reasonable. Make sure everybody that's coming is already on their correspondent cars while I speak to Michael," I said, leaving before he could respond. I walked over to Michael, who was kissing his mate, Barbara. "Hey, there are children present," I called and watched them break apart with a groan. "Aren't you supposed to be on your way to the Yellowstone pack?" he asked, annoyed, and I growled lowly. "Aren't you supposed to be doing your job as a beta, not having a quickie with your mate?" I snarled, and I saw Barbara blush. She already knows how many times I have talked to Michael about this, even though I don't blame him. If I had my mate, I would be the same way. "You should check yourself for anger issues," she said softly, and I threw her a smirk. "It comes with the job," I answered, while she rolled her eyes playfully. So how many packs are you going through? Michael asked me, drawing my attention away from Barbara, which I could see was his point. It's not like I'm planning to steal her from him. I'm saving myself for my mate. Damn right you are, my wolf, Tanner commented. Well, I'm planning on going through the 12 packs by this week, and if my mate isn't in any of those, then I'll fly over to South America and then Europe when I possibly can, I explained, and I saw Barbara giving me a sad smile. I hope you find her, Michael said. I nodded sadly and closed my eyes. I'm already 21. You're supposed to find your mate at age 16. It is fucking awful being mateless for 5 years, knowing your mate is out there, I muttered and continued. Once I find her, I'm not letting her leave my sight. I just can't help to wonder, what does she look like? Is she waiting for me too? Did she already mate with someone else because she got tired of waiting? That thought alone made me want to rip out the guy's head, stuff it in a box, and toss in the ocean. My mate is mine and mine only. Dickhead, you're getting jealous of a guy that you don't even know exists? Tanner snickered. Oh, fuck off, Tanner. Tell me what you would do if you saw your mate with another wolf, I say, and mentally smirked when he snarled. I would kill him with my bare teeth, he growled. I left it at that, knowing I had said enough to prove my point, and looked at Michael and Barbara. I better go, and they nodded as I left the room to go outside where the wolves were already waiting for me. Okay, Paul goes on one car, Justin and David on another, and I on the last one. Frederick, Grayson, and Nicholas are the drivers. Let's go, I announce, and everyone started going to their places. I got on the car at the same time as Nicholas, and we were the first ones to go on the road. It took about an hour to get to the Yellowstone pack. As soon as we got there, I didn't waste time in getting out and stretching my legs and limbs. I really don't like being seated for too long. I would run to all this. The Yellowstone pack was already all in front of me, divided by age. In the first one were the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, and a female, which was the Luna. I could feel their power radiating off them. I wonder if that's how other wolves feel around me. Do they feel my power when they are in the same room as me? I have to make a mental note to ask my friends later. Good afternoon, Alpha Logan. The Alpha bowed and placed his hand in the air. Alpha William, I acknowledged, shaking his hand. I've presented my whole pack towards you. I hope you find what you're looking for, he said, stepping aside and letting me pass with my guests. I walked past the children because I knew my mate wasn't a 4-year-old child and went straight to the teenagers. Some males held their mates tight to their side as I walked past them. I was reaching the end of the lines when I smelled her. Mate, find our mate, Tanner growled, trying to take main control of the body. I was close to shifting because of his push. Stop it, idiot, I snapped and took a deep breath, calming myself and taking in the scent even more. It was far from where I was, but still present. It was the sweet smell of vanilla and roses. I don't know if that's a kind of smell, but to me it was the more delicious one ever. I started walking away from the pack and to where my mate was when the Alpha stopped me. Where are you going? He asked, confused. I'm following an instinct, and with all due respect, I would appreciate it if you would let me do it alone, Alpha. I tried not to snap at him for interrupting me, but I knew he didn't know what I was doing and was just curious. But I just wanted to push him and keep on going. Okay, I respect that. I'll give the rest of you who came a tour of our territory, he said and walked back to where he came from. I quickly went to the building where the scent was and entered. I saw her as soon as I stepped inside. She was in the open kitchen. She was absolutely and without a doubt the most beautiful girl that I've ever seen. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was human. I could tell by her demeanor, her scent, and just by gut, she was a human. She was a human in a werewolf world. Some may actually have a problem with living among human, but I frankly don't give a fuck. She is my mate. The moon goddess knows what she is doing, and right now, I can't think of anyone else who could be my soulmate except the one who was standing in front of me. Her soft blue eyes were filled with shock as they stared into mine. That's when I felt everything around me go like it was never there. I just saw her and nothing else. All that was running through my mind was how she was my mate, mine. Mate. I growled and heard a surprised gasp come from her. That's when I registered what she was wearing and an involuntary growl escaped. She had on a short yellow dress that made her look absolutely more stunning by the second. It even made her look like my little angel. I walked over to her until I was right in front of her, and I don't know why, but I raised my hand and touched her cheek. Her skin was smooth and soft. I felt the tingles in my finger as I touched her. This was the real deal. I'm feeling things I never even had a taste of before. I can't believe I finally find my mate. You never know what your mate is going to look like, but when you finally see them, you realize it couldn't be anyone else. I mean, I don't even know her name, and I know I would do anything to keep her by my side and protect her from anything. "What's your name, love?" I asked her, and I felt her shiver. Damn, I am really going to need to control myself. "Lily," she said softly, and I threw her a smile. This is the first time I heard her speak, and it was the most beautiful sound I have heard. I could possibly sit down in our bed and talk with her for hours. "Lily," I repeated. I liked how it sounded coming from my mouth. I'm going to say it a lot. "I like it," I said, and I swear I saw her blush. "I am Alpha Logan from the Blood Moon Pack, but you can just call me Logan," I said and watched as her face turned to a horrified expression. What's wrong? Did I say something I shouldn't? Is it because I'm an alpha or because she was destined to be Luna? I would take a break from my position if that would make her feel better or something, anything. Wow, I've only known her for a minute, and I would beg for her to come with me. I was about to voice out my thoughts when I smelled 2 scents heading towards us. I quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her through the hallway until I stopped in front of a random room and pulled us inside, shutting the door behind her. I don't want anyone touching my mate except me or even seeing her in this outfit that could make anyone want her. I pressed her against the door, growling out mine. I placed my face against her neck and breathed her delicious scent that is driving me and my wolf mad. "Stop that," she yelled, and tears started streaming down her face. She tried to push me away, but I am stronger than her and didn't even budge. What is wrong with her? Just reject me already. What the fuck is going on? I am seriously confused. Why does she want me to reject her? She obviously knows I'll never in my life do that. And if she doesn't, I will make sure she does. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. TBC. I won't reject you. My voice came out deeper than I intended. Well, then I will. I, Lily Crawford, reject you, Logan Wah. I slammed her even deeper against the wall, careful not to hurt her, and placed a hand in her mouth, stopping the words from coming out and hurting us both. "Don't you fucking dare," I yelled and punched the door. "I am your mate, and whether you like or not, you are now mine. And mine means no one touches you, no one talks to you, and no one fucking looks at you." I continued yelling and realized that I just yelled at my mate. I locked eyes with her and started taking deep breaths while the anger I felt quickly turned into hurt. I sighed once again and took a step back, removing my hand. I already lost my cool in the first day of meeting her. Just fucking great, Logan, good job there. "Why do you want me? I can't shift. I'm just human," she whispered as tears fell down her face. I hated seeing her like this. It all just escalated so quickly. I don't even know why I yelled and why she started crying. What just happened? In a part, I was glad that I wasn't the reason she tried to reject me, but another part was sad that she thought so low of herself. "I'm so sorry I yelled at you. It's just that I have waited for you for so long, and I don't care what you are." I took this opportunity to play with a piece of hair that fell forward. "You could have been a fucking goblin, and I would still accept you as my mate." "Are you sure?" she asked me, and I could tell she believed me. "I'm 100% sure," I said, finally, having all that anger and sadness I had just felt vanish. "We got to tell your pack about your departure." I went to open the door, but she stopped me. "No." Well, that didn't last long. My heart tightened as those words. Maybe the problem was really me. Is she ashamed of having me as a mate? I know I'll never be good enough for her, but it hurt to know that she knew it. "Tell them you need a new cook and you hired me." She continued, breaking my heart without knowing it. "But I'm your mate," I whispered, which was unusual for me since I always had a firm tone on my voice. I guess there is a first time for everything. Logan, trust me. It's not because of you. Just please do it for me. She begged me, and I nodded. Whatever her reasons are, I'll respect them. I would do anything for you, I responded, pressing her once again against the door. I couldn't help the curiosity that filled my brain, but in time I hope she'll tell me. No pressure, all patience. I really couldn't help myself as I started leaving trails of small kisses along down her cheek. Once I found the spot I was going to mark her, I had to stop. I want our relationship to be slow, but not too much. I'll mark her when she trusts me. Very soon, I whispered before pulling away. Come on, let's get you packed up. I took her hand and left the room. Get your stuff, I'll talk to your alpha. I gave her a kiss on the cheek before leaving her side hesitantly. I didn't want to, but as soon as I get permission, the sooner we can be actual mates and introduce her to the pack. Damn, I've waited 5 years for this moment. I don't know how I'm this calm right now. I sniffed the air and realized that the 2 wolves that entered earlier were long gone. I followed Alpha William's scent until I saw him with the Luna and Paul on the edge of his territory. The other wolves were trailing behind, not paying attention to anything but their surroundings. That's why I brought a few of my warriors with me, in case someone was stupid enough to plan a surprise attack against us. Their heads snapped to my direction as they watched me approach them. Alpha William, do you mind if I had a quick talk with you? I asked him, and he let go of his mate. Of course not, he said, and walked until he was by my side. Sweetheart, show Paul and the boys the rest of my territory while I talk to Alpha Logan. The Luna nodded and continued walking alongside Paul. Alpha, I don't mean to be rude, but please make it fast. She's driving us crazy, especially me. Paul pleaded through MindLink, and I had to stop a smile from covering my face. I'll do what I can, Paul, I said, and he replied a hurried thanks. So what did you want to discuss? William said, placing his hands on his pockets as we walked the opposite direction of where we just were. I'm asking permission to take a person from your pack to mine in exchange of protection. I spoke with authority, and I watched as his brows furrowed. Which one are you talking about? He asked, confused. Lily Crawford, soon to be Lily Walker. He chuckled lowly, and I had to hold in a growl. Why do you want the Omega? He snickered, and I took a deep breath. Omega? I asked him, and he nodded. Yup, since she has werewolf blood in her body and failed to shift, we have to consider her the weakest, he explained, and I once again held myself from snapping his neck for calling my mate weak. Why do you want her anyway? Because she's my mate. Because she's an incredible cook and mine just retired. I'm pretty sure you have another one lying around. I lied fluently, hoping he would believe it. This is what Lily wanted, and I'm complying to her wishes even if I didn't understand them. Oh well, you can have her as long as she agrees, and I'm happy to help you, he said, and I nodded. He shook my hand and walked away from me. What kind of alpha is he? To not care about one of his pack members. If it was one of mine, I would have asked 100 more questions regarding their safety and reasons, but no, he just let someone take a member and only asked about 2 questions. But right now, that wasn't what got my attention. It was the fact that I finally have my mate with me. I looked around, and when I knew nobody was looking, I did a small jump before walking to the pack house, to where my mate was waiting for me. I'm not going to get tired of saying that, the Silver Wolf. Chapter 6, the one with goodbye. Photo on the side, Megan. I walked to the window and watched as my mate walked away from the house. That sounds so weird to even think about. I have a mate. I have a freaking mate, and he is an alpha. The best part is that he accepted me, which means that I'm going to be a Luna. Take that Yellowstone pack. I mean, I'm probably going to overthink everything and stress about everything, especially the big responsibility that I will have. But that's a problem for the future. I need to just get past getting away from here. I went over to the kitchen and turned off everything I had placed. I am not going to do anything else for these sons of bitches anymore. Unless Alpha William denied his request of trade, and I'm stuck here, which means I just canceled dinner for everyone, and Logan was going to make a big deal about it. Lily, you just said you were going to live in the present, and you just made up a total scenario based on absolutely nothing. I brushed these thoughts off and skipped towards Austin's room, hoping he was already there. Luck was on my side today since he was on his bed arranging his collection of CD cases. Guess what? I asked, plopping down beside him on the bed. He stayed still, flipping through the cases, and answered me without lifting his gaze. What? You're supposed to guess. I frowned, and that's when he looked at me. He sighed and dropped a case to his side, giving me his full attention. Did you find $20? Because I need to buy Nicki Minaj's album, I think it's called Blueprint or something like that, to finish my collection on female rappers. Austin was always bad at guessing, or he didn't even try. I don't know why I even try with you, so I'm just going to say it. I found my mate. Austin jumped up from the bed with wide eyes while he stared me down in shock. Oh my God, are you serious? Is this a prank? Don't tell me that this is a prank. If this is a prank, Lily Elizabeth Marie Richards Perry, I will give you hell for getting me excited over nothing. He pointed his index finger at me while he threatened me. I swear, I'm telling the truth. He's from the Blood Moon Pack, I explained, and an involuntary smile graced itself on my lips. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Tell me his name. He sat back down on the bed and placed his head on his hand to listen. It's Alpha Logan. At that, he stood up again and did a small jump. I don't mean to be rude, but he's more excited than I was when I found out. I knew something good came out of him coming here. I knew it. I fucking knew it. He is an alpha, which means he got money and land. Which means you also have it now. You are going to be Luna. He yelled, and then in an instant his smile was replaced with a frown. But that means that you have to go with him to his territory. You're going to leave me. He whispered sadly. I'm sorry, Austin, I said, standing up and wrapping him in a hug. He returned the hug tightly before stepping back. Don't apologize. The sadness will pass. I'm so glad you're leaving here. Also, I don't want to say goodbye now, so let's go to your room and pack. You wouldn't want him to wait for you. He left the room so quickly that I had to jog to catch up to him. We walked to my room and he let out a snarl. Thank the goddess you're leaving this dump. Do the dumbasses know you're going to be a Luna? He referred to the rest of the pack, and I shook my head. I don't want them to know, I replied, searching for my small suitcase. It was the pink one I had when I was 5, for when the whole family used to take a trip to the lake house. He looked confused for a minute before a smirk appeared on his face. Yeah, those motherfuckers don't get to know you're going to be the Luna of the most powerful pack in the world. But oh man, I want to see their faces when they find out, he said evilly. We always had the same minds in different bodies. He understands me when nobody else bothers to. Before I knew it, the suitcase was full with my lazy clothes, and since I didn't have anything worth keeping, it was only filled with sweatshirts, sweatpants, sandals, and some of the pretty clothes that Austin had bought me. We should go upstairs. Wouldn't want to keep your alpha mate waiting, he announced, giggling, while he took my suitcase and walked away again. I walked upstairs and found him on the living room, sitting peacefully on the couch, rocking back and forth. I'm gonna miss you, Austin. Yeah, I'll miss you too, Lily Pie, he grinned at the terrible nickname. Did you just come up with that? I asked, sitting beside him. Yay. He didn't finish since he stood up and bowed his head. Logan walked in the room with a small smile on his face until he saw Austin. Immediately, he growled and walked over to us, placing me behind him. Who are you? He snarled, and Austin took a step back. Austin was paralyzed with fear as he opened and closed his mouth. No response came out of him. That only made Logan angrier. Logan, calm down, I said, placing a hand on his back. TBC. Logan froze and turned to look at me. Anger was still in his eyes and his features, but it was slowly evaporating. He's my twin brother. I mean, we're practically alike, I continued, and I saw as pink started spreading through his cheeks. Oh, he said, looking between Austin and me. I apologize. I wasn't thinking clearly. Your scent just started to mix with hers, and well, it's the first day I get to see her, and I just didn't like it. I apologize again. I'm Alpha Logan. He introduced himself to Austin, who presented himself immediately, infatuating the fact that he was my twin and that he was gay. After an awkward silence, Logan spoke up. We should go, he announced, looking over us carefully. I'll take that, he said, walking over to us and taking the suitcase from the floor. I'll go with you, Austin said, giving me a sad smile. I nodded, and the three of us walked out of the pack house until we reached the line from his pack. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to your family?" Logan asked, confused, pointing to where my family was walking over to us. Alpha William had an arm wrapped around Megan as they walked. Mom, Dad, and Ryan were trailing behind them, looking as if they wanted to be anywhere but here. "Did you accept Alpha Logan's job as his new cook?" William asked, and I smiled at Logan, who knew why I looked at him and winked at me. He actually did what I preferred. I've never had someone even consider my opinion. It was actually refreshingly nice, and that wink made me all giddy inside, just saying. "Yes, Alpha William," I responded, and he threw me a small smile, like he didn't beat me to a pulp whenever he and Megan would get in a fight, like he didn't stab me with a knife whenever I cooked bad, like he didn't torture me my whole life for being different than them. I almost wanted to jump on him and keep throwing punches like a mad woman, but I knew I couldn't, so with a straight face I turned to Logan. "When are we leaving?" "As soon as you say goodbye," he said softly while discreetly caressing my arm. A shiver went through that same arm, and it took all self-control I had to not reflect it on the outside. I nodded and turned to Austin. I didn't need to say anything as he wrapped his arms around me. I returned the hug with the same force. Logan let out a small growl but tried to hide it with a cough. A few tears left my eyes as I let go of him. "I love you, Austin," I whispered, wiping away my tears. "I will always love you, Lily Pie. You better visit me sometime, or at least call me," he warned with a chuckle. "Of course," was my stupid reply as I backed away until I was beside Logan. I took a last glance at my family before taking another step back and was completely out of the pack line and said the words that I always imagined myself saying. I, Lily Crawford, cut all ties with the Yellowstone pack and everyone in it. I immediately felt some part of me leaving my body. Even if I was human, I was still part of this pack since birth, and I still have a connection to it. Correction, had. "Let's go," I said to Logan with a smile. He nodded and grabbed my arm softly. We walked with a couple of other guys until we reached the cars. "Here, get in," Logan said while opening the door for me. I kissed his cheek softly before getting in. Logan stood still for a moment with his mouth open slightly before he pumped his fist in the air. "I can see you," I said to him, and watched as his hand dropped from the air and his face reddened. He got in beside me and closed the door. Another guy sat on the driver's seat and left towards my new home. I looked at where Austin was standing and he threw me a small wave of goodbye. I waved back and didn't stop until I couldn't see him anymore. I kept my eyes fixed on the trees that were passing until Logan cleared his throat. I looked over at him too, see him looking at my hand. He swiftly caught it and intertwined our fingers, making a wave of sparks rush through my body. Two small things," he said softly. "Can you not tell anyone about the fist bump thing? It's kind of embarrassing." He muttered the last part and I couldn't stop the giggle that escaped my mouth. "Who am I going to tell?" "I won't tell anyone, I swear. It's our little secret," I replied with a smile. I think this is the most times I have smiled in a long time, and all because of Logan. "Thank you. And the second thing I wanted to ask is, why didn't you say goodbye to your family? If you don't mind me asking," he asked as if I would snap in a second. "It's fine, and those people are not my family. Family sticks by you no matter what, and they support you. They help you when you're down. And my family did none of that." He nodded because somehow he knew that this wasn't something I wanted to discuss at the moment. "I'm glad you came with me, Lily," Logan said, squeezing my hand. "Believe me, Logan, I am too." The Silver Wolf. Chapter 8. The One with the Beautiful. "Lily," I heard a voice calling out to me. "Baby, wake up, we're here." Someone shook my body, and I opened my eyes. I had to squint a little so I could get used to the light, and when I did, the first thing I saw was Logan's face. "What happened?" I asked, but my voice sounded more low and croaky. He took a deep breath and smiled. "You fell asleep on the ride. I was going to carry you, but I didn't know if you would like that." "Oh," was the only response I could think of. "I guess I got tired after watching tree after tree. I was going to show you around, but I'll just show you our room so you can sleep, and I'll give you the tour after," he said, leaning over my side and opening the door for me. I stepped outside, and he followed. Our room? I asked. We were going to sleep together? Yeah, our room. Don't worry. I know you aren't ready. I just don't think I could handle you sleeping in another room without me to protect you. Not that you need protection of any kind because you are safe in that house, but it's just for my well-being and peace of mind. He explained with a small pout, and my heart fluttered at how much he cared. I gave him a peck in the cheek, which was dangerously close to his lips. Every cell of my body wanted me to kiss him against the car, but I didn't. That is step 2 of the mating process, and I don't think I could handle it right now. I mean, I want to kiss him, but am I ready for all the enhanced feelings that come with it? Maybe I just won't feel it since my wolf isn't there. I don't want to sleep. Show me around your pack, I said to Logan, and he looked at me worried. Are you sure you're not tired? Because I could wait, he said, his fingers resting below my jaw. I shook my head since I couldn't find the words to answer him. His thumb came up and caressed my chin. After a while, his thumb managed to find their way to my lips, and he rubbed my lip almost as if I had ketchup or something. He leaned down, and I thought he was going to kiss me. Hell, now I wanted him to kiss me, but Logan just pressed his lips on my earlobe. I promise you that I'm going to be kissing these lips very soon. He whispered before pulling back. Come on, let me introduce you to the boys. He whistled, and immediately 6 attractive guys circled around us while bowing their heads. This is Paul, my gamma. Paul was probably about 19 or 20. He had dirty blonde hair and green eyes that I'm sure could make any unmated wolf beg for his attention. I could tell Logan knew I was looking at Paul because he grabbed my waist and pulled me to his side. Baby, please don't look at him like that. Because I'm like a whole new level of jealous since I met you, and I can't control that just yet. I looked at him up the eye and gave him a smile. Calm your wolf, Alpha, I said to him and placed a hand on top of his. I snapped out of his gaze and turned back to look at the guys who were all standing there uncomfortably, shifting from one feet to the other. Logan seemed to caught hold of my sight and threw them a smirk. Anyway, this are Justin, David, Frederick, Grayson, and Nicholas. They are a few of our stronger fighters. We walked away from the car, and I trailed behind him. He stopped, and that gave me the chance to catch up to him, since once again he walked very fast, and I'm so not used to it. We were in front of a bunch of trees, and just on top of them was a small opening which made way for the moon to be seen. Even though night was a few hours away, the moon was present. Here my ancestors built this pack, and when they were looking for a perfect name to fit it, they looked up, and in this very spot they saw the blood moon. And that's when they named our pack the Blood Moon Pack. I think there is more to this story, but to be honest, I don't remember it. That is the whole summary, basically. A chuckle let my mouth, and Logan turned to look at me with a smile on his lips. Let's continue, he suggested, and walked in the direction of the houses. He pointed to the house that looked like a mansion from how big it was. That one is the pack house. I don't have to explain to you what it does, since you lived in one too. Yeah, in the basement. He then pointed to a bunch of houses. Those are the houses for the wolves that want to live with their families alone. I nodded. It was exactly like in my pack. Then he directed us to 3 houses that were beside each other, each bigger than the other. And those belonged to the Gamma, Beta, and us. They're beautiful, I gasped. They truly were. Our house was 3 stories high and was made in an unfamiliar stone. In the front was a huge pool that covered the whole wide of the house, but thankfully there were rocks and flowers covering it from the front and right side. Beside the pool was the driveway that led to a 3-car garage. There are 2 flights of stairs in either direction beside the front door that lead to the 2nd floor. There was a whole lot of other stuff, but I couldn't even explain it. It looked like a castle. I now lived in a fucking castle. Do you like it? Logan asked while placing his arm on my shoulder. I couldn't even respond from the astonishment, and the sparks that were created when he pushed the side of his body against mine didn't necessarily help. If you don't like it, we could move into the pack house or whatever you want. It's just that my parents went a little overboard with the house and money, but we do. I cut him off by wrapping my hands around his waist and pressing my head on his chest. I love it, I mumbled against his chest. Logan visibly relaxed and wrapped his arms around my body, returning the hug. As much as I'm enjoying this moment, I want to show you the house, he said, and I took a step back. He interlocked our fingers and we started walking to our new house. The inside was equally as fascinating as the outside. The kitchen was to die for. It was the first thing you notice when you enter the house. It was white and luxurious. Logan gave me a small tour of the first 2 floors, and then when we reached the 3rd floor, he pulled me into a room. I immediately recognized it as his bedroom from the giant-sized bed in one of the walls. There was a door on the left side and a huge carpet that decorated the whole room. It looked like a professional decorated this whole place to make it look the best way possible. My suitcase was on top of the bed, and I'm not even going to ask how it got there because I'm guessing that one of the pack members brought it here. And this is our room, and like I said earlier, no funny business will be happening until you're ready, obviously, he said, and I felt myself blush just thinking about what funny business meant. I like it. I nodded, and Logan smiled at me. You sure you're not tired? He asked, and I nodded again. Is it okay if you meet my friends right now? It's just that they are bugging me, and they really want to meet you. Logan finished looking at me with an expecting look. Meeting his friends? I really don't know about that. It's not like I have a good experience with meeting new people. Maybe they are like my old pack or worse. The good thing is that I don't think Logan would let that happen. Maybe they are good people, and maybe they would like to be my friend. An actual, genuine friend. I've never had one of those except Austin, but he is also my brother, so I don't know if that counts. I pondered for about a minute, my thoughts running all over my mind, and finally I made my decision. Meeting people and making friends is part of this new Lily, so I would give it a chance. Sure, I said, and a grin appeared on his face. Great, let's go, but first, can you change into something else, please? He said, looking at my dress. I frowned and looked at it too. Don't you like it? Baby? I like it too much, but so will my friends, and some of them are unmated, so you know they can look. He growled lowly. I almost couldn't hear it. I'll change, I said, and he thanked me. I quickly took my suitcase and walked into the bathroom. I thought this house couldn't get any better, but it just proved me wrong. There was a shower and a bathtub in 2 separate places. I mean, who has that? I'm sure a couple of people do, but my basement didn't, so this is another kind of life for me. I quickly did my business before looking through my suitcase. In the end, I took out a gray sweatshirt that had a heart in the middle and black leggings. I pulled off the jacket and dress and stood still looking at myself in the mirror in only my undergarments. My hair was still straight with a few knots that I got rid of with my fingers. I took a random napkin from the box and placed it under the tab. Once it was wet enough, I took the little makeup I had off. I then looked at the white lines I hated so much. They reminded me of many experiences. I flinched when I touched my worst one. These scars ran along my whole back, thanks to Alpha William. He lost control, and I didn't run fast enough. He ran his claw along my back successfully, leaving my scar. Then he stabbed me with a knife that almost killed me, but since my old pack doctor was a miracle worker, he managed to save me. He also used a bit of magic roots that a witch was giving us, which did most of my healing work. I wiped the lone tear that fell down my cheek and put on the clothes I picked out and some tennis shoes. When I got outside, Logan was sitting peacefully in the bed looking at the wall. His head snapped up to meet mine, and a smile found its way on both of our faces. Well, it's not going to work, Logan frowned. I raised my eyebrows and tiled my head. What's not going to work? Trying to keep then from not looking, I asked a small why, and he made his way over to me. Baby, unless I place a bag over your head, you're still going to look beautiful, and even that isn't going to work. I blushed at the comment and muttered a small thanks. I don't know why, but him calling me baby make the butterflies on my stomach fly. I swear the jealousy is going to fade. Just have a bit of patience in me. Anyways, come on. They're already waiting for us, he said, grabbing my hand and walking to the door. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 10. The One with Friends. Photo on the side, Barbara. Where are they? I asked as we left the house. We walked towards the Beta's house that was also gigantic and entered. They're right there, Logan answered, pointing with his head to a room. Without knocking, Logan opened the door, and holding my hand tightly, we entered. Everybody, this is my mate and the next Luna, Lily, Logan said, and I looked in front of me to the couple of people sitting on the floor and couch. It was like someone flipped a switch because everyone stood up and faced us with big smiles on their faces. Some of them sniffed the air first, but still had the same result. Well, aren't you going to introduce us? You know what, I'll do it, a girl said, coming up to me. There was a small silence as no one said anything until the girl in front of me wrapped her hands around me and pulled me into a tight hug. Logan still had his hold on my arm that didn't let me hug her back, so I just stood there awkwardly as she hugged me, but she didn't seem to mind. Once she let me go, she pulled me back into another short hug. Hi, I'm Barbara, and you are Lily. Thank God he finally found you. You don't know how much Logan has waited for his mate. He kept moping and moping every birthday he had. He still hasn't had his first kiss. Imagine that. She was going to continue, but Logan pushed her away lightly and gave her a really mean glare. Meanwhile, I had to bite my lip to stop myself from laughing at his red face. Logan wrapped his arm around my shoulder and pressed me against his chest, as if to shield me from everything she just said about him. If there is such a thing as a perfect mate, Logan falls into that category. I mean, he hasn't even had his first kiss, and he has waited for me. I certainly didn't expect to get a mate, and even when I fantasized about one, no one came close to what Logan is right now. Thank you, Barbara, for that unnecessary information, he mumbled angrily. Barbara laughed, and a guy came up behind her and gave her a sweet kiss on the cheek before coming up to us. Hi, my name is Michael. Please do ignore my mate. She takes a while to get used to, he said, and with a smile he shook my hand. Hi, I said softly with a smile on my own. Michael is my beta, Logan whispered in my ear before turning back to his friends. Now that I look at them, Michael and Barbara both had brown hair and blue eyes. The good thing was that they had totally different facial structures, so they didn't look related. You've already met Paul, Logan said, pointing to Paul, who nodded my way. I nodded back, if that was a thing, before Logan kept introducing me to friends. And this is his little sister, Gina. She had the same blonde hair and green eyes as her brother. Those are Greg and his mate Maddie, Bruce, Mackenzie, Darren, and Phil. He pointed to anyone, and surprisingly, I remembered their names. Greg had black hair with brown eyes, while Maddie had pink hair and hazel eyes. Bruce and Mackenzie both had brown hair with brown eyes. The only difference was that Mackenzie's hair reached her thighs. She looked like a modern-day Rapunzel. And last but not least were Darren and Phil. Darren had blonde hair and brown eyes, and Phil was a brunette with gray eyes. Darren came up to me and took my hand. Without taking his eyes off mine, he swiftly planted a kiss on the palm. Hello, beautiful. If this one ever gives you trouble, don't hesitate to go to me. I'll help make it better. Logan pushed him with so much force he landed on the ground and with a growl stood protectively in front of me. Don't touch her, he said in a much deeper voice. I know is not the right time, but that was pretty hot. Chill, dude. He was just saying the truth. She is pretty hot, Phil said, and Logan growled again. The rest of his friends ran to the middle, trying to stop a fight from occurring while I just stood still, not knowing what to do. She's my mate, mine, he yelled. Lily, calm him down. He's going to lose control on this assholes. Barbara yelled at me. What do? I yelled back, watching as Logan stood in a fighting position. I know you only just met, but do anything. Your scent will calm him down. Trust me. I immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him towards me. I took his head in my hands and buried it on my neck. At first it was weird. His nose was just sniffing my neck, until he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me against him. I shivered as his nose ran up my collarbone and jaw until his lips were hovering over mine. I leaned forward just a bit, and his lips were just about to touch mine. It was just a second. It would have taken a second for us to have our first kiss, but his friends had to ruin it, which I'm glad they did, because I totally forgot about them until now. Okay, lovebirds, you can stop it now, Michael said, and we both separated slowly. We turned to the rest of the friends who were looking at us with small smiles. What? I asked, and Barbara was the one that answered. "Oh my God, you guys are so perfect. Congratulations." She yelled and jumped on both of us, pulling us into yet another hug. She's definitely a hugger. I just know she will get along with Austin. Group hug. Someone yelled, and in an instant, everybody was around us hugging each other. I was trapped in between Logan and someone I couldn't see. After a few moments, everybody went back to their original position. "So you guys don't mind that I'm human?" I asked suddenly. "No, it's nice to know you're not like the rest of us. We also haven't seen a human for such a long time," Mackenzie said, and I felt a smile make its way into my face. They didn't care. They actually didn't care that I wasn't a wolf. This pack was so different from my old one, and in a good way. Maybe I could actually make some friends. This day just kept getting better. "Now, come on and sit down because we are going to start watching White Chicks in about any second now," Bruce said. Logan and I quickly went to the empty spaces on the couch. He took the seat next to Phil, while I sat next to Barbara, who was in Michael's lap. What just happened was now behind us. I got out of the shower and took one of the towels that were on the wall. After I dried myself, I put on my comfortable leggings and my panda sweatshirt. This is what I use as pajamas. Don't judge. I quickly went back to the bedroom to see Logan sitting on the edge of the bed with only a pair of blue sweatpants on. I froze immediately as I took sight of his naked, buff chest and his six-pack that was in full view. That's when he decided to face me. His body looked even better when he was looking at me. I've been around shirtless men all my life, but this was something else. The level of attraction I felt for him increased exponentially. "Do you mind if I sleep like this?" he asked me. I had to clear my throat to properly get the words I was thinking out loud. "No, it's okay." I wasn't going to complain. He gave me a big grin before jumping into bed, leaving a wide space open. "Come on." He patted the bed and I rolled my eyes. I walked to the bed in a slow pace and climbed under the covers. Logan followed my movements as he got in too. Before I could do anything, Logan wrapped his hand around my hip and gently pulled me towards him. He stopped once I was fully pressed against him. My back against his chest, and thankfully my butt wasn't pressed against his junior. If it was, I don't think I could sleep peacefully. I opened my mouth to protest, but closed it when I noticed that I was really comfortable. Instead, I asked the question that has been in mind all afternoon. Have you actually never had your first kiss? Logan didn't speak, and I thought he fell asleep until he answered. Yeah, my parents talked about mates and true love all the time. It was kind of our bedtime stories, and I have always wanted to save myself for my mate, and that means first kiss included. You're going to be my first everything. Only you. He explained, and my fondness for him grew even stronger by his words. This man truly was perfect. "Oh, you'll be my first everything too," I said, and I swear I could feel him smile. We stayed quiet for a bit until he spoke. "Baby." "Yeah?" I asked, and a yawn escaped my mouth. "Stay away from Darren and Phil," I laughed lowly and nodded my head. "Okay," was all I answered. "I like it when you call me baby." "You do?" he asked me, and I nodded as my eyes began to blink more slowly. I was extremely tired. I don't know why. "I'm glad because I like calling you that." "Good night, Lily," he said and turned off the lamp. "Good night, Logan." And just as those words escaped my mouth, I closed my eyes and sleep came almost instantly. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 11. The One with Memories. Everybody hide. Someone yelled, and I had to step away from the pancakes I was making to see what all the fuzz was about. I usually ignore these types of situation where I don't know what is going on, but this seems important. What's going on? Another voice yelled out. The alpha lost control. I immediately stiffened. I have never seen him out of control, but I've experienced him in control, and it was awful. Then a loud growl ripped through the air. I quickly ducked behind the sink, hoping my heartbeat wasn't beating fast enough for him to hear me, and that the smell of pancakes would mask my scent. I stayed still and took deep and slow breaths, but that wasn't enough. He appeared right in front of me out of nowhere. I screamed and ran to the exit, but he wasn't having it. His claw took hold of my back and ran down it. Thankfully, it wasn't deep enough, but it still looked like a blood river. I cried as the pain erupted in my whole body. My body heated immediately as I felt the blood leave my body. Before I knew it, an even sharper pain flooded through my body from my shoulder. I looked back to see a knife stuck in my left shoulder. "Stop it," I yelled when he yanked it out and stabbed me again. "It hurts, stop it," I yelled again, but he didn't listen to me. "Lily, are you all right?" I heard, but I couldn't respond from the pain as I kept yelling. "Lily, wake up," the voice yelled again. "God damn it, wake up." I felt like I was dumped a bucket of ice water as I woke up. I looked around the room expecting to see Alpha Williams or the blood tiles that were surrounding me that day, but instead I was met with the refreshing sight of my new room and my handsome mate. "Are you all right?" Logan asked, breathing deeply. "Yeah, sorry, it was just a nightmare," I clarified for mostly me and not him. I can't even escape from Alpha Williams in my dreams. That's how it always has been. Being tortured by day and having to live through it again by night. I just have to thank the moon goddess for sending someone to rescue me, otherwise I would have lost it and become insane. "Oh, I thought you were giving birth or something," Logan said, and I looked at him weirdly. "You thought I was giving birth?" I asked him, and he scratched the back of his head. "Or something," was his response. I shook my head and fully turned to the left, to Logan's side. "You're something else, Logan Walker." I pondered for a second before furrowing my eyebrows. "What's your middle name?" I asked him, and he gently smiled. "My full name is Logan Edward Walker," he said, and I giggled. "You're like that vampire from Twilight." "Don't compare me to him," he said in disgust. "Anyway, what's your full name, pretty lady?" "My full name, young Edward, is Lily Madeline Crawford," I said with a really bad British accent. He chuckled and shook his head. "That was a horrible accent," was his loving response. "Yeah, it was," I laughed along with him. "What time is it?" I asked him. Logan looked behind me and then back to me. "It's 9 in the morning, and now that we're in that subject, I am going on my run. Would you like to join me?" he asked me. I trained until I was 14, and then the only time I went outside was to distribute water. I may be a little bit out of shape. I guess I can run a few miles. If I hadn't been denied training, I would be as good enough to defend myself at least. I would love to. "Just a warning. I may be a bit out of shape," I said, and he shrugged. "It's okay, I'll just go slow," he said, and we stayed a few seconds in silence before he talked. "Do you have clothes to run in?" I immediately shook my head. "Don't worry about that." A knock sounded on the door, and Logan stood up to open it. I enjoyed the view of his half-naked self as he walked to the door, opened it, and closed it. This time he came back with a pack of clothes in his hand. He dropped it on the bed and gave me a radiant smile. "Here, I don't know if this would fit you. Just yell through the door if they don't, so I'll get something else. Okay?" I nodded and got off the bed. I took the clothes with me as I walked over to the bathroom. I closed the door behind me but didn't lock it since I know Logan won't enter. I hope he won't. On second thought, let me lock it, just in case. I quickly took a closed pack of a purple toothbrush. That's when I remembered that I didn't brush my teeth the night before. I must really have a bad case of morning breath. I have morning breath, and I actually talked to Logan like this. Gross. After I brushed my teeth, I took a mouthful of mouthwash and spat it in the sink. I did my business in the toilet before discarding of my clothes and putting on the clothes Logan gave me. It was a gray sports bra that was frankly too tight, but I think that's how it's supposed to be, I think. A cover-up gray shirt that had all the phases of the moon on the front size. The shirt was a little baggy, but it's more comfortable this way. I quickly pulled up the black yoga pants and put on the white shoes that were the only thing that was my size. At least they guessed mostly right. I ran a hand through my hair and then made it into a ponytail. I looked at myself in the mirror and smiled. All done. I went back outside with my pajamas in hand and placed them on top of my suitcase. "You should really unpack. Here," he said, walking over to his drawer and opening all of the right drawers. "These are your own drawers, and you also have half of the closet for your stuff." I looked around, but didn't see any closet. "Where's the closet?" I asked him, and a smirk appeared in his face. He took my hand and walked to another door, and with a small ta-da, he opened the door. The size of the closet is the same as my old room. It was filled with suits and shirts and a lot of shoes. I can just imagine how good he would look in a tuxedo. Feel free to fill it, he said and left to go to the bathroom. I immediately went and took my suitcase and walked back to the closet. I placed the small amount of shoes I had in the floor and then started taking the dresses and shirts that couldn't spend a lot of time folded in hangers. I knelt down to pick up the suitcase when I heard a growl behind me. "What is that?" Logan said with another growl. I looked behind me to see him looking down at my back, especially the part where the shirt had risen and a huge scar showed its way. "It's nothing," I said nervously and fixed my shirt. I took the suitcase and stood up. I walked past Logan thinking I avoided the conversation, but was proven wrong when he grabbed my wrist and turned me to him. In a swift mood, he took off my shirt and threw it in the room. In any other way, this would have been sexual or romantic, but it wasn't, because he wasn't staring at anything else than my scars. "Lily, who did this to you?" The Silver Wolf. Chapter 12, The One with Truth. I was silent, not knowing what to say, and Logan didn't seem to like that. "Lily, tell me now, whose ass I'm gonna beat?" His eyes were darker than usual and his breathing was loud and fast. "Logan, calm down," I said, not wanting him to lose control. I placed my hand on his chest, feeling his erratic heartbeat under my fingertips. "Tell me," he growled out. "I know he isn't going to let this go, so I might as well tell him the truth." I was always going to tell him the truth. I just didn't think it was going to be this early on. "Okay, I'll tell you, but first just sit down." He obliged and sat down on the bed. I sat down beside him and took a deep breath. "You know that I didn't shift on my 14th birthday." He nodded, and I continued. "Well, that's not normal since both of my parents are werewolf and I was raised in a werewolf community. I have the wolf blood in my system, I just don't have a wolf." Logan's eyes were watching me intensely, which made me a little bit nervous. To the pack, I was a disgrace, an outsider. My family were disappointed in me. I didn't have any friends, and I was forced to move out of the Beta's house and into the pack house's basement. "You have Beta's blood?" I nodded, and he smiled and made a movement so that I would continue with the story. "Well, since I had no use to the pack, they made me their slave. I had to clean and cook for the entire pack at only 14. It was kinda hard, but then I got used to it. I thought that was the worst that could happen to me, and I was okay with that as long as it didn't cross the line. And when I was 15, it did. Alpha Williams punched me for accidentally spilling his drink. It wasn't even on him, it was on the floor. That continued until the day you came and rescued me. He would do anything to me when he was angry, when I actually did something wrong, or because he felt like it. Funny thing is that he never left a strong enough mark on my face, just my body. I didn't have anyone but Austin, and frankly, I don't know if I could have survived without him. Plus, he's the only person that knows you're my mate. After being told for 3 years that I will never find my mate or that they will never love me, that I'm a waste of air, I frankly started to believe him, and I want them to keep living with that illusion. While I'm over here, being happy with my mate, with them as history. Logan Walker, that is how I got all these scars from whips, knives, and claws. I finished and observed his expression. He stayed silent before he stood up and walked to the door. "Where are you going?" I asked him just before he could walk the door. "To slaughter a pack," he said seriously and went to open the door. I immediately jumped off the bed and grabbed his arm. "Please don't," I whispered to him. "Why shouldn't I? They deserve it," he growled, trying to leave once again. "They're not worth it. They're my past, and Logan, you're my future." I could see his eyes soften before turning darker than they ever were. "Baby, I'm going to make them pay, whether you like it or not," he growled again. And without a thought, I pressed my lips against his. I felt my body ignite in sparks and butterflies. After a while of me awkwardly kissing him without action from the other party, he responded. His mouth pressed down against mine softly. Our lips moved in rhythm until I pulled back from the lack of oxygen. Oh my God, I just kissed Logan. I actually kissed him. Just a little bit more, he whispered before taking the back of my head and placing his lips on mine again. He pressed me gently against the wall without breaking contact and covered my body with his. "Please don't kill anyone, just yet," I pleaded at him. He was silent for a minute, just watching me before he finally sighed. "Damn, you really know how to convince me. I won't kill anyone for the time being, but as soon as I see his face, I'm gonna fucking punch him, he said, and I nodded. Hit him hard, I whispered at him, and he chuckled, which was the most attractive sound ever. FYI, he just kept getting more perfect by the second. Now, what are we going to do about this? He asked, looking at my stomach. I immediately hit it with my hands. Logan knelt in front of me, which didn't do many difference since he was much taller than me. He gripped my hands and pushed them away. Trust me, he said, and placed a small kiss on a scar, making my heart flutter. What are you doing? I asked him, and he stopped for a second to look at me. I'm kissing them better, was his response before he took it upon himself to kiss each and every scar that I had on my whole body. Good thing they were only on my torso, otherwise this would have been an awkward situation. It was almost too much for me to handle. Once he was done, Logan stood up once again and took a look at my flustered expression before giving me a peck on the lips. Baby, just remember that everyone has scars. You don't have to cover them. With time, you'll learn to embrace them, he said. I frowned as I stared at him. You don't have any, I said, and he smiled at me. Surprise, he exclaimed and pointed to his leg. He had a big scar that ran down the whole side of his foot. How did that happen? I asked him, and he shrugged. I went camping with my dad as a birthday present, and I steeped on glass. It healed without stitches, but the result was this scar that won't heal. Now enough about that, let's just get ready to run, because I need to blow some steam, he explained, and I nodded. Let me get my shirt, and I'll meet you downstairs. I located the shirt that Logan had thrown across the room. I was about to get it, but once again, Logan grabbed my wrist and pulled me towards him. He placed his hands on my face before he pressed his lips lightly on mine. Before I could respond, he pulled away. See you downstairs. And with that, he left me alone in the room. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 13, The One with Edward, Logan's POV. I opened my eyes and took a deep breath, enjoying the warmth of my mate sleeping beside me. Stop it, Lily yelled out of nowhere. I looked at her shocked and confused, only to see her with her eyes closed and squirming. It hurts. Stop it, she yelled again. Is she like giving birth or something? Oh my God, you're stupid. Tanner groaned, but I ignored him. Lily, are you all right? I asked, fully turning towards her. Please be okay. She didn't answer, but just screamed again. I don't even know if I was supposed to wake her up, but this is the only thing I can do it right now. Lily, wake up, I yelled at her. No response. God damn it, wake up. I shook her shoulders until finally she opened her eyes. She didn't look me right in the eye, almost like she was spaced out until I talked to her. Are you all right? Yeah, sorry, it was just a nightmare, she said, making me a little relieved that she wasn't suffering or something. But I couldn't shake this feeling that it wasn't all. Oh, I thought you were giving birth or something, I made the mistake of saying out loud. You thought I was giving birth? I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. I don't know what was worse, the fact that I even thought about it or that I said it out loud to her. Or something. I tried to defend myself, but I was a little distracted since Lily turned towards me and was staring at me with those beautiful eyes. Damn her eyes. You're something else, Logan Walker. What's your middle name? She asked me, and that made me smile. My full name is Logan Edward Walker, I said confidently because I actually like my name. A little giggle came out of her mouth. You're like that vampire from Twilight? I hate Twilight. First of all, the vampire wins the girl, and second, the only thing they got right about werewolves is the way we shift. I mean, we're not all Native Americans that have long hair. Don't compare me to him, I said in disgust. Anyway, what's your full name, pretty lady? That sounded better in my head. My full name, young Edward, is Lily Madeline Crawford. She talked in a really bad British accent. I mean, like really bad. But her name is absolutely adorable. That was a horrible accent, I chuckled. Yeah, it was. What time is it? I looked behind her to the alarm clock that revealed 9:02 in red letters. Oh shit, I missed my morning run, but it was absolutely worth it just sleeping so much with her in my arms. I'm so glad I waited for this for so long. It's 9 in the morning, and now that we're in that subject, I am going on my run. Would you like to join me? I asked her and watched her stay silent for a moment before finally answering me. I would love to. Just a warning. I may be a bit out of shape. I shrugged. It really didn't matter to me. I get bored anyway. It's okay. I'll just go slow, I said, and we stayed in silence. And then a thought occurred to me. Do you have clothes to run in? She shook her head, and I was already on it. Gina, please send Lily some workout clothes as soon as possible. Nothing too flashy or tight for my sake, I called through MindLink. Of course, Alpha, just so you know, that was Team I. I'll just be there in a second. And she was. She is one of the fastest in my pack, but a few months back told me she didn't want to continue fighting and will settle for being my errand runner instead. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 14, The One with Girl Time. I walked to the kitchen to see all of Logan's friends there. I mean, I already met them and I can hang out with them, but I don't know if they're real friends yet, except Barbara. I think she is my only friend here for now. Hey, I greeted them, making them all greet me back at the same time. I'm not a wolf, but that sort of hurt my ears. They were a bit loud, and I actually don't mind. At least they were nice to me. I sat down beside Logan and started eating the brunch that the girls made. It was absolutely delicious. I was going to help them cook, but Logan didn't wake me up, and I overslept. I am also glad I'm taking a break from cooking. I loved creating art with food, but being forced to do something really takes the joy out of hobbies. A few of them started leaving once they were finished eating until it was just Logan, Barbara, Michael, and me. Baby, Logan called, and I focused my attention on him. Me and Michael are going to be in a meeting all day, so you should stay here with Barbara. Get to know each other better, he said, and I nodded with a smile. He smiled back and took a hold of my chin. Without hesitation, Logan placed his lips softly on mine. I responded to his kiss and pulled away before it could get heated. He gave me another kiss on the cheek before grabbing Michael, who seemed to be done saying goodbye to Barbara, by the arm and pulled him towards the door. Me and Barbara finished eating and threw away the foam plates in the trash cans. They really don't like to wash dishes. I can relate. Oh my God, Lily, she said in horror, and I immediately started looking around me in alarm. What happened? I asked, and she shook her head. Oh my God, look at the clothes you're wearing. As soon as she said, I stopped looking and stared at her in annoyance. I was actually worried, Barbara. You can't do that to people. I scolded at her, but she didn't care as she walked closer to me. You should. I mean, I would have if I owned clothes like this. She started circling me like a wolf does to its prey, which seemed kind of accurate right now. We're like going shopping right now. I want to, but I don't have any money, I said, and she shrugged and went to the counter. She took her wallet and pulled out a black card. I do, Lily, believe me. This is all on me. It would be my pleasure. Are you sure? I don't want to spend your money, I said. I really didn't. I mean, they have done enough for me on the time that I've been here. I don't want to add wasting someone's money to the list. Of course I'm sure, but first, let's get you changed. You're not going to the mall dressed in what looks like worn-out pajamas. I led her to my room and into the closet. Lily, you have every girl's dream closet, and you don't even have a quarter filled. She gasped as she looked at the closet and the small portion I filled. Okay, let's get you some clothing, right now. A few minutes later, she turned around with one of Logan's denim shirt in her hands. She placed it on my hands and then went to my drawers. She handed me my black leggings and piled it on top of the shirt. And with these boots, we're done. She handed me a pair of boots I've never seen before. Now change. I went to the bathroom and changed quickly before going back outside where Barbara was waiting for me. You look beautiful. Now let's just roll this up, she said, rolling up the sleeves of my shirt a little bit. Now let's go, she said, and I shook my head. Wait, shouldn't we tell our mates, I said, and she stopped walking. You do know that the mall is in on pack territory, but I'll just mind-link Michael to tell him. She stood silent for a while before signing. Just write Logan a letter because they blocked everyone out. I nodded and took out a piece of paper and a Sharpie that was laying on the counter. I went with Barbara to the mall to buy new clothes. See you later. Lily. There, simple but effective. I placed it under his cologne and left the room. We got on Barbara's car and drove about half an hour into the territory to the Grove Mall. I have never been here, but even I could identify it. It's even ranked one of the best malls on the USA. I researched a lot when I was bored. She parked in of the closest spots to the entrance, and we walked the rest of the path. They're going to be humans in there, so don't say anything suspicious. You never know who could be listening. She whispered in my ear right before we entered the madness of people. Now the adventure begins, she said loudly and practically dragged me into a store full of dresses. The only rule is that it is covering the back and stomach, I said to her, and she nodded without questions. Only Logan knows about my old pack, and he promised to keep it that way until I decided I was ready to tell the people I wanted to tell. And even if everyone knew, I don't think I'll ever be comfortable enough that I show them off. I started searching in a rack of dresses and picked a black one that was gorgeous and conservative. Here, try this one. Barbara appeared out of nowhere and handed me a few hangers. I ended up picking 6 because the other 9 didn't fit me well. After the dress shop, we went to a couple of famous stores like Forever 21, Nordstrom, Charlotte Russe, Hot Topic, Shoe Carnival, Pink, Victoria's Secret, Sephora, Topshop, Abercrombie & Fitch, Hollister, Starbucks. I managed to convince her into buying me a book in Barnes & Noble. And Barbara even bought a cheesecake at Cheesecake Factory. They really need to stop putting in new stores, I said, collapsing on a bench nearby. Lily, we have to go. Now, she said, suddenly standing up alarmed. Why? What's wrong? I asked, as we walked back towards the car with our bags in our hands. Some guards spotted rogues on the pack line, so Logan went to look for us, and we weren't there, so he kind of freaked out, but then one of the guards told him he saw us leaving, and another that they spotted us at the mall, and now he's just mad, she said in one single breath. Are we in trouble? I asked her, and she nodded her head. I don't know why Logan is mad, since I am in pack territory. I'm with one of his fellow werewolf friends, and I left him a note explaining our whereabouts. Well, I guess I was going to find out soon. We placed our bags in the back seat and drove away. And just because the universe loved us, we got in big traffic on the way back. We got back to the house at approximately 5 p.m. Do you want me to go in with you? She asked as I stepped out of her car with all my little bags inside the big ones so that I could carry them all, and still all the shoe ones were in the back seat. No, you go to your own, mate, I said, and she smiled at me. Okay, I'll bring you the other bags later. Just call me when you're done talking. I nodded and she drove away. Well, I hope I don't have to argue with Logan, which I probably think I do. So, good luck to me, the Silver Wolf. Chapter 15, The One with Bags. I walked inside the house and felt the tense atmosphere immediately. Logan, I yelled and waited for him to come to me. It obviously didn't take any time for him to come to me, but it gave me time to place the shopping bags on the floor. Where were you? He asked, but before I could answer, he continued talking. I thought you were gone. I thought you left me. You should have told me. I thought you were gone. Logan, I was just at the mall, I answered him. I left you a note so I wouldn't have to interrupt what you were doing. What note? There wasn't any note. He genuinely looked confused. Come on, I said, and walked the stairs with him on my trail. I reached our room, took the note from under his cologne, and handed it to him. See? You don't have anything to worry about, Logan. I'm not going to leave you, I said, and wrapped my arms around his body. I waited for him to lean down, and when he did, I kissed him softly on the lips. I loved doing this. I'm sorry I flipped. I really do trust you. It's just that there's always that small part of me that thinks you're going to leave me the second you get a chance, or for someone who doesn't act all crazy when you don't wake up next to him, he said with a small pout, which just made me kiss him again. A few weeks ago, I wouldn't have dreamed of kissing the biggest alpha in the world, but right now, I didn't think about that. All I could think was that the moon goddess paired me up with the most wonderful mate ever. He has gotten his jealousy under control more, which I am glad. Don't worry about that, Logan, I said to him. There won't ever come a person who will treat me better than you. I can assure that. I don't want anyone to even try. He nodded and captured my lips again. Man, this feels good. Come on, help me get the bags, I said, and once again headed downstairs. On the way down, I picked up the house phone and dialed Barbara's number. Hello? She answered slowly. Hello, can you come back so I can take the rest of the bags? I asked her. Sure. I am actually just around the block. I'll be there in a minute. So, how did it go with Logan? I went outside and waited for Barbara's car to come in the driveway. It was actually not bad. It wasn't even a discussion, just a misunderstanding, I told her, and that's when her car parked right in front of me. Good to hear, she answered and hung up. We both picked the remaining bags and entered the house with them. Barbara, it's been a few hours since the last time I saw you, Logan said sarcastically, but Barbara didn't care because she started fake crying and gave him a hug. I've missed you, she said dramatically before falling on the floor and yelling scene. You people are just weird, I said to them and grabbed a few bags before trying to leave. No, miss, you grab more bags because I need to get home to my man, she said with a smile and left, but not before sending me a wink. Come on, I'll help you and you'll tell me all about your day, Logan said, stacking up the bags and following me. We both went to our room and placed the bags inside the closet. I'll just sort this out tomorrow. I'm too tired to do it today, I said, and he nodded, and without a warning, he took me and carried me to the bed. What are you doing? I yelled, laughing and holding on to arms for dear life. It's story time. He yelled too and dropped me on the bed. The soft material seemed to melt on my body. It was absolutely amazing. He jumped beside me and turned me to him so we were facing each other. Now tell me about your girl's day, he said to me and waited with a smile. Fine, but only if you tell me what you did first, I bargained, and he agreed. Okay, well, we met with a few alphas from South America to renegotiate our peace deal, and that went faster than I thought it did. So I came back, but my mate was gone, so I freaked out a little bit, but I'm better now, he said and tapped my arm. Your turn. Well, Barbara decided that I need more clothes, and she took me out shopping, so we shopped and came back, I said, and Logan started laughing. Thanks for the description, he said and gave me a peck on the lips. So, did people recognize you or talk to you? No, was my simple answer, and he nodded. It's just that I didn't like the fact that you could be where rouges usually are and thinking that since you're just a human, they could hurt you. He said without any intent to hurt me, but it did. It wasn't what he said. It was just that he reminded me of what Alpha William used to say. What are you going to do? Hit me back? You're just human. You're pathetic. Just do it. Try it. You can't even lift your hand. That day, he had placed his foot on a part of my arm so hard that I couldn't even feel my hand. I couldn't shake the numbness of it for days. I'm going to the bathroom, I said to Logan, and he immediately stopped me from leaving. What's wrong? Did I say something? He asked me, and I shook my head. Logan, it's not you. It's just that I remembered something, and I need to be alone right now, I said to him, and after he stared at me for a few seconds, he let me go. I went to the bathroom and started a bath. After it was filled with bubbles, I took off my clothes and laid in. This is so much better and relaxing. My mind went blank for a moment before all of the dark thoughts started clouding my mind. I just don't understand why I just couldn't shift. It would have made everything much easier. I wouldn't have been excluded. I would have found Logan a whole lot sooner. Plus, I could be a good leader to this pack. I could stand and fight beside my mate and protect my pack, but I can't do that. I'll just probably be hidden underground while the warriors fought. I don't know why, but suddenly all the rage I had bottled up in the past came crashing on me and I let out a silent scream. I heard a loud crash, and I immediately looked out of the bathtub to see a broken glass and water was spilling out of it. The window above it was open, so I knew I wasn't in any danger. Lily, are you okay? Logan said through the door. Yeah, it was just a glass of water. The wind must have knocked it over. I yelled at him, and he answered, okay. Strangely, I didn't have any anger left in me anymore. I finished bathing and drying myself. I looked around for my clothes, but realized that I didn't bring anything. So, I quickly placed the towel on my body and opened the door slightly. Logan, I called him, and he appeared in front of me. Hello, he said with a smile, but his eyes never shifted from mine. Can you, go in the bathroom while I change? I asked with a pout. Are you going to change in or out of the bathroom? He answered with a smirk. Out, now go in. I opened the door more for him, and as soon as he stepped in, I stepped out. I put on my pajamas and got in bed. It was still 6 p.m., so I turned on the TV. Since I haven't seen much TV shows, I used Netflix. I started watching The Walking Dead, and in the middle of the first episode, Logan came out of the bathroom and saw what I was watching. He disappeared for a few minutes, but came back with popcorn in a bowl and some drinks. He laid down beside me and pulled me towards him with the popcorn in the middle of us. We ended up going to sleep at 2 a.m., and even at that time, I didn't want to. TBC, The Silver Wolf. Chapter 16, The One with the Date. I opened my eyes slowly and stretched in bed. I moved to the side, expecting to be blessed with the sight of my beautiful mate's body like I do every day, but was surprised to see a white envelope surrounded by rose petals instead. I don't know how the petals didn't fall off since I'm not the best sleeper, but that's not important right now. I sat up in bed and quickly tore open the envelope. It said, "Good morning, babe. I hope you rested well. I just realized that we have never been on our first date, but that changes today. When you are ready, go to the kitchen where you will find your first clue. Logan." A smile broke in my face, and I immediately went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. I brushed my teeth and went to the closet. I put on a black sunflower dress and black boots. I don't even know if it matches, but I'm in a hurry right now. I tried to dress the best I could in under a minute, so no one can judge me. I ran out of the room and went towards the kitchen. There on the counter was a plate covered with another plate and another envelope on top of it with an orange juice beside it. "Eat this. You're going to need the energy. Logan, XOXO." A dirty thought appeared in my mind once I started to wonder what I was going to use that energy for, but I quickly pushed it away. I opened the plate to see a sausage, scrambled eggs, and toast. I wasn't that hungry, but I ate what I could without feeling too full, because then I couldn't walk, and that kind of would be a problem. Maddie appeared into the kitchen, with her pink hair wrapped in a bun and wearing sports clothes. "Hello, Lillian," she sang to me and opened the fridge. "Hi, Madeline," I responded and stood up from the chair. I started washing the dishes and turned around to talk to Maddie, but she was gone, and another envelope was on the table, the previous one out of sight. This was some paranormal shit. I opened it once again, and it said, "I made Maddie give this to you. I hope you ate well. Now, for the next adventure, you must come to the closest playground where another envelope awaits you. Don't worry, you're just a couple of envelopes away from me. Logan, XOXO. I guess I'm going to the park then." I got out of the house and patiently walked the 3-minute route towards the park. On the way, a couple of pack members greeted me and wished me a good morning. I was slowly getting used to the positivism and the kindness that came with this pack. Once I was inside the playground, I spotted a box in the middle of the park. Literally in the middle. I quickly opened it, and inside was another small box, an envelope, and cash. I first opened the box to see a beautiful moon necklace. I was quick to put it on and open the envelope. "I hope you liked the necklace. I just thought of you when I saw it, so I bought it. Next destination is a smoothie shop. I remembered you said you like them, so go ahead and buy yourself one, Logan." I walked to the smoothie shop that was next to the park, which I'm guessing it's why he picked it out for me, and went towards the cashier. I ordered a banana and strawberry smoothie. She gave me the smoothie, and I gave her the right amount of cash. Just when I was about to go to a table, she called me back. "Excuse me, is your name Lily?" I nodded, and she smiled at me. "Here, Alpha Logan left this for you." She handed me another box, this one bigger than the other one. I sat down on the nearest table and opened the box. This time it had the envelope and a bouquet of red roses. I opened the envelope, and this time with a red pen was written, "This is the last envelope, I promise. Enjoy your smoothie, and once you're done, go to the forest. A set of lights will guide you to where I am." Yes, I know it is by day, but I wanted to be romantic, and I couldn't wait to do it by night. Logan? The forest wasn't that far a walk from the shop, so I quickly finished the smoothie and went towards it. There were guards surrounding the entrance, but they stepped aside once they saw me. I thought I was going to get lost, but just like he promised, a set of Christmas lights were hanging around the trees leading deeper into the forest. They were barely visible, but did the job. I walked cautiously inside, following the light trail. I hope this isn't some kind of sick prank from anyone but him, because I will be very upset and disappointed. Minutes deep into the forest, I encountered a beautiful lake with pure water. It was big, but not too much. There wasn't any connection to a river, so it's a wonder how it's still here unless it's just recently been made. There was a guard nearby, so I took my chances. "Excuse me," I said to him. He immediately turned around and bowed. "Good afternoon, Luna. How can I help you?" He answered me. "Since when is this lake here?" I asked him, and he shrugged. "For as long as I can remember, this lake has been here for more than 20 years. I'm guessing the moon goddess blessed it, or else it couldn't have been here this long, or it was artificial. It was too pure to be made out of rainwater, and it wasn't salt water either. It was a big mystery, at least for me." I knelt down and took a bit of the water in my hand. There wasn't any dirt on it. It seemed like something you could drink, but just for safety reasons, I'm not going to drink the water. I poured the water back into the lake and continued the trail. I arrived at a spot where there was a huge circle section that didn't have any trees. In the middle of it was Logan, sitting on a sheet with a picnic basket, pillows, and more flowers. "There she is. The necklace looks absolutely stunning on you," he said, standing up. I walked towards him and placed the bouquet on the floor before I jumped on him. I literally jumped him. We both landed on the floor, but I was on top of him. He looked surprised. "What are you doing?" he asked me, and I shrugged. "Don't know," I said before I leaned down and pressed my lips against his. Our mouths moved in a rhythm before he pulled away and flipped us over. "I would really love to continue this with you, but the food would get cold and that would just taste bad," he said in my ear, and after a quick kiss to my lips, he sat beside me. I brought with me homemade chocolate chip cookies, Oreos, summer salad, pretzels, nachos with cheese, pizza, garlic bread, hot dogs, and hamburgers, he said at the same time he took out the food. My eyes widened at the sight of so much food. "Logan, I love this, but it's too much food for the both of us. Even with your wolf appetite," I commented without taking my eyes off the food. "I know. When we are done eating, I'm planning on making the guards reheat it and give it to shelters or just handing it out. Oh my God, it's confirmed he's perfect." "Okay, that's it. What's your problem?" I asked him, and he looked at me weirdly. "What do you mean?" he asked me, and I stood up. "You have to have a problem. You're ridiculously handsome. You're kind to me. You're kind to others. You respect me. You waited for me. You fucking made this whole date perfect. There's got to be a catch to you, mister," I said and pressed my finger in his chest, which hurt. "Plus, you're built." He chuckled and pulled me down to give me a kiss. "That's what I ask myself every day because of you. How could I have a mate that's so perfect and all for me?" he said softly. "I'm not perfect," I answered, and he chuckled. "Neither am I. Now let's eat." He smiled and placed me in front of him. We ate until we were both full, and even then, half of the food was still intact. "I can't even move," I groaned on the floor. "That won't be a problem," he said before picking me up and placing me on his shoulder. "Logan, what are you doing?" I asked him in the middle of my laughter. "I'm taking you home, but you can't walk, so what does it look like I'm doing?" he asked and continued to walk away from the picnic. "But what about the flowers and the food?" I asked, looking ahead to our picnic. "I got it," he said, and right then 3 people walked into the middle and started packing up our mess. I felt bad about making them do this, but I felt sleepy and I was probably going to fall asleep any second now. "Logan," I called out. "Yeah?" he answered me. "I'm sleepy," I said, and he laughed. "Then sleep," I mumbled an okay, and in a second I was fast asleep on top of my mate's shoulder. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 17, The One with the Meeting. Photo on the side, Alpha Gabriel. Logan and I returned from our daily morning run all sweaty. Well, I was all sweaty, he was as dry as a sheet of paper. I guess those are the perks of being a werewolf and being super fit, and I'm neither. At least I have improved a lot and have way more stamina than I did when I got here. I'm going to take a quick shower because I have to go into a meeting, but then the shower is all yours, Logan said and took a clothes from his drawer. He left the door open when he went into the bathroom because he didn't care if I saw him, but I did, so I turned towards the television. I watched a full episode of Friends while Logan showered. His definition of a quick shower is longer than my usual ones. Finally, he came out of the bathroom wearing a suit and a blue tie with messy hair. "Who exactly are you meeting, looking this good?" I asked jokingly while I walked up to him. "I'm meeting Alpha Gabriel from the Black Fur Pack, and as soon as you shower, you could come to your first meeting as a future Luna. Plus, you could meet another Alpha," he said, excited for me. I leaned up and gave him a kiss. "Okay, now go," I said, pushing him a little. "You're going to be late." He laughed at me and gave me another kiss before starting to walk away. "Wait," I said before catching up with him. I stepped on my tiptoes and fixed his hair. After that, I straightened his tie. "Now you're ready to go." He sent me a wink before leaving the room. I'm never getting used to this. I went to the bathroom and opened the tab. After the bath was full, I took off my clothes and dived right in. I was starting to adapt to running longer distances and having more resistance. It still wasn't wolf-like, but I guess it's enough for now. The soreness in my muscles was a nice feeling. It hurt, but it was satisfying at the same time. I took off the dirt and sweat from my body until I was squeaky clean. Okay, not literally squeaky. I'm not a car, but you get my point. As soon as I was done, I dried off and, like always, placed the towel around my body and headed towards the closet to find something to wear. I'll usually just put on shorts and a random shirt, but I'm going to meet another alpha. Hopefully this one isn't an asshole. Because according to my calculations, one half of the alphas I met are assholes. Just saying. Anyways, I put on a white strapless dress that didn't look too formal since it covered my whole back with some sandals and, of course, the moon necklace that Logan gave me. I always have it one. I don't wear it to shower just because I don't want to take chances on ruining it. After I finished combing my hair, I was ready to go to that meeting. I don't know what to expect about it, though. I know that I'm going to let them talk and only give my opinion when needed. I mean, I will try to be helpful, but they obviously have far more experience than I have, so it would be wrong to question their judgment. Well, if I keep thinking about the meeting, then I was going to miss the actual meeting. With that thought in mind, I went towards the office where Logan once told me it was and knocked on the door. A second later, I heard Logan's voice through the door. "You can come in, Lily." I guess he could smell me even if there's a door on the way. I hesitantly took the doorknob and turned it. I opened the door and stepped in. There, sitting in his desk, was Logan in his all-handsome glory, and sitting in front of him was what I suppose is the other alpha. He turned around, letting me see his face. He was handsome, but not as handsome as Logan. Well, I guess I can't compare anyone to my soulmate because that just wouldn't be fair. The alpha had light brown hair that was kind of messy. It matched with his brown eyes. He also was wearing a suit. I guess that's the universal wardrobe of alphas, at least for meetings. Alpha Gabriel, this is. Before Logan could finish, Alpha Gabriel stood up and made his way over to me. "Lily, I presume," he said when he was in front of me. He took my hand and gave it a small kiss without taking his eyes from mine. I looked at Logan to see his eyes staring directly at what just happened, and his fists turning white because of the pressure he was applying on it. Seeing that, I took my hand back and went to the seat next to Logan. "I suppose you're Alpha Gabriel?" "I'm Lily, Logan's mate." I emphasized on the mate part. Logan interlocked our hands, and after his breathing slowed down a bit. "Oh, I didn't know that you were his mate, since I don't see a mark. Plus, with such a beautiful woman like yourself, anyone can get a little distracted," Alpha Gabriel said, and sat down back on the chair. "It's okay, let's just forget about me and continue what you were discussing," I said, and I could see the frustration in Logan's eyes. In this period of time that I've been with him, I'm beginning to understand him. And right now, I know that if the man in front of us wasn't an alpha, he would have had him on the floor. He has gotten his jealousy under control and rarely even displayed signs, but this was an alpha from another pack who was making comments. I know that if the roles were reversed, I would be the same. Logan cleared his throat before starting to talk about security and rouges. To be honest, I kind of spaced out with all these business talk. What I was conscious throughout the meeting was that Alpha Gabriel was looking at me, and Logan noticed too. Every few minutes, Logan would speak louder than usual, so the alpha would turn his attention back to my mate. I finally went back to reality when the both of them stood up and shook hands, making me stand up too. "Well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you," Gabriel said, and Logan nodded with a tight smile. "Pleasure meeting you, Lily," Alpha Gabriel said and extended his hand. I hesitantly placed my hand on his and shook it. He held on longer than necessary before letting it go. "Alpha Gabriel, I'll walk you to your ride. Let me just say something to my mate," Logan said, and Gabriel nodded. "I'll wait outside," Gabriel said and shut the door on his way out. Just two things. First, if he wasn't an alpha, I would have had him 6 feet underground just for looking at you like that. I mean, he knows you're my mate. Plus, that little fucker has just been introduced as alpha. He's a newbie in this. He took a deep breath before continuing. "Second, you were a natural Luna. I'm not talking about the meeting. I mean how you handled things and how you've been to those around you since the day you got here. The moon goddess wasn't wrong in picking you as co-runner of this pack. You are literally made for this," he said, making me smile. I took him by his collar and pulled him down to my height. I pressed my lips softly against his before stepping back. "You've got an alpha to please," I said jokingly. He chuckled before walking out of the office. Until he showed up again, I started organizing the mess he called a desk. I mean, without exaggerating, he had records of paid cars from 2013 that were buried under all the meeting appointments and things that were not organized whatsoever. I was organizing the payments when Logan came back. He looked mad, like really mad. His eyes were his wolf's color, and he was breathing unevenly. "Logan, are you okay?" I asked him, but he didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to me and pushed me against the wall, trapping me with his body. This reminded me of the day we met, but this seemed way worse. He seemed out of control. "Logan, you're scaring me," I said softly, hoping he would let me go, but that didn't happen. He pressed his lips against mine with the type of force that made me uncomfortable. I didn't like this. "Logan, stop, now," I yelled. He moved his lips from mine to my neck. I didn't like where this was going. "You're not yourself. Just stop before you do something you regret," I said with tears threatening to leave my eyes. Before I could say something else to get him to stop, he sank his canines into my neck, claiming me without my consent, the Silver Wolf. Chapter 18, The One with a Wolf. Barbara was pulling me towards the backyard when she stumbled with Michael. "Michael, carry her to the backyard. She's shifting," she yelled, softly dropping me on the floor. I don't know why she did it so soft since the pain I was currently in couldn't possibly be worse. "What?" he asked, and this time was my leg that broke, leaving me a screaming mess. I knew shifting was hard, but god damn it, is it really necessary to break every bone in your body? Imagine doing this at 14. I'm kind of glad right now that I didn't shift when I was supposed to, and I don't even know why I'm right now. "Okay, I'll ask later," he said and carried me like a baby. Right then, the other leg broke, and you know what that meant. Screaming. A lot of screaming. I probably sounded like a mad woman, but right now it's justified. "Don't worry, Lily. Logan is literally running towards us right now," he said and took the final steps into the backyard. "How is she?" Logan asked. I guess Michael wasn't exaggerating. "Her bones are breaking. She's just starting. Somehow it's slower for her. She should have already been halfway there." Michael answered him and handed me to Logan. Logan carried me in his arms until he reached the middle of the grass-field lawn, giving me a whole lot of place to shift. He placed me softly on the ground and gave me a kiss in the forehead. "You'll be okay. It will be over soon enough, I promise. I won't leave you, okay? I'll be right here," he whispered in my ear before stepping back. "Everybody out. You can come back as soon as she's done," he yelled in his alpha tone at everybody who was in there. I guess I created an audience. Great. The remaining bones in my body started to break until I was left limp on the ground with a layer of sweat covering my whole body. I tried to get up, but I just went right back to the ground. "Just stay still, Lily. The hard part was over. Now comes the wolf, so just let her in, okay?" What does he mean, let her in? That thought left my mind as soon as my teeth started to grow. I opened my mouth and touched the canines that were growing rapidly. Then came my body. It was growing in mass and in size as well. My shoulder was popping out of my body and taking an abnormal angle, as was the rest of my limbs. It ripped apart my clothing, even my underwear, leaving me completely exposed. I could start to think how I was naked in front of my mate, but I really didn't have time to worry about that right now. The next thing I know, fur started growing from the hair out of my bare skin. I couldn't see the color since I closed my eyes for the rest of the shift, but I felt it all. I felt how, instead of a hand, it changed into a paw, how my nose extended into a snout, how I grew a tail, and how my ears shifted upwards. The last thing I felt was this strong force in my head, trying to get in like it was trying to control me. Then I remembered Logan's words, "Let her in." He had said to me, and all I could do was leave my mind blank, and the force was gone. It was like a new part of me, my other half. A voice in my head said, "Are you my wolf?" I thought, somehow knowing she could hear me like this. "Yes, Lily, my name is Brigitte, and I'm half of your being. Now open your eyes so you can face your mate," she said, and I did. It was the same as if I was human, only that everything was heightened. All of my senses were better than before. I could hear the conversation that people were having inside, but right now I was just focused on my mate, who was crouched down in front of me with a smile on his face. "You are absolutely beautiful, especially your fur. You're the only wolf with silver fur that I've seen who wasn't from the Silver Bay pack," he said, and I asked what he meant, but all that came out was a bark. Right, I can't talk. Unless I'm officially part of this pack or we're fully mated, I can't mind link him. I obviously knew the story of this pack since I was only a toddler when it happened. I watched for years as my parents and other packs searched for the once responsible. The Silver Bay pack is a pack whose whole alpha bloodline had silver and white wolves. Unfortunately, the alpha, Luna, and their son were killed by a pack of rouge wolves. Since the entire corresponding alpha bloodline was murdered, the brother of the old alpha took the charge, and it's still that way since he bears no children of his own. I looked down at my feet and now realized what he meant. My fur wasn't gray, but instead seemed more like a silver color, something precious. "Yeah, we're pretty hot, and if you want to impress him even further, stand up," Brigitte said, and I did. It was like standing up in a normal way, but with 4 legs to support you even further, plus the tail was fun. I stood up and faced him. My head reached his upper chest, which was incredibly big since an average wolf reached the height of a person's torso. "Lily, your size is supernatural. Not even mine compares to yours," he said, amazed. He started rubbing my head and I walked towards him. I sat in front of him as he rubbed my fur. "Do you want to go for a run? They can see you after we come back. I think you need a little quality time with your wolf." I nodded and licked his cheek. He stood up and walked behind a tree. He came back a few seconds later in his big, dark brown wolf. It was a mixture of brown and black, just like his hair. That's how it's supposed to be. That's why I don't understand why my wolf is silver. It's supposed to be brown. "You really ask a lot of questions," Brigitte laughed in my head. "That's how it's supposed to be." I answered her and heard her agree. I walked towards Logan and pushed him slightly with my snout. He seemed to get the playful action because he pushed me back. I stood beside him and realized the height and mass difference that existed between us. He was just a few inches smaller than me, but more fearful. Dark wolves look scarier than lighter color wolves, I guess. I gave him a wolfy grin before jumping the fence that separated the woods with our backyard. I waited for him to jump and then ran into the woods. It seemed like the best thing I could do. The wind was passing through my fur, and I could feel the happiness my wolf felt all over my body. She was finally here and free. I tripped a few times while running, but I quickly got used to it since it was like running normally, but with 4 legs instead of 2. I stopped and looked back at Logan, who was like a minute away from where I was. I immediately hid behind a large rock that was in the way and waited for him to pass by. My tail was still moving, which was weird because I actually have a tail, but I guess that won't take long to get used to. Logan stopped right in front of me and started smelling the dirt. He looked my way, and before he could figure out that I was there, I jumped out of the rock and tackled him to the ground. I thought becoming a wolf would be hard since it's another body you're not used to controlling. But it's the same as your normal body. All you have to do is think about what you want to do and just do it. Logan and I were playing like normal wolves when I heard a branch snap and was hit with the smell of abandonment. I instantly knew what it was: rouges. Logan sensed it too because he stood up from beside me and was on high alert. I too stood up and faced the direction one of them was walking. They arrived at that moment. 2 men and a woman, all of them surrounding us. Logan shifted back into his human self while I stayed in wolf form since I didn't know how to shift back. "I suggest you go back from where you came from or will face immediate death," he said in alpha tone. "Wow, he's a big guy. I guess your mate is lucky to have a mate with such a big package," the woman said to my mate. "She's talking about his penis, isn't she?" I growled at her, showing my canines. "I'm guessing this is her and she's a big one. Must be hard to have your mate be stronger than you." She also directed that to Logan. I said leave. Logan paid no attention to what she was just saying and kept answering the same thing. "No can do, sweetie pie. The boss won't be happy with that, especially if he knew that I got 2 alphas right here," she said, and the 2 men shifted and immediately went towards Logan. The woman walked away, leaving me watching my mate fight 2 wolves very easily. She wasn't a bright one, obviously. She just left 2 weak wolves fighting an alpha. I was going to help Logan, but he had it under control, and the woman was running away. I stupidly followed her and stepped in her way. I started growling at her and walking forward until I pushed her back into a tree. She didn't seem the slightest bit scared. She must have been taught well. "What are you going to do? Kill me? That won't stop anything. We have come too far to stop now. And you know what? Everything that's yours will no longer be yours," she snarled before shifting into her blonde wolf. We started circling each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. This was probably not the best idea since I stopped training at 14 and she had more experience than I had. "Don't worry, I got this sugar. Just let me at her," Brigitte said, and I did what I did earlier when I let her in. I felt myself become loose, and then I was back to my full potential, only I had no control over my body. It felt like I was in the passenger seat. The woman grew impatient and jumped towards me. I stepped to the side and snapped at her tail. She went for my neck, but I hit her snout with my paw, making her drop to the floor. She quickly got up, but before she could get her senses back, I tackled her to the floor and barked at her, trying to get her to stand down. After a few attempts of biting me and me pressing her harder on the floor. Just when she surrendered, Logan came towards us, still in his wolf form. I stepped away from her and she stood up. She followed me and Logan back to the pack, and a couple of guards were already waiting for us to bring her to the cells. They made sure to give her wolf's bane to knock out her connections with her wolf, and whoever she was mated to, if she was. We were in the backyard when our friends came out of the house. "Oh my God, she's huge," Michael said to Logan, who nodded and went behind a tree. He came back as a human with a pair of pants on and was putting on a loose shirt. Meanwhile, the other ones were rubbing my head and body. Now I know how dogs feel. For a moment, Maddie showed me my reflection with a mirror, and I stayed amazed at how beautiful Brigitte was. "Can someone get me the clothes that are beside one of the trees for Lily, and a sheet, please?" Logan said to them, and they nodded. Mackenzie went for the tree, and Greg went inside for the blanket. They arrived at approximately the same time. Logan told me to lay down on the floor, and I did. He placed the sheet on top of me, covering most of me. "Now, you have to shift back. Think about how you want to go back to your human self. Remember looking at yourself in the mirror and all the smallest details about yourself that you can think of, and you will shift pretty easily," Logan said in my ear and stepped back. I did just that. Unfortunately, the image that came to my mind was me looking at my scars in the mirror, but it worked because a few seconds later, I felt a breeze hit my naked legs. It didn't hurt at all. They always say that the first shift is the one that hurts. After that is as easy as jumping. "There you go. You can change behind a tree," Logan said, and I nodded. I wrapped the sheet around myself and grabbed the clothes on the way to the tree. I quickly changed into some random small pants that served as panties, which was weird, joggers and a sweatshirt. Yeah, I currently had no bra on. Thankfully, it wasn't chilly. I walked back to the group of friends more aware of my surroundings. Everything was sharper. just like in wolf form, but a little less than in my actual wolf. I can't believe I'm even saying this. I have a wolf. Once I reached them, I said the first thing that came to mind. Now I know why you guys are so obsessed with going for a run. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 18, The One with Sight. Oh my God, Lily. They yelled and tackled me in a hug while Logan watched beside us with a huge smile on his face. Okay, that's enough. Let her breath. Lily and I have a lot to do, Logan said, and one by one took a person off me until I had no one holding me except him. Fine, you can have her all to yourself, but we'll get her one day, Barbara said, laughing evilly, before all of them left the backyard and went back to their houses or wherever they were going. Logan placed a small kiss on my forehead before interlocking our hands and walking into our house. Let me just say that the sparks and tingles I felt before were nothing compared to everything that was going on in my face and body when I felt his lips brushing against the skin of my forehead. Once we reached our room, he closed the door behind him like there was someone else in the house and turned towards me. "We really need to talk," were his exact words. "Yeah, we do." I laughed and sat down on the bed. I grabbed his hand and pulled him down with me. "I want to talk first," I said, and he nodded. "The claiming without consent thing was a real side of you that I didn't like, Logan. I get that you lost control, but you have to work on that, and I'll look past it because there are bigger things happening right now. You'll make it up to me in the future after we handle all this shit that's going on." I explained, and Logan stayed silent, listening to me. "Okay, now that's out of the way. I really need to do this," I said, and Logan looked at me confused. I grabbed his chin and pressed my lips against his. I was losing control with him, and it hasn't been more than 2 hours since I shifted. I took the opportunity when he bit my lower lip to finally pull away from the kiss. That's when I realized how deep I was breathing, but that was nothing compared to his state. His eyes were closed, but his chest was rising rapidly. He opened his eyes slowly, immediately locking eyes with me. "Lily, you are seriously going to kill me if you keep kissing me like that." I felt myself leaning back towards him, but I stopped myself from kissing him again since I knew that I wouldn't control myself if I did. His hands were still holding onto my hips, and mine were on his chest. I just wanted to see what that would feel like with how everything is heightened, I said, and almost didn't get the chance to finish that sentence since how he was slowly rubbing my hip was so distracting for me. "Logan, we need to continue this talk, and you doing that isn't helping. What if I don't want to help?" He said with the most sexiest smirk I have ever seen on his face, and it took all of my willpower to stop myself. "Logan, stop." He took a deep breath, but he ended up nodding along. "If you really want to talk, you should get off me." I totally forgot that I was still on top of him. I quickly got off and sat beside him on the bed, secretly putting as much space as I could between us. "Okay, going back to that conversation that I totally got distracted from." He stopped talking to take a deep breath and cleared his throat before continuing. "Well, you shifted. I don't know why now or how you were able to not get in touch with your wolf years after you were supposed to, but it happened. Plus, you're probably one of the biggest wolves in history, if not the one. I can't actually make sure of that since we don't have any way of knowing how our ancestors were, but I can talk about right now. What we need to do right now is teach you how to control yourself and train you, so you don't lose control like I do sometimes." I could only nod at him since he talked so fast and I was still processing what he said. "Anyways, we should continue this talk once I change because this is really uncomfortable." "Okay, we can go back to talking," I said with a smile and was heading back to the bed when I stopped walking since my stomach began to sting. "Are you kidding me? What is it now?" I lifted my shirt to see my scars starting to disappear one by one with a small sting. I looked at Logan to see him looking at my stomach in confusion. Soon enough, I was left with a blank stomach and back. Every single one was gone. "Okay, too much shit is happening to you, and it hasn't even been a full day," Logan said while running his hand through his face. "It seems like your wolf's healing powers are giving you a clean slate." "Yeah, it seems like it," I sighed and laid down in the bed as I processed everything. First, I was marked, then I shifted, and now all my scars disappeared into thin air. Great. Anything more that you want to add? Am I going to fly now? Logan laid down next to me and pulled me into him. I think we can talk like this, right? Without making out? He whispered in my ear, and I nodded before turning around so we were facing each other. I mean, I wanted to make out, but it is for the best that I learn to control myself before I do more physical activity with my mate. What are we going to do about this? I asked him as I interlocked our hands. Well, first, what's your wolf's name? He asked me, and this was the moment I realized she hasn't talked since I shifted back. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm just letting you handle this one, she said. Well, that's considerate of her. Brigitte, I said to him, and he let go of one of my hands and placed it in my face, softly caressing my face. Well, Brigitte, tomorrow you can go on another run with Tanner, he said to me. It better happen, she said with a growl. But from what I could tell, it was as a joking matter. She said that it better happen, I said to him, and he nodded. Let's go one issue at a time. First, how are you dealing with all of this? I thought hard about this, but I still was brought the same answer. I certainly wasn't expecting any of this to happen, but now that I did shift, it isn't out of the ordinary. I don't know how it happened. I don't know why it didn't happen sooner, but I guess I'm glad it did. I guess growing up in a werewolf community helped a lot. I explained to him. I have a theory as to why you shifted. I was thinking about it earlier. I still don't know why you didn't shift, but since you have the werewolf gene already in your system, me marking you activated them or something like that, and you could finally shift. He said, and I smiled at him. I guess that could happen. Anyways, the first training session I'm giving you for today is sight. We need to get you prepped up. If anything happens, you can't just not know how to handle your abilities, he said and flipped me over to my side like I was before. Okay, now, see that paper in the wall? What does it say? He said and pointed to a paper taped to the wall furthest from us. It's too far. I can't read that. I whined, but he just placed his head on my neck and looked to the same direction I was looking at. If I can read it, you can. You just need to concentrate. Don't see just the paper. See the black writing, the words that were erased. See beyond of the simple thing you are used to, he whispered and gave me a kiss in the cheek. Now, try again. I looked back at the paper, but still saw the same blurry writing at a faraway distance. Taking a deep breath, I tried again. I kept on looking at the paper until each and every time it became clearer. It says to buy milk and syrup, I said to Logan. Yes, it does. You can actually do this without much effort. So we're going to have this little lessons every day until you're a natural with all of these, he said, and I laid flat on my back. My hands went to my stomach, and I realized my scars were no longer there. I lifted my shirt once again and saw my stomach scar free. How did this happen? I asked Logan. I don't know. Scars can't be cured by our healing process. It must have been a gift from the goddess, he said, and started to trace the lines that were no longer there. I didn't actually like that I had those scars. I hated them. But now that they were gone, it felt like that part of my life was gone too. It was kind of like a clean slate, a new beginning. Now I'm a newly shifted wolf that, even though Logan hadn't mentioned it yet, needed to be presented, or I would be considered a rogue. And if I am presented, then I would have to be presented as a new addition to this pack and as their Luna. I really can't get a small break without something big happening. We stayed in silence as we laid in each other's arms, but my phone had to ruin it. I stood up from the bed and answered it without even looking at the caller ID. I swear to God, Lily, you better tell me what happened, or I swear to the goddess that I'm going to send embarrassing photos to Logan, and they aren't even the slightest bit pretty. Austin greeted me, the Silver Wolf. Chapter 21. The one when she meets. Spencer. It's been a few days since I shifted for the first time, and I am now in the final stages of being fully in control of my new abilities. The hardest thing to control is the strength. Like the heightened senses takes time to control, especially the hearing, but the strength is a whole other thing. I may have ripped the fridge's door because I was too hungry. At least they fixed it the next day, but right now I'm handling things with the lightest touch possible. I'm also going to start training soon. Logan says that he trusts me and that I should be the one to tell him when I feel like I'm ready to start. I honestly am not in the place for that, since so much has happened in so little time. I think that if I have something else on my plate, I would totally just collapse. Logan is in another meeting with an alpha from a nearby pack, so he wasn't with me. He asked if I wanted to go, but I think it would be better if he handled this alone. And even if I actually wanted to go, I had already volunteered to read and spend the day with the kids whose parents died in combat or in any other situations. I guess you could call it the orphan center. After having a quick shower, I searched the closet for clothes that made me seem friendlier to kids. I ended up choosing a black shirt and a white skirt with watermelons. I guess this is one of the clothes that Austin bought me, but I never realized it existed until now. Kids like watermelon and happy colors, right? Oh God, I'm bad at this. I slipped on black flats and headed downstairs. I ate an apple as I walked the route towards the building. I knocked on the door and immediately a middle-aged woman opened it. Damn, I thought I would at least have a few seconds to calm my nerves. This woman had short red hair that was in 2 ponytails and had badly applied makeup on. I'm not one to judge, but she literally had purple eyeshadow that almost reached her side hairline, and her eyeliner was supposed to look like a cat eye, but it was just a straight line. By her smell, I could tell she was mated, and her wedding finger also suggested the same. Luna, I apologize for my appearance. The kids wanted to do my makeup. I thought I would have time to clean up, but I guess not. She apologized without looking me in the eyes. At least that explained a lot. She's nice. I like her, Brigitte said, and I silently agreed. It's fine. You don't have to apologize for keeping the kids entertained. What's your name? I asked. I'm so sorry I forgot about that. My name is Jenadieth, but everyone calls me Jen, she says and opens the door further for me to enter. Thank you, Jen. Now, where are those little angels? I asked her. They're all through that door over there, and the babies are all upstairs in their nurseries, she said, and I stopped walking to look at her. They're babies? I felt like someone hit me in my chest as soon as I realized how all those babies would have to grow up without any parental figures. That happens in every part of the world to every species, but it's still sad. Whatever, don't answer that. Let's just see the kids, I say, and walked with her through the door that she said. Immediately, I was hit with more than a dozen different smells. Multiple eyes stared back at me, and before I could prepare, they gathered around and did group hug around my legs. About 2 hours later, I had read them a story, played a game, and I had met every single kid except a boy that had spent the whole time sitting in his bed and looking out the window. I watched him for a while, and he always looked like he was in his own little world. What happened to him? I asked Jen once. I realized he didn't socialize with the rest of the kids either. Long story short, his dad was abusing him and his mother, and then the father decided to end his life and the boy's mother. He has been here for a few months now. He usually doesn't talk to anyone unless it is necessary. He is actually very bright. He shows enough skills to skip a grade, but he fails anything that requires speech and communication, she explained, and I nodded. That's awful. How can someone do that to their mates and their kid? I asked. They weren't mates. Both their mates were killed in combat, and they found comfort in each other. That's still horrible. It's his own kid, and even if he wasn't, that is another person. How can someone be so messed up to hurt someone? I said, and she agreed. I'm going to talk to him. I'll signal you if anything happens, I said to her, and she nodded before keeping the rest of the kids occupied. I walked towards his bed and sat right at the edge. Is it okay if I sit with you? He looked at me for a second before nodding his head. I sat right next to him and looked out the same window as him. He was staring at the deep line of trees. Hello, I'm your Luna Lily. Can you tell me your name? I asked him. He stayed silent. I was about to leave him alone when he spoke. I'm Spencer. A smile broke in my face at the sound of his voice. It was fragile, almost like he was afraid of me. Well, hi, Spencer. I like your shirt. I have one like it, but mine is a girl's shirt, I said and pointed to his shirt. It was a Marvel's shirt. It had the Avengers on them. My favorite is the Scarlet Witch. What's yours? I tried to strike a conversation with him. Thor. He responded, and for the first time he turned around and sat facing me. I could finally see his face. He was about 7 years old, with dark blonde hair and hazel eyes. He was absolutely beautiful. We talked all about the different heroes, and when we started talking about the villains, he changed the topic suddenly. "You know that I was there when it happened," he said to me. "When what happened, Spencer?" I asked him. "When Dad killed her. He was going to kill me too, but I started crying and screaming like Mom taught me, and he didn't," he said while looking forward. I didn't know what to say. "Spencer, I'm so sorry you have to live with that memory, but I can tell you something that will help you. Do you want to hear it?" I asked him. "Yes, please," was his answer. It broke my heart. "You are going to get past this. Maybe it won't be right away, but one day you will look back and it will all be a bad memory. You're even going to find your mate, and as far as anyone knows, she can be any one of those girls," I said and pointed to the crowd of kids playing a game. "Would you like one of them to be your mate?" "I like Kendall," he said, and his cheeks turned red. I knew exactly who she was. She was one of the first kids I met. She was really sweet and was the total opposite of shy. "Oh, really? What do you like about her?" I said to him with a teasing smile. "She's nice to me," he said briefly. "Well, that's good. Don't you ever let anyone be rude to you. And if someone does, you tell me." He nodded in agreement, and I checked my clock. Logan's meeting must have ended already. He wanted to have lunch with me today, so I must get going. "Spencer, is it okay if I come visit you every few days?" He nodded. "I'll see you soon, kid," I said to him and walked towards the rest of the kids. I said my goodbyes and then went towards the exit, but a pair of arms wrapped around my legs stopped me. I looked down to see Spencer staring right back at me. "Can you promise?" he asked. I knelt down before I answered him. "Promise what?" I asked him. "Can you promise that it'll get better?" he asked, and I smiled at him. "Of course, I will even pinky promise," I said, and we did. This kid really deserves so much better. I went back to our house and followed Logan's scent into our bedroom. He was there watching television. "You're back. How did it go with the kids?" he asked me. "I loved them. I actually got to talk with a kid named Spencer. His dad killed his mother and then committed suicide. Spencer witnessed it all. That poor kid. Yeah, it's a pretty sad case. I tried to get him to open up, but he wouldn't say anything. I guess he could see just how special you are," he said with a smile. "Okay, enough about Spencer. You have to change into warm clothes or we're going to miss our lunch reservation." "It's okay. I'll change fast," I said and took a set of clothes before going into the bathroom. I changed into a white shirt, blue denim jacket, black leggings, and brown boots. It seemed warm enough. I looked at myself in the sink mirror. Somehow, my thoughts drifted off to Spencer and then his dad, and I somehow ended up thinking about my old alpha. This sudden anger burned my body. How could he hurt me that way when years ago we ran in the same group of friends? I went to drink from my water bottle, but the water inside was making waves. What the fuck? Then I looked at the sink and saw how the water was moving violently from side to side. I had to calm down to see if there wasn't an earthquake happening, which there wasn't. "What is happening?" I calmed down and looked back at the water, but it was back to normal, like nothing had happened. Was I the one that... No, it can't be. Well, witches, vampires, and werewolves exist, so nothing is technically impossible. But this actually seemed like it could be impossible. I immediately went towards Logan. "Logan, something weird just happened. Again," I announced to him. "What? What happened?" he asked me. "I know exactly how this sounds, but I think I just controlled water," I said to him, and he stayed silent while looking at me like I had just said that Voldemort has a nose. "Lily, we can cancel the reservations if you need sleep. It's okay if all of thee..." I interrupted him. "Logan, I'm serious. I know it sounds crazy, but you have to believe me. I'll even prove it to you." There was a glass of water on top of the drawer and set it in front of me. I focused on the water and tried to do something, but I just came up blank. "Lily, it's okay. You just need sleep." He tried to comfort me, but I was extremely frustrated. "No, it's not that, Logan, okay? I'm sleeping way too much because so much it's happening in my life. I lost my family because of their stupid arrogance. And then I had to have my ex-friends humiliate me and abuse of me for years. Then I met you. And I felt like I wasn't good enough because Aluna is supposed to be strong and can lead her pack, but I couldn't do that because I was just human, and that wasn't good enough. And then you had to lose control and claim me. We already talked about that, so I am not going back to discussing this. But I had to go and fucking shift. I had to go and break every single bone in my body, but at least something good came out of it. And I was fine with handling all this shit. And now, I had to go and imagine or experience myself controlling some fucking water, and it's too much for me. It's too much shit for me to handle, I said. Multiple times throughout my little speech, Logan had called my name, but I kept talking, and right now he was still doing that. Baby, look behind you. I turned around to see a water-made wall covering the whole real wall. Holy fucking shit, it was true. I was doing that. I tried to calm down, and when I finally did, the whole water wall came tumbling down and turning into gas before it reached the actual floor. You're actually not imagining stuff. I'm going to cancel our reservation right now, Logan said. Okay, now I need to sleep. Can't handle that too, I said and collapsed on the bed. This just adds to the list of stuff I really need to handle, but are too much in the moment. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 24. The One with Blood and Bones. What did you do? I yelled, pushing him away and holding onto my neck as blood ran down my body, totally ruining the dress, by the way. Logan started walking backwards as he wiped the blood from his face. Lily, I didn't mean, he started to say, but I interrupted him. Don't tell me you didn't mean to, because you clearly came here to do exactly this and you know it. I told you to wait. I begged you to. I said and wiped the tear that slipped out of my eye. Lily, please don't do this. His voice sounded so broken, so damaged. I was about to give up and forgive him, just for the sound of him, but a sudden pain in my body snapped me out of it. No, I don't feel too good, I said and started walking towards the door when I lost control of my body and fell towards the floor. Like always, Logan was there to catch me, so I didn't actually hit the floor. He sat on the floor and placed my head in his lap. Don't touch me, I slurred out to him. I don't want you to. Those were the last words that came out of my mind before I fell unconscious. Once I woke up, I looked at the clock that said 9:13 p.m. It had been only hours, but the weight of my body suggested more. I hadn't even had lunch, my stomach was empty, and I was really craving something to eat. Lily, you finally woke up, Logan said, pressing a towel on my forehead. I turned away from him without a word. I guess he caught what I was doing because he dropped the towel beside me. Well, I deserve that and much more, but I am not going to let you get sick because you're mad at me. You need to eat, and a lot, he said and opened the plate that was next to him. The smell immediately hit my nose. It was one of my favorite foods, barbecue ribs with garlic bread. Just the smell makes my toes curl and my mouth water, not kidding. He knew exactly what he was doing. He started putting the plates in a board, which I'm guessing is designed for beds. So I sat up and waited for my food. He placed it on my lap and stepped back. I'll leave you to eat. I'll come back later. And Lily, I'm so sorry. I just lost control. I didn't say anything back before he shut the door behind him. Thank you for the food, I said, knowing he could hear me. I immediately dived into my food, not leaving anything for anybody else. What? I was pretty hungry. A few seconds later, I left the board on the side and got off the bed. I walked with weak legs to our bathroom and headed straight for the mirror. I looked at myself and saw that I was in the same dress as earlier, but blood was covering the right side of it. The bite was covered with a gauze, and they cleaned the rest of my neck because there wasn't a sight of dried blood on me. I slowly removed the tape from the gauze and took it all off, revealing my neck. I gasped as I saw the mark. It was a full moon with its craters and everything. It seems simple, but it's so beautiful since everyone else has marks of their wolves. Of course, it wasn't perfect. It isn't a tattoo, but it is magic, so it does have its qualities. It's beautiful. Logan appeared, taking a look at my mark. I nodded and looked at it for a long time before I finally snapped out of it. I'm going to take a shower, I said, and he nodded, retreating from the bathroom. I'm guessing you wouldn't like to sleep in the same bed as me, so I will just sleep on the floor, since I'm really tired, he said with regret filled in his eyes. And I know you probably don't want to hear this, but all I want to do was make you happy. I never wanted to make you cry, not even a tear. So I hope that one day you will forgive me for this, even if I don't deserve it. God, I only want the best for you. I can't deal with myself knowing that I hurt you and broken your trust. I'm so sorry, Lily, he said, and shut the door. My heart warmed at his words, but he was already gone from the room. Thankfully, my pajamas were already in the bathroom along with my towel and some undergarments. I did all of this yesterday since I didn't want to walk into the room and back into the bathroom every time I showered. I quickly turned on the hot water and took of the bloody clothes. I wrapped them in a bag and threw them in the laundry bag. I have to clean that soon before it's too late to get the stains out. If there was one thing I knew how to do, was get blood stains out of clothes, unfortunately. I got in the shower and started washing myself. Apparently, they only washed the blood from my neck because half my chest was covered in dry blood. But I guess that's a good sign, since I wouldn't want whoever cleaned me to wash my bare chest. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 25. After I finished cleaning myself, I started to think about what has happened. My wonderful mate forcefully claimed me, something that should be approved by both mates since is a big step, because a few weeks later you get into heat and you have to mate or suffer. I don't know if I have to go through it since I'm the first human to be paired with a wolf. I'll guess I'll find out sooner enough. The second situation in hand is Logan. What to do with Logan? Because I will have to forgive him. I can't be mad at him until we die, and I just can't break up with him. He was always so good to me and kind and everything a dream mate is supposed to be like. Except now, of course. I know he is sorry and he wasn't in control because of this mistake, but I just can't forgive him too easily. This was a big step for both of us, and he knows that. I'll just have to make him make up for it. Something light, but that something was done for my forgiveness. I'm sorry if I don't accept apologies so easily, but people have wronged me before and have apologized with words, but their actions were much cruel and life-altering. Anyways, I will have a talk with him tomorrow, since right now I am tired, even though I was unconscious for hours. That's it. Tomorrow, I'll talk to him and tell him that he will work for my forgiveness, and I will try my best to not hold it against him. And about the heat thing, I guess I'll deal with it if it comes. With my mind decided, I closed the tab and dried myself. I quickly put on my clothes and headed to the bedroom. Logan was sleeping in the floor with only a blanket under him, a sheet, and a pillow. The sight was simply heartbreaking. Logan also changed the sheets on the bed since they were as good as new. I climbed on the bed and tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't because I needed Logan to be beside me, knowing I'll be safe in his arms. That's the stupid thing about having a mate. I freaking needed him right now, even though I was supposed to be ignoring the fact that he's sleeping uncomfortably on the floor a couple of feet away from me. "Logan?" I said, and he immediately answered. "Yeah? You can't sleep, can you?" I asked him, and he answered with a simple no. I took a deep breath before I said what I was about to say. "Come back to bed," I said, and a few seconds later he climbed beside me. "Are you sure about this? Because I'm pretty sure you want me anywhere that isn't beside you right now." He was going to keep talking, but I placed my hand on top of his lips. "We will talk about this tomorrow, but right now, just sleep here with me." I woke up to an empty bed, which I'm guessing was good since I didn't have my speech planned out. All I did was wash my teeth and went downstairs to eat breakfast. I ate alone in the dining room because I knew just the person I needed to talk to, and he wasn't in the kitchen with my new friends. I quickly dialed his number on the house phone and waited for him to answer. "Hello ho, how's life without me?" "Terrible, I'm assuming. You miss me that much." Austin answered the phone with his usual greeting. "Can't you just one day answer the phone like a normal person?" I asked him, but I already knew the answer. "Where's the fun in that? Now tell me, what has happened?" And I did. I told him everything. "I think it's good that you're giving him a chance. He's too hot to let go," he said, making me scold at him. "Austin," I said his name with disapproval clear in my tone, since he literally couldn't see me. "No, I'm serious. He deserves a second chance after how he's treated you. Plus, he said he lost control. You knew he could lose control with his wolf at any time when you agreed to go with him. I mean, you probably didn't think he was going to forcefully mark you, but still, make him work for your beautiful ass. But not too much. He still is an alpha and needs to look out for an entire pack. He explained to me, but I already knew this. I knew all of this. I know Austin, and I'm go. I was interrupted by Barbara sitting down beside me. Who you talking to? She asked me, making me stop talking and put the phone in speaker mode. Austin, this is Barbara. Barbara, this is my twin brother Austin. Well, on the phone because you can't see him. I presented them through the phone. They started talking to each other about themselves, but I didn't mind one bit. I'm already used to Austin being extremely social, so this wasn't out of the ordinary for me. He had friends wherever he went. He was the totally opposite of me. I was laughing at something Austin said when the bone in my arm suddenly broke right in front of me, making me scream. Then it was my back. It seemed like someone had just kicked me right in the middle of my spine and dropped me on the floor. Oh my God, Lily, I need to call Logan. Barbara screamed at me. Why? What's happening? I yelled and screamed once again when my leg twisted behind my body. This was so not normal. Lily, you're shifting, she said, and if my body wasn't breaking in different ways, I would have said what Austin yelled through the phone. My sister is doing what? TBC. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 19. The one when she is Luna. Come on, Lily. You need to get ready, Logan said as he stood up from the bed. I know I'm just really nervous, I said to him, and he came back with a smile on his perfect face. He leaned down and gave me a kiss. You already know what I'm going to say, so you probably don't need another pep talk. I'll be waiting with the rest of the pack in the ceremony hall. I'll notify Barbara when it's your time to come down, okay? He said, and I nodded. He was heading towards the door since he was already dressed, but I quickly got off the bed and ran towards him before jumping on top of him. Of course, he caught me and placed my legs around his waist. What you do that for? He asked with a smirk. Just wanted to do this, I said, and placed my lips against his. We kissed for quite a while until I heard footsteps coming our way. I gave him a last peck and got off him. Someone's coming, I said to him. Good job. It's probably Barbara coming to get you ready, he said just as a knock sounded on the door. That's my cue, he said, and left the room. Good morning, Barbara. He winked at me before disappearing from my sight. Got your dress? She said and placed it on the bed. It was a red gown, which was simple in design but looked absolutely beautiful. It also had a slit, so the leg was visible beneath all the soft fabric. I couldn't wait to see Logan's reaction. And the heels? She said and placed them next to the dress. They were gold and not that high, which I am absolutely thankful for because I'm awful at walking in high heels. It's possible that I could walk decently, but they could also be accidents on the way. They're beautiful, I said to her, and she smiled at me before a serious look replaced her face. I know, I picked it. Now change fast while I get the makeup ready, she said to me and started to unloading it from a bag. I picked up the dress and headed towards the closet. Once I found a nude strapless bra and matching panties, I entered the bathroom. I quickly changed into it and looked at myself in the mirror. The red matched with the color of my skin perfectly. It was one of those times where I felt gorgeous. I didn't even want to take it off. I wanted to feel like this every day. I turned on the tab and took a handful of water and splashed it on my face. Water? Since my newly found discovery, I had to make a bunch of decisions. I found out that this ability only happens when I'm extremely angry or sad. I tried to keep my emotions under wraps until I could control all the abilities that came with shifting. After that was done, I will try and handle this too. I snapped out of my thoughts and remembered that I had a ceremony to attend, and I wasn't close to being ready. I walked out of the bathroom and sat on the chair that Barbara had pulled out for me. I was surrounded by all kinds of different shades of makeup and a bunch of stuff I didn't know existed. A couple of long minutes later, my makeup was done. It made me feel nostalgic about when Austin did the exact same thing. It didn't take long since it was just a simple but elegant. I really don't know what she did, but it looked good. She passed a brush through my hair and made a side French braid. And now we wait, she said with a smile and sat down next to me. We watched TV for a few minutes until Logan mind-linked Barbara and told her it was time for me to join them. I took a deep breath and followed Barbara into the forest. We walked for a few minutes until we finally reached it. It was a one-story building in the forest where we celebrate everything. We do it here because this place was made to fit the capacity of a pack. The funny thing is that the people inside that building are just the ones that live in this center. They are a bunch more scattered around the territory. She opened the door and we both walked in. As soon as we stepped inside, 100 different pair of eyes landed on us. And the most important one was my mate's, the silver wolf. Chapter 27. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen, the soon-to-be Luna of the Blood Moon Pack. A round of applause filled the room as Logan walked off the stage and went my way. He took my hand and we walked together towards the stage. "You look breathtaking," he whispered in my ear before turning back to the pack. "Bring me the bowl, the knife, and the napkin. I already know the procedure of how an alpha or Luna is chosen and how a new person is introduced to the pack. It is obligatory for every pack to do it the same way. Since I'm new to the pack and I'm going to be the Luna, Logan has to combine the words of tradition." Once Michael, Barbara, and Paul brought the 3 essential items on stage and placed them on the table that was in front of us, Logan continued the ceremony. He picked up the napkin and cleaned the knife. He swiftly cut his arm without flinching and dropped the blood into the bowl. He nodded at me and I knew exactly what I had to say. I, Lily Madeline Crawford, vow to stand by the Blood Moon Pack as a new member and as its new Luna. I vow to care, fight, and provide for the pack, just like I would do to myself, I said, and as soon as I finished those words, Logan took the newly cleaned knife and slashed my hand. I breathed in as the pain took a hold of me for a second before it was gone. This pain reliever would have been useful a few months back, just saying. I looked to see our bloods mixing. Logan said a few more words before the blood started to create bubbles, and I felt a force hit me. It wasn't physically, it was mentally. It was so intense, I even took a step back. "Ladies and gentlemen, greet your new Luna, Lily," he said, and I started to smile. Logan walked back to me and grabbed my arm. I was about to ask him what he was doing, but then voices started to fill my head. I knew what it was. It was the mind link, but this wasn't anything like I thought it would. The voices started to get louder, and my vision started to become blurry. It was all just too much. "Logan, what's up?" My voice was cut short when my vision turned black and I dropped to the floor. I woke up and saw Logan at the end of the bed. I still had the same clothes, except the shoes. The voices once again started. "What happened?" I asked him. "You got overwhelmed by the intensity and the feeling of the link. It happens to literally everyone. Didn't that happen in your pack?" He asked, confused. Well, getting ready was a waste of my time then. It wasn't even an hour long. I wasn't allowed into the ceremonies, I said to him. He smiled sadly and grabbed a hold of my hand. I still felt the little sparks every time we touched. I hope that never goes away. Logan was talking to me, but I couldn't actually hear him because there were too many voices in my head speaking at the same time. I shut my eyes and tried to make them go away. I started to push conversation by conversation away until I was left with complete silence in my own head. "I'm sorry, what were you saying?" I asked him. "Nothing. Did you block them?" He asked me and I nodded. "Good girl. I didn't even have to teach you," he said, and he gave me a kiss in the cheek. I started to focus, and after a few seconds, I was able to individually mind-link Logan. "Logan." He looked at me in surprise before answering back. We talked for a few minutes, and he explained that always as soon as the person passes out, the ceremony is finished. "I've got a surprise for you," he said, and his eyes started to glow. "What did you do?" I asked him as he walked towards the door. "Nothing bad, just that this little guy wanted to see you," he said and opened the door. A second later, Spencer walked towards the door hesitantly. Did he just keep him outside the door until I woke up? No, I don't think so. Maybe. "Lily," he yelled excitedly once he saw me and ran towards me. He went to the side of the bed and hugged me. I visited him every single day since I met him. I also played with the other children, but I would spend most of my time beside Spencer. I actually got him to talk more and be included in more of the group activities. Spencer, I said in the same tone he did as I hugged him back. I then got him to sit next to me in the bed. Logan came around and sat on the corner of the bed. Spencer, you've met Logan, right? He nodded his head without meeting Logan's eyes. Do you know he's my mate? I asked him, and he nodded. It's nice to see you again, Spencer, Logan said and extended his hand. Spencer looked at me and I nodded. He walked on the bed until he reached Logan's side. He stood there for a second before bringing Logan into a hug. Logan looked surprised for a second before he gave in and hugged him back. We played with Spencer for a long time. Spencer didn't take long to get used to Logan, and after a few minutes, we were all talking and joking. Once the sun came down, Logan and I took him back to the care center and got back home. After that, I got my first good night's sleep as the new Luna of the Blood Moon pack, the Silver Wolf. Chapter 20, the one with Michaela. Okay, now try blocking me, Logan said, sending a punch straight to my face. By instinct, I blocked it with my arm. Before I knew it, he tried to land a punch in my stomach. I quickly used the other hand to send the punch to the side. This went on for a few minutes before he landed 2 punches rapidly in my stomach. They didn't hurt at all, so I smiled at him. Can I punch now? I asked him, and he shrugged. Before he could see it coming, I landed 3 punches in his shoulder. Fuck, you're fast. Let's see if you can do it again, he said and made a movement indicating that I should walk towards him. It was a challenge. I'm starting to love these. I yelled and tried to punch him in the face. He blocked my punch and tried to land one in my stomach. We kept on punching each other and blocking each other's punches that we both got bored. We were both too good at defensive and offensive, and we were just avoiding each other's attacks. It wasn't like I was actually good at this. My instincts were just too quick for him to attack me. I'm guessing this is going to go on for quite a bit, he said when we both gave up at the same time. Yeah, let's finish this some other time, I said. He nodded, and we both laughed. I'm going to run and then take a shower. Are you coming with me? I asked him. To the run or to the shower? He asked with a slight smirk. To the first one, and maybe you can go to the second one alone, because you need it. I said to him, and he chuckled before taking my hand and pulling me into a hug. I wrapped my hands around his waist and snuggled my head in his neck. I thought you didn't like sweaty hugs, he said with a pout. I'm getting used to them, I said and stepped away, only to give him a quick peck. I would love to run with you, but we already did, and I really have to get a few people from the pack after I shower. I'll see you soon, he said and gave me a kiss before running back to the house. I looked at the house for a few seconds before I stretched my legs for a few minutes and ran towards the woods. I went towards the path I had been on 100 times, but stopped at the familiar lake. This time, its water was not the healthy water I had always seen. It was white. And not an infected white, it was like someone had dropped a gallon of paint into the lake. Not even snow looked like this. I bent down and, over my clear survival instinct, touched the water. As soon as I touched it, it turned back to its normal color. Scared, I immediately took my hand back. The water then returned to its white color. What is going on? Hell, I've experienced a lot of freaky and confusing things in this past few months, but this was freaking me out. I, once again, touched the water, but this time, it wasn't the change of color that scared me. It was the voice coming from the far end of the lake. Lily, it said. I looked up and saw a woman standing in the water. She had white hair with blue eyes and was only wearing a white robe. The weird thing was that it wasn't any type of white I have seen. It looked angelic. It was even a real comparison. Yes? I asked, and she stepped forward until she was in the middle of the lake. I'm guessing you have some questions, she said and sat down in a rock that was right beneath her feet. Although I swear I hadn't seen that rock before in my life. I'm seeing so many new things that my brain doesn't want to process it entirely. That's when the only explanation, even though it was far-fetched, was the only one that made sense. Moon Goddess? I asked her, and she nodded her head. Sit down. This is going to take a while, she said, and immediately my legs gave out, and I was sitting on the ground. I already know what you are going to ask, but I prefer to tell you the whole story first. she said, and I took a deep breath, preparing myself for what was about to come. Before she started talking, I pinched myself, and I felt it, so I knew I wasn't dreaming, or I was in a really realistic dream. So that pinch really didn't answer anything. She looked at where I pinched myself and ignored it before starting to talk. You've been through so much pain, and I apologize, but I have also seen that you have grown tremendously. I appear before you today because I decided that it was about time that I tell you the truth, your truth. A few Earth years ago, I saw how chaotic the werewolf community was running. They needed a new order, a leader. I wanted someone to take charge of the ones that are already made to be in charge. They are more than 50 alphas all around the world with gigantic egos and short tempers. Wars are almost inevitable without the proper control and order. I needed a monarchy, and that's why I took one of the elements, in this case water, and created you, Pure. She explained, and my curiosity grew by each word. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 29. Lily, you are made out of clear and one of the holiest waters. That's why you can manipulate it, and you can also blend in with water. But that's too much right now, so I'll go back to the subject in hand. Wait, I can blend with water? That's too much. I placed you in a family with beta blood so you could have the training necessary, but you could still earn your way into the Luna position. I never expected the pack would react that way towards you. I have a mission for everyone, but it's their choice at the end if they complete it. Believe me, they will be judged when the day comes. Now, to the question that you've been dying to ask all this time. Why you didn't shift in your 14th birthday? Yeah, I kind of want that answer. Well, first, you are not a normal wolf, as you've noticed. First, you're bigger and stronger than the rest of them. Second, you're literally born to be a leader. Even your wolf's name is a hint to that department. Her name translates to leader. Third, I didn't want your mate to accept you just because you were powerful. I wanted the leading couple to have true love and not just a search for power. So I decided that you will stay wolf-less until your mate marked you his, even though you weren't the same species, or so he thought. Logan has been exceptional even though there were a few problems in the way. She said, and I noticed that my eyes had drifted towards the water. Why are you telling me this now? I asked her. There is a great enemy coming your way, and you're still not prepared. They're bigger than you can imagine. It has been years in the making. I suggest you talk to the prisoner you've captured, she said. They've already talked to her, and she won't say anything, I answered. Yeah, but you haven't. Now you're going to sleep when you wake up. Remember my words. She started walking towards, and I stayed in my spot. When she was just about to touch me, I stopped her. Wait, can I tell Logan about this? I asked her, and she nodded. Tell whoever you want. You have free will, she said, and placed her finger in my head. A second after, I was involved in darkness. Lily, are you okay? Logan's voice woke me up. I opened my eyes and saw him sitting beside me. I looked around, and I was still beside the lake, but the sun was already down. The stars were even visible in the night sky. Are you okay? What happened to you? He asked, and I answered, telling him all the things the moon goddess told me. Can you take me to the cells? I asked him, and he raised his eyebrows in curiosity. I'm going to talk to the woman we brought. I could tell he was against the idea, but didn't say anything. He nodded, and we walked together towards the jail we had. It wasn't as big as a normal jail, just enough so we could keep the prisoners. We walked for a long time between the prisoners until we reached her. I kissed Logan before he left. Making sure he knew I was safe, I was here to lead, not be protected. I walked up to her cell and saw her lying on the prison bed. That did not look comfortable. I wanted to speak to you, I said to her, and she stood up from her bed. She walked until she was just right in front of me and sat down in the floor. I'm Luna Lily. What's your name? I asked her. She looked at me, and when I thought she was not going to answer, she did. Michaela, she said without looking up. She started brushing her blonde hair with her fingers while I looked at her. What did you mean when you said that what was mine will no longer be mine? I asked her, and she finally looked me in the eyes. I think it was pretty clear. Once they get here, you won't have anything. They will destroy you and anyone you know, and knowing them, you will be last. Once you see everyone in your pack dead, then they'll kill you slowly. I don't care that you will prepare because I'm telling you this. They love a challenge. I won't be saying anything else other than that, she said in a sick tone. I never looked away from her eyes, showing that I wasn't afraid. But deep down I was. Even the moon goddess said that we weren't prepared. Good luck, was my only response before I left the room, not looking back at her. I met with Logan outside and told him exactly what she said. Starting tomorrow, I think we should train harder, especially me. We need to be ready for them, I said, and he agreed. After a few minutes of talking with our trainers and the second and third chain of command, we went to sleep. Don't worry about all of this. I'm going to protect you, he said with a soft kiss. And don't worry, because if I train hard enough, you won't have to, I replied and shut the light off. According to Greek mythology, humans were originally created with 4 arms, 4 legs, and a head with 2 faces. Fearing their power, Zeus split them into 2 separate beings, condemning them to spend their lives in search of their other halves. Plato's The Symposium. The Silver Wolf, Chapter 30, The One Underground. Come on, Spencer, you have to drink at least a sip, I said to him as I tried to get him to drink his orange juice. He always left it all behind. He just ate breakfast without drinking anything. I don't like it. He crossed his arms and I finally gave up. Fine. Do you want apple juice? I asked him, and he nodded. Really? That's all it took? I went to the center's kitchen and got him a glass full of apple juice. Here. As soon as I placed the glass on the table, he picked it up and drank it all at once. It was like he had never tasted it. Want more? I laughed. He smiled at me and shook his head. So, what do you want to do today? I asked him. Draw, he said excitedly. Well, okay then. I actually draw as good as a 2-year-old. But if he wants to, who am I to deny him the right? He grabbed my hand and we walked over to his bed. He grabbed a notebook that was under his pillow and a case full of pencils from his drawer. You want to see them? He asked, and I nodded. I thought I was going to see drawings of flowers, but instead I saw a bunch of drawings made by a professional, not a 7-year-old. One of the ones that caught my eye were of 2 wolves sleeping with their heads against each other, and another one that was really similar to the moon goddess with wings in the... Spencer, who is this? I asked him, and he shrugged. I don't know. I just dreamed about her, he said. Well, okay, now that's weird. Can you draw something for me so I can put it in my room? I asked him, and in an instant, the biggest smile I had ever seen was spread across his small face. Really? You like them? He asked excitedly. Of course, they're really beautiful. The smile never left his face as he nodded. He was going to answer me when an alarm sounded throughout the house. We have an attack. Anyone who isn't trained, go into the underground passage, Logan announced through the mind link. Spencer, let's go right now, I said to him, grabbed him by the arm and carried him. I started running out of the door. Wait, my notebook, he yelled. I quickly ran back and took his notebook with the case and handed it to him. I then, once again, ran out of the room and met up with Jen and the kids who just arrived from the park. That's why Spencer and I were alone. Apparently, he didn't want to go today. He does this a lot with group activities. From what Logan told me, every building in this territory has a door leading into a sort of basement that was secure from attacks. Another 3 people that worked in the center were getting the babies out, using their body as a shield from the attacker that we had yet not seen. I led them to the passage and went back upstairs to help. I caught Holly, an intern that was also carrying the babies. Are they more? I asked her, and she shook her head before going down the elevator. Yeah, there was an elevator. The babies and incapacitated need to be safe too. And no, I don't know how much this cost. I got a random bag and filled it with water bottles, juices, and snacks, and went back downstairs. I went straight to Jen and gave it to her. Be safe, I said before heading back up again, but Spencer stopped me. I'll give you your drawing when you come back, he said, and gave me a kiss in the cheek before running back to Jen. I smiled at him and ran back up the stairs. I immediately walked off the building and shifted into my wolf. I followed the distant smell of rogues and tried to talk to Logan, but I was just blocked off. Well, that isn't good. I ran faster until I reached the mess that was the fight. Wolves were spread out on the floor, and a bunch more were fighting. I could easily recognize Logan fighting two wolves at once. I knew he saw me because as soon as he got one of the wolves off him, he growled at me. "Boy, don't you growl at me," I said to him, and pushed a wolf off one of our guards. They kept on fighting each other after that. "What are you doing here?" he asked, literally ignoring the wolves beside him and running towards me. "I am not leaving," I said. He bit the neck of a wolf that was behind him and sent him flying towards one of the trees. "That bite is nasty. Lily, you aren't trained enough," he growled. "Logan, we can have this conversation after this is over. If it helps you, I'll just help the ones that are already fighting." I didn't give him a chance to respond, at least to my face, when I ran towards the fight. I don't know how, but I knew exactly which wolves were from my pack and which ones were Rouge. I had rammed a rogue that was killing one of our guards and pushed the wolf away from the attacker. He stood up and shook his head before growling at me. I stood in my attack pose and waited for him to make a move. I observed him carefully and immediately noticed when he jumped at me. I waited until the last possible moment and stepped aside before snapping at his ear. I quickly slammed his body into the nearest tree with the most strength I could muster. His body slumped into the ground, but he still managed to growl at me. I bit his neck until he was unconscious and then went towards the guard. I dragged him until he was not close to any danger and then started walking back towards the rest of them when a wolf blocked my way and another one appeared by my side. That kept on going until there was a circle of wolves surrounding me. I counted a total of 9 wolves. I may be strong, but I don't think I can take 9 wolves at once and alone. Logan helped me. I hope he wasn't totally busy. I, once again, did my attack pose and waiting for them. Before I could do anything, Logan jumped out of nowhere and bit a wolf's neck. The rest of the wolves attacked the both of us. The Silver Wolf, Chapter 31. The next thing I know, I was standing beside Logan, and all the 9 wolves and a few more that joined after were laying on the floor. All were unconscious. Thank God. "How did you do that?" Logan asked with a surprised look in his wolf face as he stared at me. "Do what?" I asked him. "Lily, I only took down 4 wolves while you did the rest," he said, and I shrugged. "I don't know, I just blacked out." I said, but when a wolf whimpered, we both turned our attention to the rest of the wolves that were left. These rogues came prepared and with a lot of warriors. A few hours later, only 3 rogues escaped, and the rest were captured and are currently being interrogated. I had no doubt that this was the work of Michaela's group. Only 2 of our guards were dead and 6 had injuries, but they will heal in a day or so. Logan and I were both in bed, but neither of us were sleeping. "You know, if you were a normal wolf, you probably would have died out there," he said in my ear. I turned towards him and pressed a kiss in his cheek. "Well, thank the goddess that I'm not, because who will be left to take care of my little mate?" I said to him with a smirk. I blame this sudden rise of confidence on Brigitte. "I'm not little," he pouted, and I laughed. "Yeah, I'll be the judge of that. What is up with me? And why am I not thinking things before saying them?" "Oh yeah?" he asked, and in an instant he was on top of me, and I was laying under him with a flustered body. I think this is the time that I was supposed to object or something, but I really didn't want to. He leaned down and stopped when his face was centimeters away from mine. He had something magical in that body because I couldn't feel any of his weight on me. He stayed silent as we just looked into each other's eyes. I got impatient and leaned forward. My lips met his, and I could feel him smile. After a while of this not-so-holy kissing, I slowly rolled us over, not like Logan had done a few minutes ago. I trailed my kisses from his lips, down his cheek until I reached his jaw. Logan groaned my name, and I smiled. I think that's a good sign. I laid on top of him, and Logan tried to kiss me, but I just pushed his head to the side. "Lily," he sighed. "What are you doing?" he asked me, looking at my eyes. I didn't answer. Instead, I started kissing his neck until he let out a loud groan. Bingo. I slowly sucked his soft spot until my canines came out. In that moment, I did something he didn't. I asked him permission for me to mark him. "Can I?" I asked him, and he bit his lip. "Fucking yes," he said with a desperate tone. I didn't actually know what I was doing, but I guess it's just a bite, right? I sank my teeth into his neck and immediately knew how a vampire felt like. I could feel his blood in my teeth. That was just gross. I could feel our bond strengthening and retracted my teeth from his neck. My canines went into hiding again, and I could feel Logan's eyes on me. I ran towards the bathroom and got a towel. I quickly cleaned my mouth and went towards Logan. I cleaned up his neck from the blood and kept it pressed against him so the blood would stop flowing. Logan grabbed my arm and pulled me towards him before pressing his lips against mine. He kissed me softly until he fell unconscious, just like it happened to me. I laid beside him and in an instant fell asleep. I woke up the next morning by Logan. "Come on, I want to run." I opened my eyes and the first thing I saw was the mark in his neck. It wasn't even covered. He wasn't even wearing a shirt. Not complaining, though. I stood in bed just so I could see his mark. It was a sun with the lines coming out of it and everything. We have kind of matching marks. Mine was a moon and his was a sun. "It's beautiful," I said softly, touching the details of the little sun. "Of course, you made it," he said with a smile. He always has a pickup line. "Stop being so cheeky for a second," I said, and we both laughed. He was going to answer me, but there was a knock on the door. Logan went to the door and opened it. There was Jen with a gift in her hands. She looked taken back because of Logan's half-naked body, but tried to play it off. "Spencer wanted me to give you this. He was up all night making it." She gave Logan the gift before saying, "Alpha, Luna," as a greeting and a goodbye. He quickly opened it and stood there in shock. "What did he do?" I asked as I walked towards him and looked into the bag. I placed my hand in my mouth when I saw the drawing he made. It was a detailed drawing of Logan and me smiling beside each other, and it was on a frame. I guess Jen gave that to him. It was absolutely beautiful. I took it out of the bag and placed it on top of our drawer alongside of our jewelry. "I just love that kid," I said, and Logan agreed. "You must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is an ocean. If a few drops of the ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty." Gandhi. TBC, The Silver Wolf. Chapter 32, the one when they're out with the old. 2 weeks later, and I had spent most of my time training. I had become as good as Logan in a way. I have even taught 3 training lessons alongside Logan, of course. Logan said that I had to meet him in his office as soon as I got dressed and we could have lunch together since we already had breakfast in bed. We are also spending so much time together that our bond has gotten incredibly strong. I put on a random long shirt and some shorts since my body was being bipolar and I was shifting between cold and hot every few minutes. I walked over to his office and saw him sitting at his desk looking at some papers. "What up, babe?" I said, jumping into the chair in front of him. "That's the first time you've called me that," he said with a smile on his face. "Yeah, well, don't make a deal out of it or I won't call you that again," I said, and he made the motion of zipping his mouth and throwing away the key. "Anyway, what did you want to say?" "I'm hungry," I said, and as soon as I said that, he placed an open file in front of me. I sat closer to the desk and took it from him. They were pictures of an attack and about 24 people in the hospital. "What is this?" I asked as I kept looking at the rest of the pictures. "The rest of the pack of rogues that attacked us the other week have now moved on to another pack and have already attacked them 2 times, and if they attack one more time, they could lose it all. They asked for our help until they can get back on their feet," he said, and I nodded. "Of course, why wouldn't we? Which pack is it?" I asked and looked at him in his eyes. He stayed silent as he took back the file, and I knew in that moment exactly which one it was. "Are you serious?" I asked, and that's when all the years of abuse came back to me. I also miss Austin, but he wasn't in any of the photos of the injured, so that was of some relief. Half of me wanted to bury myself in the bed just so I wouldn't see the face of my ex-alpha and my supposed-to-be family. But half of me wanted to go to just show them how I'm better than they ever thought I'll be. I'm happy. You know what? Let's go. Maybe I'll cry myself to sleep every day, but at least I'll spend my day proving those buttholes wrong. "When are we leaving?" I asked him, and saw how his eyes filled with shock. "Wait, you actually want to go?" he asked me, and I shrugged. "But when you do punch the alpha, please wait for the right moment, because I don't think he'll let you do it 2 times, I said, and he went over to me. "Are you sure you're okay with that?" He asked me and went towards my side of the desk and gave me a hug. I guess it may be a little tough when I see them, but at least the only person that I actually like, it's in danger. When was the last attack? I asked, realizing something, and suddenly my hunger was gone and replaced with fear. Logan looked at the file before answering me. 3 days ago, he said, and my blood heated. Why? He asked me in a curious tone. Austin hasn't answered the phone or answered my texts since 3 days ago. How soon are we going to go there? I asked him while my stomach dropped. Oh my God, I didn't know. We can go today if you want, he asked, and I nodded. He pressed a kiss on my lips before pulling me towards him. I'm sure he's just helping the ones that are injured. But I'm going to talk to the son of a bitch of an alpha and say we're arriving sooner. You know that I was actually going to let them burn in hell, but they're children and people who never did anything to you, and I just couldn't live with myself if something happened to those people, he explained. It's okay. I didn't think I will say this, but karma has run its course, and my revenge is going to be sweet, I said, and evil thoughts started to form in my head. Hey, stop it. As soon as you finish packing, we can go, he said and picked up the phone. I immediately went towards our room. I went into the closet and took out the 2 suitcases that were Logan's. As fast as I could, I took a bunch of my clothes and folded it into the case. I also took a bunch of accessories and other necessary things. I made sure to pack Spencer's drawing too. I don't leave anywhere without it. It was like a good luck charm. I didn't notice that Logan was also in the room packing, and that I was crying until he walked in front of me and wiped the tears from my cheek. Come on, let's go and get you to Austin, he said, taking the suitcases and walking with me downstairs. We got in the car and placed our suitcases in the trunk. Logan started to drive towards my old pack, and a few minutes in, I was already asleep. Logan woke me up an hour later. We're here. Can you do me a favor and stay here so I can just watch when I say you're my mate? Oh my God, their faces are going to be so precious. Someone should record this. I nodded and sat up. I saw him meet up with Alpha William and my sister Megan in front of the car. I could see Logan clench his fist behind his back. Get out of the car, please, before I waste my punch in the first 2 minutes of seeing him. Logan mind-linked me. I laughed at him and slowly got off the car. I took a deep breath before walking with my new confidence towards them. Alpha, Luna, I said with an annoyed face. They looked surprised. You're the Luna? William asked, and I smiled. Yes, got a problem? I asked them, and they stayed in silence. Anyways, we came earlier than scheduled to see Austin Crawford's condition, Logan said, and William nodded. Austin was one of the person that was hurt, but thankfully he was only bit, so he already healed and just came back home, William said. Can I see him? I asked with hope filled in my tone. Megan glared at me before putting on a big fake smile. Sure, he is back at our house with our family. She made sure to note that I wasn't part of their family. I honestly don't care anymore. I smiled at her with my own fake smile. Great. We all awkwardly walked until we reached my old house. You know, before I was forced into the basement of the pack house. I don't know why William forces us to leave our cars outside of where the actual building started. There was so much walking. The 4 of us entered the house, and I smelled the old scents that I hadn't noticed before. I was met with my supposed-to-be mom, dad, Ryan, and Austin, all sitting down in the couch and watching TV. But as soon as we entered, they looked towards us confused, except Austin, who just looked glad to see me. Everyone, this is Alpha Logan and Luna Lily from the Blood Moon Pack, William said, and he had a hard time to say that I was a Luna. Yeah, well, tough love. Lily, you came back, Austin said, and he went towards me and gave me a hug. Meanwhile, the rest of them looked at me. TBC, The Silver Wolf. Chapter 33. You're a Luna, oh please. What did you do? Kill his real mate? Ryan said, and Logan took a step forward, but I just held his hand. Actually, Ryan, I'm his true mate. You see? That's what happens when you're not a disgusting excuses of a person. Well, I guess I'm wrong because there are 2 examples of mates in this room that contradict this theory, I said and pointed towards my parents and their alphas. You can't speak to us like that. You should kneel like you used to do. You see, we are actual wolves and not a disgrace like you. Your mate must probably be ashamed to have you. So before I beat your ass down, you should probably bow down like the good little bitch you are. She smirked, and that's when I lost control. Oh yeah? Bow down to this, you asshole, I said, and before I knew it, I shifted. Logan's POV. She shifted into her wolf and started to circle her sister. Everyone except Austin and I looked scared shitless and mixed with surprise. Yeah, don't mess with my mate. Austin actually started cheering for Lily. Megan shifted into her wolf. She was pretty big but looked like a pup when you compare her with Lily. Lily tackled Megan and pressed her paw in Megan's throat. She tried to get her off, but she wouldn't budge Lily off. Stop it, Alpha William said and tried to push Lily off. I took this chance and punched him in the face so hard that he fell unconscious. Yes! I screamed in my head before I realized that my mate is killing another Luna. The last thing I needed was a pack looking for revenge against my mate because she killed their leader. I went towards her and picked her up. I fell to the floor with her wolf on top of me, since her wolf's weight is too much, even for me. She wanted to get off me, but I grabbed her head and nuzzled her in my neck. I made her calm down until she started to lick my face. Get me a blanket, I said, and Austin ran out of the room and got me one. I laid it on top of her and she shifted. I tried to ignore the fact that my very beautiful mate is laying on top of me naked. I took a deep breath before looking straight at her face so my eyes wouldn't slip. Maybe we can go to our room, I said. You can stay in her old room before her last room until the alphas wake up. Austin scoffed, nodding at the couple on the floor. Sure. Lily shrugged and got off me. She wrapped the blanket around her and we followed him to the room. It was all painted basic, like just a spare room, so Lily went straight to the bathroom. I went back towards the car and took our suitcases before going back. William and Megan were already awake and were drinking water from the kitchen. I glanced at them and saw them look at me for a second before averting their gaze. I usually don't like when people are afraid of me or uncomfortable around me, but right now, I'm fucking glad. First, from what Lily told me that the moon goddess said, we were supposed to rule them all, and I'm not going to let the past abusers of my mate run free. I can't actually do something too harsh on them, because they are also alphas, but Lily beating someone's ass and me knocking him out is going to have to work for now. For now. I noticed that I was standing in the middle of the room, so I kept walking until I reached the room where Austin showed us. There talking to Austin was my mate in only a robe, since I got all of her clothes with me. I stood in the doorway as I watched Lily trying to show her powers to Austin. She had a glass full of water in her hand and was staring deeply in it. After a few seconds, the water started to float out of the glass and evaporated into thin air. I started to applaud, and she looked at me surprised. I didn't see you there, she said with a smile. She looked at the suitcases and took hers. Thank you. She smiled and gave me a kiss in the cheek. I took her hand before she went into the bathroom. I gave her a proper kiss in the lips and stepped away. Are you okay? I asked her, and she nodded with a smile on her face. I'm proud and angry at the same time, but I'll be okay, she said before giving me another kiss, this time on the lips. You guys are so perfect. I'm dying. Austin said dramatically when Lily entered the bathroom. Thank you, I laughed and set the suitcase beside the bed. You know, you've changed her, he said, and I looked at him with my brows furrowed. In what way? I asked him and sat beside him. It's actually in a good way. She's a lot more confident, and I don't want to be a downer, but if all of this had happened to her without you beside her, it would have been too much for her to handle, he said. I mean, I couldn't have handled with shifting late, then controlling water, finding out you have a pack of rogues in your way, and are supposed to be basically a queen for the werewolves. That would have pushed me into insanity. So don't ever let her go, because I think you're the reason she is sane and happy with this much pressure on her, he said, and I nodded. I really have to go, but tell Lily we'll talk tomorrow, he said, before I could say anything in response. Thank you, Austin. Are you all healed? I asked before Wen could get out the door. Yeah, my skin is back to being as smooth as a wall, he said and left the room. He is so weird, but I guess I've seen worse. I changed my pants into comfier ones and took my shirt off. I'll just shower tomorrow. I got on the bed and closed my eyes before I smelled Lily come back into the room. I looked towards her and immediately regretted it. She only had on a large shirt that reached mid-thigh. I don't mean it in a bad way. She looked absolutely gorgeous. But that's what Logan Jr. thought too. She got on the bed beside me and snuggled into me. I started playing with her hair until I could feel she fell asleep. I took this moment to look at her. I can't believe I'm this lucky to have her. I traced my finger in her cheek and took a hold of her chin. I wanted to kiss her, but that would just be weird. I mean, she was sleeping. I got rid of my thoughts and started thinking of disgusting things, so my friend downtown will chill. I'm glad that Lily doesn't press up against him, or I couldn't sleep at night. I pulled her closer to me, and in a few minutes fell asleep next to her with a smile on my face, just like every other night despite what has happened earlier. You never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have. Bob Marley, The Silver Wolf. Chapter 34, The One with Lessons. Baby, wake up, Logan said as I felt his mouth giving me kisses all over my face. I was actually already awake, but I was enjoying this, so I won't say anything. I had eaten a breath mint before he got up, so I'm good. Come on. He groaned and started trailing his kisses down my neck. It took every inch of my body to not react. He didn't do anything for a while before he started nibbling in my ear. I know you're awake, he whispered in my ear. I opened my eyes and threw him a glare. I liked waking up like that, I pouted, and he smirked at me. Another time when you're actually asleep, he said with a wink, and I groaned. You evil man, I said to him, and he climbed on top of me. I know, he said and planted his lips on mine. Yeah, well now you ruined the mood, so get off, I said with a pout and pushed him away from me. Oh, I see how it is, he said, acting like he was mad, but how he bit his lower lip to stop himself from laughing, I confirmed he wasn't. I took my suitcase and went into the bathroom. Lily, Logan called out from outside of the bathroom. Can you train the class that I have today with me? I want you to kick ass again. I love watching you show your power, he continued. Fine, I said, laughing. It has been 2 days since when we arrived. Yesterday, the rest of the people who were going to come here arrived. Of course, we kept most of our guards in our pack with the betas. I put on my usual workout clothes and brushed my teeth. I got out the bathroom just in time for my cell phone to ring. I sometimes forget I even have one. I find myself doing more and more activities every day that I don't have time to actually use one. I saw that it was the care center calling, so I picked it up. Logan took that chance to enter the bathroom. Hello? I answer, and I could hear Jen's voice speak. Hello, Luna, Spencer wanted to speak to you. I could hear the phone falling on the floor and then being picked up. Hi, his innocent voice said from the other line, so precious. Hi, Spencer. Before I could say anything else, he interrupted me. Why didn't you say goodbye? He asked with a sad tone. I'm sorry, Spence. We were in a hurry, and I didn't say goodbye to anyone, but we'll come back and I'll take you to that ice cream stand you love so much as an apology. I promised him, and we kept talking after that. Logan came out a while later and joined in the conversation. When it was time, we went towards my old training center for a simple session for both of the packs. The space was packed with a clear division between them. There were only a 1/4 of the guards here, but it still was enough to defend them efficiently. Logan takes pride in how well our pack is trained. Okay, listen up, Logan said in his alpha voice as soon as we arrived. I discovered I actually had one, but I've only used it on accident. I'm Alpha Logan, and this is Luna Lily, and we are from the Blood Moon Pack. We are going to be training you this few days. I've asked my mate to take the lead today, so listen to her, he said to them. Why should we? She was an Omega. She doesn't deserve to be Luna. Once an Omega, always an Omega, a guy from my old pack said. I took a deep breath as I looked to the person who said it. It was one of Ryan's friends. He never hurt me, but still looked down at me. One of the many. Logan growled, and I could hear my pack starting to argue, but I stopped them. Thank you for standing up for me, but I can handle this, I said to them. Logan gripped my hand, knowing what I was going to do. Kick his ass, babe. He mind-linked me with a smirk evident on his face. I winked at him before I continued what I was saying. What's your name? I asked him, and he answered, Greg. Well, Greg, you see, if I'm such a disappointment to my role and I'm always going to be an Omega, Not that there is anything wrong with that. You could easily beat me, right? I said like I was talking to a baby. What do I get out of it? He asked, like he was going to win. Well, if you win, you take my pack. But if you don't, you'll have to spend the rest of my session respecting me like the Luna I am. Plus, I want an apology and make it meaningful for your sake. I said, and he and his friends started cheering. These idiots. I looked at my pack and saw them at ease. Most of them even sat down, like they were in for a show. They know I wasn't going to lose, so they knew they weren't going to have a new alpha. Plus, I'm pretty sure if I lost, my pack will reject him as an alpha anyways. He was too much of a dumbass to even think about the logic of it all. Greg walked up to me and faced my pack. Tonight, you'll have a new alpha. I could see William and Megan watching in silence. In what form? He asked me, and I shrugged. Before I knew it, he tried to punch me in the face. Keyword, tried. I grabbed his punch before it reached my face, and without a second thought, punched him so hard in the stomach that he went tumbling down to the floor. It may sound cliché, but the first rule is to always expect the unexpected. Always be on your guard and never underestimate your opponent. I said to the rest of the audience. I looked towards Greg and saw him scrambling towards the other side with his back turned towards me. Second rule is, never turn your back on your opponent. It makes you weak and unprepared, I said as I walked towards him. I grabbed him by the shirt and raised him up so that he was looking down at me with his legs at least a feet off the ground. And the third rule is to never ever fight a wolf who you know is stronger and faster than you, especially if you know you won't win. I hissed to Greg, who was looking at me with fear and shock mixed in his expression. I growled at him, and I knew my eyes had turned into my wolf's. I took one last look at his frightened state before I dropped him on the floor. Okay, now that Greg is out of the way, anyone else wants to object? I asked, looking at them. When no one spoke and some people took Greg out of the ground and set him aside, I continued. Okay, now everyone from Yellowstone pack mix in with the Blood Moon pack, I said, and they did it in a minute. This is going to be good. After training for 2 hours, I stayed with Austin the whole afternoon, in which he surprised me with a bag full of new clothes. He said that sometimes he forgot I was gone and bought me clothes like he used to. Tears left my eyes in that moment. After that, Logan and I watched movies until we got tired, then we just started talking. Logan, I've been thinking, and I actually think we can do this, I said. Do what? He asked, but I kept on with my speech. I mean, you're already 21, and I'm turning 18 in a few months, so basically it's legal, I continued. Lily, do what? He asked me. We can adopt Spencer, I finally voiced out. He was silent for a while before he finally spoke. I guess I have thought about it, but we have to talk to him and make sure he gets that since he isn't from our blood, he can't be assigned alpha. I know, he won't care. The scariest thing about distance is that you don't know whether they'll miss you or forget you. Nicholas Sparks, The Silver Wolf. Chapter 35, The One with the Dress. Where are we going? He asked me from outside the bathroom door. His voice was a bit muffled, but, wolf hearing. Damn, it feels good to say stuff like that. I asked him out on a date since he has done the rest of the romantic stuff with me, and finally I wanted to do something nice for him. Plus, this was going to be our first night off since we got here. Might as well make the best of it. So I got dressed up and haven't told him about anywhere we are doing. It wasn't anything special, but I was going to take him to my favorite restaurant and ice cream shop from when I was allowed to go outside. It's a trip back to the good parts of my childhood. It's a surprise, I yelled back as I finished watching the makeup tutorial. I finished cleaning the rest of my makeup and put on my dress. It was a red lace strapless dress that almost reached my knees, with cream-colored heels that matched with my accessories. For the makeup, I just did the basic stuff and used almost everything that Austin had bought for me, or so he said, and just braided my hair to the side. Are you dressed? I asked as I opened the bathroom door. He was shuffling through some things on the shelf when he saw me. He immediately let his cell phone drop to the floor. What are you doing, Logan? I asked him as I walked towards him and picked up his surprisingly not cracked phone. You look absolutely breathtaking, and I mean it literally since I almost cracked my phone," he said, taking his phone and putting it on the counter. "Wow, you're beautiful." He whispered that last part, but he knows I heard him. "I forgot one thing," I said, and went towards my accessories table and got the moon necklace he gave me and handed it to him. "Put it on," I said to him and turned my back. I don't know why, but my stomach was all in knots and just plain nervous. I mean, it's not like it's our first date, but still. He makes me nervous. He makes me want to do things perfectly for him. "You know that you don't have to wear it because of me. It doesn't even match your outfit. I get it," he said, and I turned towards him. "I'm not wearing it because of you. It's beautiful, and I don't leave home without it. It's kind of my good luck charm," I said to him, and then turned back again. "Now put it on." He groaned and placed the necklace on my neck. Since my hair was already to the side, he clasped it quickly. He placed his hands on my waist and pulled me gently towards him. "You really look beautiful," he whispered in my ear, and I smiled. "Thank you. You don't look too bad yourself," I said, turning around for the last time. I liked this view better than the white wall I was seeing just seconds before. "I don't look too bad? I look incredibly handsome." He scuffed, and I rolled my eyes at him. "You are so narcissistic," I chuckled at him. "Sometimes it's healthy to be a little narcissistic." He smirked at me, and I grabbed the back of his neck and pushed him down a little. "Come here, my little narcissistic man," I said, and pressed my lips against his. He pulled away with a pout. "Hey, I'm not narcissistic. And you're not little either." He raised his brows when he heard me say that. I cleared my throat before pushing my body more into his. "Kiss me." He wasted no time before he grabbed the back of my head and bit my lower lip. I let him play with my lips a little as he started to lick, nibble, and just tease me all together while our lips connected. He grabbed the back of my thighs and wrapped my legs around his torso. I felt a slight breeze, remembering I had on a short dress, but I really don't care right now. One of my hands was in the back of his head and the other along his jawline. Man, I really do adore this man. Everything about him just gives me joy. He broke our kiss and placed his forehead against mine. My legs slowly dropped to the floor as I regained my balance. I opened my eyes to see him just right in front of me, with his eyes looking back into mine. Our foreheads were still leaning against one another, and we were holding on to the other person. I felt so connected to him right now, and I know he could feel it too. I slowly pressed our lips together once more, and this time it seemed more romantic. Our lips were moving slowly, like we wanted to savor this moment, each other. We were kissing, but it felt like so much more. I love making out with him, but this was something else. This was love. I stepped away from him as we both were smiling and just at peace. "You have lipstick on your face." I laughed and wiped it off with a tissue that was on the desk. "You could leave it there. I wouldn't mind to have some souvenir from you." He smirked. "Why do you need souvenirs when you have the real thing?" I answered, giving him a peck before taking his hand. "Now let's go before we're late," I said, and he nodded. We were both smiling messes. We went downstairs and got in Logan's car. I gave him directions until we arrived at the restaurant. It wasn't like I remembered how it was since it was recently renovated, but they kept the same chefs. "Come on," I said once we got off the car. I took him by the hand and led him to the front desk. "Reservation for walkers," I said, and the girl nodded before taking some menus and leading us to our table. "Here you go. Margaret will be your waitress for the night. She'll be with you in a while," the girl said and left. "You're a walker now, huh? And I mean that in a not walking dead type." He laughed as he looked over the menu. "Do you mind?" I asked him without looking up. I really didn't know what I was going to order since when I ate here, I just had the nuggets from the kids' menu. But those were the best nuggets I ever had. What my mom and dad ordered looked really good, though. "Never," he said, and I looked at him for a second to see him staring back at me with a smile, which I gladly returned. "Welcome to Sunnydale's. My name is Margaret, and I will be your waitress for the night. Do you want to start off with appetizers?" she said, not even once looking at me. She was human, so she can't know that I'm his mate, but it's still common sense that we were on a date. I mean, come on, have you seen my outfit? This was not something I would wear if I was going out with Austin. Can you bring us some cheese sticks? I asked, and she finally took a look at me. Well, thank you. It's not like I came in with Logan. Would you like anything to drink? She asked, and Logan looked at me. We'll both have lemonades, he said, and I nodded. I'll come back with your sticks, she said, and winked at Logan before leaving. That wasn't even a good line. Is she serious? I asked angrily. I was going to get up, but Logan grabbed my hand. Come on, she's human. She would have never disrespected you if she had a bit of common sense. She clearly doesn't. He laughed and pulled me towards his side of the booth. I sat next to him, and he placed my head in his neck gently. Yeah, well, next time she winks at you, I'm making sure she can't wink again, I said to Logan. Lily, he trailed off. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Bitch is getting owned. We talked about ourselves for a bit until the devil's mistress came back with our cheese sticks and lemonades. Here you go. Are you ready to order? She asked with a really obvious fake smile. I really don't like her. Yeah, we're going to have 2 roasted chicken for 2 with rice and French fries, he said and handed her the menus. So you're going to have 2 of the same dish instead of one of the couple dish? Aren't you a couple? She asked us with curious clear on her tone. No, we're just siblings who fuck. Of course we're a couple, and not that is any of your business, but we just eat a lot. I said with a giant smile on my face as she nodded and left us alone. Lily, relax. First, we haven't fucked yet. He whispered in my ear before giving me a kiss in the cheek. And this is the first time I've seen you jealous. Not yet, and I'm not jealous. I'm annoyed by that bitch, I said, and he interrupted me. Hey, I'm not apologizing for that. Anyways, you get jealous way more than I do, and you even got jealous by my twin. I laughed. We kind of do look the same. Even if technically we didn't have the same parents, we still came from the same womb. I got lost in my thoughts, but when Logan answered, I snapped back. Well, my mind registers what it wants, and in that moment, I just saw an unmated man hugging my unmarked mate. Plus, when you're jealous, it's cute. When I do, it's scary, he said, and I looked back at him. It's not that scary. I mean, sometimes I think you're going to kill someone, but sometimes when you put your little angry scowl or you clench your jaw, it's kind of hot, I said, touching his jawline. After that, we went back to talking and eating. Logan even switched our plates in case the waitress had spit on mine. I switched it back out. She would not have the pleasure of having her saliva in my mate's body. That is my job. The ice cream store was halfway home, so we stopped there and ordered. Once we sat down and started chatting, we both got an alert. All guards and trained civilians come in. We're under attack. I repeat, we're under attack. The chief guard that was stationed on the Yellowstone pack alerted us. We immediately got off our seats and got in the car. As Logan drove over 50 in the streets, I ate my ice cream. I mean, we're fast, but it's about the same speed, and we don't want to waste unnecessary energy. You going to eat that? I asked, pointing to his ice cream that was not touched. He looked at me for a second before looking once again to the road. No, I happily took it and ate it. I need the carbs. Once we were reaching the center of action, I looked over at Logan. I'm sorry that this date turned out the way it is, I apologized. It's okay, I was having a great time with you before this happened, he said, and took my hand from my lap and pressed a kiss to my palm. Logan didn't even park, he just turned off the car in the middle of the trees. He went to my side before giving me a kiss and shifting into his wolf, disappearing from sight. Well, okay, I said, and just walked to where the wolves were fighting. I took a rouge by the tail off one of ours with my bare hands and punched him unconscious. I'm strong in human form too. Don't test me. I was just walking in the middle of the mess and helping the ones that were almost dying and fighting some rouges of my own. A familiar smell was brought to my attention as I looked at a blonde wolf being attacked by 4 big wolves. Well, this is tempting. I'm just kidding. That's basically killing her, or is it? I went towards them and with each hand gripped 2 wolves' fur and pulled them to the ground and then did the same to the other ones. I took off my necklace and dropped it in the grass. I'm sorry, dress. You were great while it lasted, I said to my beautiful dress before shifting into my wolf. No time to take it off carefully. 2 at a time, I left the wolves unconscious. After they were on the ground, I walked towards Megan. I pushed her with my snout, and she finally snapped out of whatever trance she was in. "I don't know why you would save me after everything we've done to you, but thank you," she said to me, and I shrugged before she shifted and ran off to help someone. As I looked at my surroundings, I knew that it wasn't going to be an easy fight, but believe me, I'm not going to sleep until every single wolf that is in this 2 packs are safe from this rouges. Okay, maybe a nap here and there. Be so good they can't ignore you. Steve Martin, The Silver Wolf. Chapter 37, The One with Needles. After saving Megan from being slaughtered, I continued to attack rouges. It was fairly easy, since most of them were preoccupied attacking our packs, and their smells were very distinctive and stands out from the others. What did we ever do to them anyway, for them to attack us so persistent? We leave them alone when they are in between borders, and we don't even round them up like they used to in previous years. The packs are basically letting them live their lives without disturbance. I felt someone running towards me. The dirt beneath my feet seemed to lightly lift from the ground, and all the danger receptors were in full alert. So before he could jump on me, I grabbed them, bit them, and put them on the ground. I don't know how long it lasted, but all I did was attack rouges after rouges and help our people out. I don't know what made me turn and look, but something was bugging me about deep into the woods. After focusing my sight, I finally saw Logan being cornered by 8 wolves, give or take. And not like the ones that attacked Megan. These were big wolves. I think they were the biggest they had, and they had pinned them all on my mate. They planned this well. They know an alpha can take at least 4 normal wolves at once, but pinning the double and more skilled wolves on him was simply genius. They had to at least analyze the situation. I quickly ran over him, but was interrupted by 2 wolves who were blocking my access to him. Wow, they thought this through. What they didn't thought about was that I would be there to help out my mate whenever he needed it, especially now that he was in actual life or death danger. I started fighting the 2 wolves who rudely interrupted my rescue and put them in the ground rather quickly. I started walking towards Logan when I heard him cry out in pain. That distracted me for a second, but apparently that second was long enough for someone to come behind me and inject a needle in my neck. Before I knew it, it released the thick liquid into my bloodstream. I immediately recognized the wolfsbane as it made me painfully shift back into my human form. I had a layer of sweat in my body and it was very hard to move. I could feel the liquid moving through my bloodstream. Let's just say this isn't a very pleasant feeling. I heard Logan cry out for me, but I couldn't respond. The woman who had been the cause of my pain then moved on towards Logan. The thought of Logan being in the same pain I am currently feeling motivated me and made my body want to get out and help. I quickly started to move my limbs. With every ounce of strength I had on my body, I managed to stand up and growl at her. I'm pretty confident that the pain is masked pretty well behind my anger and straight down. Need to have this woman's body beneath my feet. She looked back surprised and quickly went to give me another dose, but this time I wasn't distracted, even though I was a little weak. I still had training in my human self, and I was stronger than normal, so I didn't have that much of a disadvantage. The one that had bad luck was her, because she just pissed off the wrong Luna. Before she could actually inject me again, I slid on the floor ignoring how I was naked, because adrenaline was kicking in and kicked her in the knees so fast that she didn't see it until it was too late. She dropped to the ground and I grabbed the needle from her hand. She tried to fight me, but it was not worth it. I took the needle and planted it into her arm and let the liquid flow into her. I smiled a bit, seeing her flinch in pain. I quickly searched her pockets and took out the bottle of wolfsbane. I injected the needle in it and filled it. I probably took too big a dose, but oh well, not my problem. I took a running start and jumped on one of the wolf's back before sticking the needle in the sensitive part behind the ear. Once he fell flat, I refilled it and jumped into another wolf before doing the same. I think they were a bit busy fighting the wolves that were the same size as they were to notice this crazy little naked woman injecting their friends. There was only one left, since Logan had taken the rest of them down and was now unconscious. I could still see his chest moving up and down. Some part of me sighed in relief when I felt he was still alive, but it was not the time to slow down. The remaining wolf started to growl at me. He was going to attack me, but a wolf got in his way. The wolf pushed him into a tree and bit his neck until he was limp and on the grass. Megan shifted back and sent me a wink. "Now we're even," she said with a smile, which I returned. "I guess we're even for today, but let's not forget everything else." "Is he okay?" she asked and pointed to Logan. I wasted no time and sat down next to him and placed his head in my lap. "Yeah, he's just knocked out," I said, and she nodded. "Why aren't you in your wolf form?" she asked, and I didn't know why she was still here. "Because she gave me wolfsbane." I pointed to her, and Megan walked over to her and took off the dress she had on before throwing it to me. That's when I noticed we were both naked. In the middle of combat stuff, like lack of clothing was the least of our concern. I set Logan gently on the ground and put on the dress. Since she was taller than me, it was bigger, but it still was better than fighting with the grass sticking into your bare skin. "Thanks," I said before she shifted back and running to the other wolves. "Logan, please wake up," I said softly to him and placed a kiss on his cheek. I touched the back of his head and touched a sticky substance. I knew exactly what it was. Blood. "Please, be all right. Please don't leave me." I knew he wasn't dead, but there are still other things that could happen with him. I could lose my mate in so many ways that aren't just death. I started stroking his hair as I watched our packs defeat the Rouges. They were just a handful of Rouges, but they were being defeated, and it was very clear. They didn't need my help, especially with the wolfsbane running through my system. I could feel it in my body, but I somehow found a way to not acknowledge it anymore. The effects were still there, though. "What's going on?" a voice said, and I immediately looked at Logan, who was trying to get up. "Take it easy, you're bleeding," I said to him as I leaned back to the tree. At least he wasn't in a coma or something like that. He touched the back of his head where he had blood. "Well, that hurt," he said and started to look around the wolves and then turned to look at me. "What happened here? Whose clothes are you wearing?" he asked, smelling the dress. "Well, she gave me wolfsbane, so I returned the favor and gave it to a few of her friends too," I said to him, and he lifted my chin, making me look at him. "The remaining Rouges escaped, and the unconscious ones are being detained. We won," he said with a smile. "I guess they mind-linked him. On the contrary, I have a mental brick wall between myself and my wolf. Just like I was just human again. Just when I had started to forget how that felt. Great. Hey, don't worry, it will all leave your system in no time. At least your wolf cells are strong and you haven't been knocked out like them." He pointed to the people on the floor. Our pack walked into where we were and started handcuffing the Rouges on the floor and taking them away. I guess we really had won. Some part of me didn't think it could be so easy to beat them, but I'm just overthinking myself as always. Let me just celebrate and not ruin it for myself. Accept the wins and forget about what could have been. Come on, I'm in desperate need of a shower and some clothes. How can I keep not acknowledging the fact that people are naked? He took a piece of one of the shirts that were ripped on the floor and covered himself. I went to one of the trees that had clothes on the bottom and took out a pair of pants. They were definitely too big for him, but I guess that's better than him walking around with his male genitalia out. I gave it to him and turned around. He chuckled before taking my hand. "It's okay, I already have my pants on," he said, and I finally turned around. "Come on, maybe that shower can get you a good night's sleep," he said and interlocked our hands. We walked to the house, but stopped along the way to help a couple of people and grabbed my necklace on the way before finally arriving at the house where we were staying at. I was the first to take a shower. I even threw out the dress that I had on so I wouldn't be reminded of it. It was an ugly dress anyway. As I put on comfortable clothes, I looked in the mirror and started to brush my hair. But I noticed something strange when I went to make a ponytail. Right in the middle, almost unnoticeable, was a patch of silver hair, the exact color as my fur. Well, shit, another thing that happens to my body. I left the bathroom and went towards Logan with the chunk of hair in hand, but he was looking at me like someone had just died. Also, on a totally unrelated note, I could see the bandage on his head, so he went to medical. But right now I was just concentrating on the look on his face. Oh my God, did someone die? Logan, what happened? I asked him, letting my hair alone. Lily, he trailed off. Logan, tell me now, I said. The Rouges didn't leave because we had won, but because they got what they came for. Why is he delaying this so much? Logan, just tell me what they took, I said, desperate. Lily, they took Austin. You are the finest, loveliest, tenderest, and most beautiful person I have ever known, and even that is an understatement. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 39, the one with the plan. No, I couldn't recognize my voice. It sounded so broken. Baby, sit down, he said and patted the bed, but I couldn't move. No, that isn't true, I responded, even though deep down I knew it was. I forgot to check in on him after the fight. I was so caught up in thinking we had won, we had succeeded, but we didn't. They thought about this. That was their plan. I failed as a sister, as a Luna, as everything. Lily, he said, and before I knew it, he wrapped his arms around me and pulled me into a hug. I didn't even know how hard I was crying until he pulled back and wiped away my tears. Don't cry. We're doing our best to find him. We are not going to stop until we get him back. He whispered in my ear before I hugged him again. I have to find him, I said, and was headed towards the door, but he just grabbed my arm and pulled me back. Lily, you need to sleep, he said, and I shook my head. Logan, I am not going to sit on my ass while they do God knows what to my brother, I cried out. He pulled on my hand again, and by instinct I pushed his hand away and a growl left my mouth. Well, damn, Lily, don't lash out on Logan. Stop it, he growled back. I'm your mate, not one of those Rouges. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to growl. I don't even have my wolf back. I leaned back into his arms and let him hold me while I cried silently. Lily, you're in no state to go out there and track down a Rouge pack, which could take you down in this state easily. Plus, we have almost everyone we can tracking them down and investigating everything. They need a strong Alpha and Luna with a clear mind to guide them, he said and started to brush my hair. Well, I'm not going to sleep, I stubbornly said. It's almost 2 a.m, I just glared at him. Fine. Well, then we'll both stay up, and you can tell me all about Austin and all he did for you until we can get any information from the scouts. Is the wolfsbane still in your system? He asked and led me towards the bed. I nodded before he pulled me towards him, and I started to tell him all about all the stuff we did as kids and everything he helped me. And I didn't even know I fell asleep until I woke up in the morning. I immediately hit Logan, making him wake up too. I told you I didn't want to sleep, I said to him, but he just pulled me towards him. And that's not healthy, but now we're up and early to call a meeting. We don't do any good tired, he said, but I just glared at him. You would have done the same if you were me, and you know it. Now let's get dressed so we can work out a plan, he said, and I groaned before getting away from him and into the bathroom. You know he's right, Brigitte said in my head. It almost scared me. You're back, I thought, and we kept talking between each other while I took a shower and brushed my teeth. I put on a random outfit and went out. Logan was already dressed, so he entered the bathroom to brush his teeth before he walked back to me. They're waiting for us in the Alpha house, he said and took my hand before we walked out of the house. Brigitte is back, I said to him as we were walking the streets. That's good. It means that the wolfsbane is wearing out. All the effects should be gone by now, he said to me. We walked into the house and almost all of our warriors were in there. Alphas, we were waiting for you. They gave us this note, one member of my old pack said. I immediately took the note, read it, and passed it back to Logan. I can't get a break in this lifetime. Give us Alpha Lily and we'll give you back her brother. Meet us at the old factory in the middle of your 2 packs at 4 p.m., it said. No way, this is a trap, Logan said. I am so not trading my mate for him. Not even for Austin. I'm sorry. He continued. How do we even know he's alive and they're not just bluffing? I managed to say as I looked at the rest of the people that were in my room. He's alive, Chris, a member of my pack, said. What makes you so sure? Logan asked with a growl. He was probably thinking the same as I. He was a traitor. Because, he cleared his throat before continuing, I'm his mate. No, he would have told me. We arrived more than a week ago, and I'm pretty sure they have met earlier than yesterday. I asked him not to. My father isn't really keen on someone liking the same gender, so I asked him to let me tell him first, before he found out by someone else or saw us together. He said he didn't mind waiting, he replied. I'm still not leaving you in the hands of rouges, Logan said to me. Excuse us, we're going to talk privately, I said to them and grabbed Logan by the hand before taking him outside. I made sure we were pretty far away from where we were reunited before even starting the conversation. I'm not going to let you. I'll lock you down if I have to, but I'm not letting you go, Lily. I don't want you to get hurt like that, and I can't even think about the worst thing that can happen, he said to me. Logan, I have to do this. This is my only family, my brother. He's the only one who had my back for years. We'll work out a good plan. If they hurt me, I can get used to it until you get me back. I've already gone through it. I'm specialized in enduring torture. I'm not proud of that, but if I could when I was human, I can right now, I said to him. Plus, I've been practicing my abilities with water. They can't waterboard me even if they wanted to. I tried to make a joke, but he was not having it. You can't control it yet. I don't think it's a good idea to depend on that to save your life. This is so not fair. If something happens to you, I'm not going to live with myself. You deserve to live a good life. It's not fair for you to be like this, making decisions like this, he said, and I pulled him towards me. I grabbed his arms and placed them on my waist. He listens to me better when we are close. If anything happens is on me. I'm the one who is responsible for it. I'm the one who wants to save her brother. I'm the one who they want, not you. I can do this. Trust me, baby. Trust your mate, I said and wrapped my arms around his neck. Is there anything I can say to change your mind? He asked me, and I shook my head. I can't believe I'm letting you go after all of this, he said, and I made him look at me. You're not letting me go, okay? We're going to go in there, and we're going to come up with a plan to fix this, and at the end of the night, I'm going to be sleeping beside you, like always. 'Cause this is teamwork, I said. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but it's what he needed to hear. After more convincing and a whole lot of talk later, we came up with a perfect plan to take them down once and for all. Hours later, and we were stationed in a car outside the factory, waiting for the clock to hit 4. As soon as the clock on the car flashed with those numbers, we all got out of the car simultaneously and headed into the factory. There were almost 20 rouge wolves all over the perimeter, and the biggest one in the middle, surrounded by 5 other wolves. So I guess that's the leader. Where is he? I asked him, stepping forward. I was not wasting time when dealing with Austin. The leader did a little thingy with his hand, and they brought him up with a blindfold covering his eyes. They took it off and handed him off to him. I want only one of you to hand her over, or he dies immediately, he said. Logan immediately took my hand, and we walked together towards him and Austin. Austin clearly didn't like me doing this because he was looking at me disapprovingly and a bit scared, but from what I could tell, they didn't hurt him. Logan made me look at him and gave me a huge kiss in front of everyone before we made the exchange. Logan was looking at me with regret. He still didn't like this plan, but I had to do it. I knew he was killing himself over this, but we weren't giving enough time to actually come up with a plan so we could avoid handing off anyone. But we weren't, and I'm sure that was their intention. In a second, we switched people, and I was in the hands of the man that reeked of trees and mud. No distinct smell of a pack or even a real identity. It was just dirt. I looked at Logan straight in the eyes and gave him the signal, but something happened. I didn't smell it. I don't think anyone did. Maybe the same witches that helped us today gave the potion to them, and it was sufficient. Because I didn't notice the silver knife until he stabbed me in the chest with it. It was cold. That's how you know you are hurt. I didn't feel any pain at first. It was just numb. Not a numbness one is accustomed to when your hand falls asleep. With this one, your body knows it isn't supposed to be like this. I felt my muscles tighten. My heartbeat suddenly spiked. Everything was wrong. It wasn't supposed to go like this. We had a plan. I had a plan. I immediately fell to the floor with a gasp as I struggled to breathe. I felt my breathing becoming heavier. My body was shutting down. I know what's coming. Logan yelled, and in a minute was holding me up while chaos erupted all around us. The knife was still there, like it had become a part of me, but it wasn't. It's not supposed to be there. My mouth was filled with my own blood as I kept on gasping. Blood just kept coming out. I couldn't get a clear breath in. I could feel myself starting to fade, so I had to get the words that were bugging my mind for the last few days before it was too late. Logan. Blood once again came spurting out of my mouth. I love you, I hurried to say. I'm not even sure he heard it since I couldn't hear anything. My ears were ringing. It was all blank. Just nothing. Brigitte, it was a pleasure. Was my last thought before all that was darkness. It may have escaped your notice, but life isn't fair. Severus Snape. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 41, The One with Tears. Logan's POV. Where is he? Lily asked and stepped forward. The one in the middle did a signal with his hand, and immediately they brought Austin to him with a blindfold covering his eyes. I don't really understand the blindfold since from what I saw and smelled, he was literally like in the next room. Not much of a secret there. I want only one of you to hand her over or he dies immediately, he said. The plan was pretty easy. We were going to hand Lily over, and once she was with him, she would strike the leader while our warriors were waiting outside with a potion that we had acquired that shielded their sense, so they were invisible. I mean, it had some flaws, but Lily was not going to play when it came to her brother, and we only had a few hours to come up with something. I took Lily's hand and walked towards them. If I hadn't practiced how calm and collected I would seem, everyone would have saw me shaking from nervousness. Austin was practically sending daggers to us, but I didn't look at him because I would probably back out of the plan. I grabbed Lily's chin and pressed my lips against her, giving her a kiss in front of everyone, and I couldn't give a single fuck. Damn it, I hated this plan so much. As I pulled away, I immediately didn't want to go along, but I'm sure if I made her leave, she wouldn't talk to me for a long time. The man grabbed Lily by the arm and pushed Austin my way. I walked backwards with Austin. My eyes never left Lily's. A few seconds later, she winked at me, which was our signal. It was pretty discreet and not at all. Before I could signal the rest of the pack, I saw the end of a knife pierce into Lily's chest. No. I yelled and ran towards Lily, but she was already on the ground. No signal needed, because we attacked. The ones that were outside ran in from all the entrances and started attacking the Rouges. I felt tears leaving my eyes and sobs escaping my mouth, but that's not important right now. Not ever. I grabbed the knife in her chest, but it immediately burned me. This must be torture for her. Someone give me a rag, right now, I yelled and was handed one in a matter of seconds. I grabbed the knife and threw it on the floor beside me, wrapped so that maybe it could be used to counteract the silver, or I don't know, just something. No, this can't happen, I said and tried to stop the blood from flowing, but it was no use. I took my shirt off and pressed it against her wound. Meanwhile, she tried to breathe, but blood was spluttering out of her mouth. It was a sight I had hoped to never see, but here I am. Logan, I love you. She meant to say, even if it was a bit distorted, I understood it. I would always understand her. As soon as she said that, her eyes closed. No, Lily, I love you. Don't do this to me. I love you, okay? I said, but she didn't respond. That's when I felt my heart break. I mean, literally break in two. I screamed from pain, but I didn't care about my pain because I knew exactly why it hurt. You can't leave me. Not like this. We haven't mated. We don't have kids. We were supposed to grow old together and then travel around the world like my parents. They sent me a photo yesterday. They were eating ice cream in Spain. Lily, I wanted to be all gray and useless, but happy together. I wanted us to name a child, teach him our ways, how to be an alpha. We had so much together. You can't be gone, not like this. You don't deserve to die like this. You didn't deserve to live like this. I cried to her as I took her hair out of her face. It looked like she was sleeping. So beautiful, full of peace. I'm fucking fine, now leave me alone. Austin yelled, pushing away the medic that we had brought for him, and ran over to me. A loud sob left his mouth once she saw her. But how could this happen? Isn't she supposed to be like the queen of all the wolves? She's the fucking daughter of the goddess. She's made of water, for God's sake, he said. That's when an idea appeared in my head. I didn't read much because of the time, but I did read all of the Lightning Thief series. We're going to Percy Jackson this shit. I looked around and saw that they were still in combat. Meanwhile, I was bawling my eyes out right next to them. But right now, I don't care. They could handle this. The plan didn't need me fighting with me. It actually involved me following Lily so we could retrieve her safely if he had taken her, but that didn't happen. We were good. I want them all taken, dead or alive. But not the leader. He's mine. I yelled to my pack and was followed with a lot of agreements. My pack is my priority, and without their Luna, their alpha will die or go mad. This is what is best for the pack. Austin, get in the car outside. You're driving, I said and started to pick Lily up. Why? Where? What the fuck are you doing? He asked and stood up. We're going to heal her, now, I said and finally picked her from the ground. I looked down and saw all the blood that was on the ground. I shook my head and ran towards the car. Fortunately, Austin was already jumping in the car and turned the engine on. It was a good idea to leave the keys in ignition. Told them. I opened the back seat door and placed her there. Before I could even enter the car, a wolf jumped in front of me, with his teeth bared and growling. He was small, and I really was in a hurry. I guess he's suicidal because I kind of need to blow off some steam, but not right now. I let my wolf take half of my control, just enough that I could grab this wolf by the fur and threw him into the car and then to the other side. I quickly got on and rested Lily's head on my lap. You're going to be okay, baby? I'll die trying, I said softly in her ear as Austin sped up. Where are we going? He asked, heading into my territory. Just find any entry to the woods and I'll run from there. But we have to do something before her body gets cold, I said, and Austin nodded before he stepped on the gas. We arrived in 2 minutes. I immediately jumped off the car and grabbed her. I started running like a maniac through the trees. My legs were giving out on me since I usually run in wolf form, but I pushed the pain aside and just continued running. Now that I think of it, my wolf hasn't spoken since we were planning. I could feel him mourning, but I'm not doing that right now. I'm fighting for her life. I'm not going to give up until I have done everything I can for her. I finally arrived at the lake. I quickly placed her in the cold water. Moon Goddess, please, I'm begging you. Save her. She's your daughter. She spent years in a house in which she only knew pain and torture. She doesn't deserve to die this young. For fuck's sake, she is the whole point of your plan. She's the one that helps you have order. She can't just be gone like this. Do something, I said. Plan. Beg to the Moon Goddess until she appears. Again, it's not a foul-proof plan, but it's the best option. Please do something. Please, I finished. In order to give a life, I have to take one. That's the way nature works. She appeared right beside Lily's body. Yes, whatever you have to. Take my life, just save her, I said without thinking. And even if I thought this through, I would still make this decision. I am not me without her, never again. Are you okay with this? Do whatever is necessary. She is my mate, my life, my wolf exclaimed. Are you sure? She asked me, taking Lily's hand into her godly one. Without a doubt, I said. I closed my eyes, waiting for death, but nothing came. I opened an eye to see the goddess smiling at me. Don't worry, Logan. I'm not going to take your life. It was a test to see if you truly loved each other. I mean, this is how nature works, but I'm the goddess, so who cares? The royal couple should be in love and have each other. Once it's done, you two may not tell of this to anyone. Then everyone will want me to save their loved ones. I'm doing this because of the plan, and that's it, she said, and I nodded. I don't care what the terms are, I just want my mate back. She looked at me before placing her pinky on Lily's forehead and sank her in the water. A second later, the goddess disappeared. Lily? I asked, looking in the water. There was no response until she finally emerged from the water, taking deep breaths. Whose fucking idea was it to put me in freezing water? She asked me. I yelled from excitement and grabbed her hand before pulling her from the lake. Oh my God, you're okay. You're alive, I said and started to brush her wet hair. I knew she loved that. I love you so much, Lily. I love you and I want to be with you for the rest of our lives. I thought I lost you. I can't believe I almost lost you, I said in one breath and pressed my lips against his. She was cold, but who wouldn't be? My heart started feeling complete again. It was like nothing happened, like she wasn't taking away from me for a few minutes. But she had been. I still had the image in my head. "I love you too, but what the hell happened?" she asked, touching her chest where it was covered in blood, and there was a gash in her clothes, but not in her actual skin. I explained it to her in a few seconds about the whole goddess thing, and not telling anyone. "Oh my God, Austin," she said. "I swear if he was kidnapped again," she started, but I shook my head. "He drove us here, but I guess he got lost," I explained, and we both stood up. "Let's just look for him," she said, and was about to walk away, but I grabbed her wrist and pulled her back to me. "I shouldn't have ever let you do that. I mean, you died and it was horrible. You don't understand how awful it was, losing you," I whispered to her, and she gave me a hug. She was so cold, but I didn't mind. I hugged her back tightly until she pulled away. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" she asked me. I was trying to stop the blood. I looked around and saw it in the middle of the trees, the same trail to the car. She interlocked our hands, and we walked back into the trees, looking for Austin. I grabbed my shirt on the way, but I'm sure as hell not going to put it back on. "I guess this makes up for claiming me without permission," she said to me. I chuckled but continued to walk. Finally, we found him walking towards where we were, but he was 1/4 of the way. "Lily, oh my God, you're alive. What did you do? Plus, next time go slower. They gave me wolfsbane. I'm not as fast as you," he asked as soon as he saw us. Turns out she just needed water from that special lake and voila. "And I'm sorry, but, kind of in a hurry. Death and all that," I said. Lily immediately left my hand go and hugged him. For the first time, I didn't care. She is fine. She just got his brother back. I just got her back. As soon as she stepped back, she hit him on the arm. "Ouch, what you do that for?" he asked, rubbing his arm. "For not telling me about your mate," she answered. "Well, he said he wanted to tell his parents first, so I agreed, but I kind of got kidnapped and you stabbed. You need to step up your game, Logan," he said, and I faked a laugh pretty obviously, if I may say. "Let's just get you back on the car. I want to go home and shower," I said to them, and went towards the road. We dropped Austin off near his house and went back to check out how our failed plan had worked. "We are all good, Alpha. We captured most of the Rouges. The escapees were followed, and now we have eyes and a location to the Rouges' center we know about. This are going to be a few rough days, but tonight we can relax. No offense, but we can continue the mission without your assistance," the warrior leader, Kara, said, bowing her head. We stayed there for an hour before we drove back out of Yellowstone and into our back. Good thing we had filled the gas on the way there. It was still early, but I was exhausted and Lily was falling asleep on her seat. I pulled up to the house and went over to her side before I grabbed her and carried her inside. "What are you doing?" she gasped and tried to get off, but I shook my head. The door was already open since I sent Michael over to grab a few files from my office. I walked up the stairs before dropping her in the floor. "I was going to put you in bed, but we should probably shower before. We have blood and grass all over us," I said to her. "So want to save water?" I joked, and she just raised her eyebrows. "I mean, I really wanted to complete the mating, but if she wants to wait, then so be it." "You shower first. I'm going to call a few people first." She was probably thinking about Spencer or Austin. I nodded before grabbing my sleeping shorts and entered the bathroom. I did my business, showered, and brushed my teeth before coming out. "Your turn," I said to her and slipped into our comfortable bed. I missed these. Half an hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. "Logan," she called me. "What?" I asked, turning my head towards her. Immediately, I stood up from the bed. She was wearing a white lace bra and short that looked absolutely breathtaking on her. But all I could think about was how I wanted to take her right now. I cleared my throat and tried to clear my thoughts, but they weren't going away anytime soon. She looked so fucking delicious, and wow. "When did you get that? You've never worn it before," I said to her and took a deep breath, and another. Whatever it took for me to calm myself and not take her right now. I texted someone to get it. "Do you like it?" she asked me and started walking towards me. I nodded and tried to take a step back, but my knees hit the bed and I sat on the bed with her in front of me. Happy thoughts. Happy, clean thoughts. Come on, Logan, control yourself. She deserves respect. Since when were you so quiet? That's not the Logan I know and love, she said and sat down on top of me, her face right in front of mine, her legs on either side of me. Lily, if you want to wait, you should really leave right about now, I said, a growl coming out at the end. She immediately pushed me backwards until I was laying down, and she laid on top of me. She started kissing my jaw and lower until she reached my neck. Lily, I warned her, but she just trailed her kisses to my ear. I don't know what it was, the fact that we said I love you to each other or that I died, but I'm done waiting, she said, and then a switch went off in my head because I flipped her over and the rest, well, the rest is private. If someone wants you, nothing will keep them away, but if they don't want you, nothing will make them stay. The Silver Wolf. Chapter 44, The One with Ceremonies. I watched as my fingers started to become water. I bit my lip. I learned that this worked to focus on my concentration. I had literally managed to turn my hand into water. My skin continued to transform until it reached my elbow. All of it. Damn, I'm getting good. The form was still there, but instead of skin and blood, it was only water. Immediately, my focus was destroyed when I felt an arm pull me back into a body. Shit, I yelled, and my hand went back to normal. I was so close, the goal was to turn my whole body into water. I looked back to see Logan chuckle and bring me closer to him. That's the farthest I've reached, I whined, but he gave me a kiss on the lips and another one on the top of my nose, and all of my worries vanished. He really was magical. Did you take care of the thing? I asked, referring to the prisoners we had in captivity, especially the leader, who was charged with attempted murder against an alpha and so many more crimes. I don't really like learning or getting involved with the punishments because it just makes me uncomfortable, especially because of what I've been through. It can even be compared to what they are going to go through now. The moon goddess was not kidding when she said that this was our toughest opponent. We spent weeks and weeks rounding up every last one of the rouges involved in this scheme. They pulled up quite a fight. Hundreds of our wolves were left seriously harmed, but only a handful were actually killed. Logan didn't want me involved in the fighting because of the obvious killed and then resurrected thing, but I still managed to get involved with the families of the people who were harmed. Logan also stayed with me in the territory. He said that he wasn't in the mood to fight, but I know it's because he didn't want to leave me alone. I didn't mind one bit, though. I didn't hear him answering the question I had asked, since I was in this little mind bubble, but what I did see was him pointed at the dress that was hanging on the closet door alongside his suit. They are already arriving, and we don't want to be late to our own crowning, or whatever it's called, he said. The moon goddess appeared to each and every alpha and explained to them that we were going to be royalty. I guess that's the word that she wants us to use. But it's still a bit weird since a few months ago I was called Omega, but now I am basically going to be introduced, again, to all of the alphas and lunas of this continent and a few from others. You're not dressed either, so I'm not the only one that's going to be late, I said, and tugged at his sleeping shorts. He raised an eyebrow and looked at my robe with a smirk. I know that look, and no, not right now, I said to him with a small smile. We were lucky enough that neither of us had to go through heat, but you're acting like you're in it right now. I finished, and he just shrugged. I never hear you complaining, he said as I went towards the door. I laughed before picking up the dress and stepping into the bathroom. I don't, but we have somewhere to be, so put on the suit, because we have to get ready, you bug baby, I said, and shut the bathroom door. You do know we have seen each other naked. You can change in front of me, his voice said at the other side of the door. Logan, you and I both know that if you see me naked, you'll get aroused. You get aroused, I'll get aroused, and we'll both be late, I explained as I slipped out of robe and into my dress. The makeup and hair was already done. Logan hired someone to do it, or they did for free. I don't even know. The dress was a simple burgundy-colored dress with a V-shaped front and backless. My hair covered a portion of it, but you could still see my back. And it reached the floor, so I matched it with white heels that weren't actually that visible. I made sure my makeup and hair was intact before I left the bathroom. Logan was straightening the sleeves in his suit. "Well, don't you look handsome?" I said as I walked over to him. "You look handsome too," he replied to me with a smile. "Ah, thank you." I gushed and grabbed his hand before leaving the room with him. We went downstairs until we reached a window. I could see the whole yard full of alphas and some of their children. They're the only ones that are allowed to enter our territory without every one of our approvals, only for this occasion. With our hands interlocked, we stepped outside and immediately all eyes were on us. I mean, like literally. Even a cat that was walking between people stopped to look at us. I gave them a smile before stepping forward and starting to introduce myself to people. I'm getting good at this. "Hello, I'm Ava, Alpha of the Full Moon Pack." She was the first person I met. You could tell by her handshake she was pretty strong. That went on for like an hour, where we met every alpha that arrived. A whole lot of them didn't even speak English, so they had a translator with them. We ate brunch with all of our guests and even introduced one another. It was like a meeting place for alphas. Hours later, we both got up on stage where all the guests were looking at us. Before I could speak, a flash appeared in my eyes, and all I saw was white. I woke up in my bed with Logan next to me and a bandage covering up my already healed up hand. "Okay, I'm seriously getting sick of this. What happened this time?" I asked him as I sat up. "The moon goddess used your body as a host. She explained everything to us, and we made the ceremony with her in your body. You know that when she was you, your eyes were white. I mean, like awesome, borderline kind of creepy, but it was still awesome. Everyone already left, so you don't have to worry," Logan said excitedly. I nodded and sat up straighter. That's when I realized that I was not wearing my dress. Instead, a long shirt that reeked of Logan. Not that I mind. "I'm guessing you changed me," I said to him, and he nodded. "See, I can see you naked without doing anything. That would have been a little weird and rapey, and let's just change the topic," he said and scrunched up his nose. "Anyways, I got a surprise," he said as he pulled a bunch of papers out of his briefcase. I pulled a few strings that come from being alpha and got the adoption papers. "Of course, there is a lot more to do, but this is a start," he said, and I squealed before getting out of bed and giving him a hug. "I am so in love with you," I said to him, and he pulled me back from our hug before grabbing my chin and softly raising my head until our eyes met. I placed my hand in his chest softly, and I could feel his soft heartbeat under my fingertips. "I can't believe I'm so lucky to have you," he said softly, his eyes never leaving mine. "Yeah, well," I started and made him sit down on our bed softly. He immediately knew what I was doing as soon as I sat on top of him. This is literally fate. "Lily, last time you did this, we didn't leave the bed for a few hours," he said, but I could clearly smell his arousal. He a weak bitch. I love it. "Yeah, well, the party is over, I've slept enough, and we don't have any meetings until tomorrow. Unless you want to do something else?" I asked him with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, hell no," he said as he grabbed me by the neck and kissed me. I woke up again, but this time I actually knew what I was waking up from. I shifted to my side to see Logan sleeping. I took a breath mint from my drawer and popped it in my mouth. It's always useful. Nobody actually likes the smell of morning breath. I then laid my head in his chest. He automatically pulled me even closer. I looked back to the clock and saw that we were supposed to have lunch with Spencer in half an hour. That's enough time for us, but we need to wake up right now. I started to shake Logan until his eyes finally opened. "What happened?" he asked, placing his hand in my hair and looking at me fully. "We're going to the center in half an hour," I said, and he nodded before kissing my forehead. "We should, save water," he said with his little smirk. He's been doing that a lot recently. Cheeky wolf. "Logan, you better keep your hands to yourself or no more for a week," I warned him, and he scowled. "A week?" he asked, and I nodded. "Is it like next week or 7 days?" "Really, Logan?" "A week, like in 7 days exactly," I clarified, and he took a deep breath. "Okay, I'm not even going to look at you," he said and got out of bed before going into the bathroom. I laughed before getting off the bed, too, and into the shower. Surprisingly, he actually didn't even look at me, so he was just facing backwards on the shower. "Wow, you actually didn't look," I said to him, and he shrugged as he buttoned his shirt. 7 days is a really long time, he said as we finally got dressed. I chuckled before grabbing his hand and went towards the center where we proceeded to tell Spencer about how we were planning on adopting him. He was actually quite excited. He jumped, he yelled, and he even cried before showering us with kisses all over Logan and mine's face. I guess this is the point of our lives where Logan and I start a family together. The end.